Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Harry reforged the wizarding world with Bellatrix at his side. Here is short summary. Bellatrix's final act sends Harry into the past, where power, legacy, and loyalty are his to reshape. With a young Bellatrix at his side, Harry won't just stop Voldemort, he'll rebuild the wizarding world itself. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Albus Dumbledore was slouched in a cushy armchair deep in thought when Alistair Moody's voice echoed through his office. Albus. What is it, Alistair? Dumbledore asked, pushing himself out of his chair with surprising agility and striding over to the fireplace where he could see Moody's head floating in the flames. The Greengrass girl is here at the ministry. She just cleared security and is waiting for the elevator. What? It's the middle of the night. Dumbledore exclaimed. He was surprised not only by Pythia straying out of the castle but also because he thought he would have detected her departure. This meant that she had left by unconventional methods. She's on her way down to see her uncle. Keep me updated, Dumbledore instructed. Pythia strode swiftly through the Department of Mysteries toward her uncle's office. The unspeakables on duty all stared as she blew past them. Bold and fast was not Pythia's normal style, but she knew Bellatrix must be in excruciating pain. Although the risk of Bellatrix dying from her injuries was beyond low, Pythia did not want her to suffer more than necessary. She burst into her uncle's office and found him staring into the fireplace, his chin rested on steepled hands. Chief Unspeakable Edward Fawkes stared back at his niece, arching an eyebrow. The Dark Lord assaulted and tortured Bellatrix Black, Pythia said, getting to the point. Fawkes frowned as he lowered his hands to the armrests of his wingback chair. Surely he is not that stupid. I think it was a recruitment attempt gone sour. Who was involved and where are they now? Edward asked, dismissing any speculation. Ashworth and I went to the rescue, Pythia said as she tried to focus on the details her uncle would consider important. We stayed anonymous and want to stay that way. We frightened the Dark Lord's followers away. They included Hogwarts students Malfoy, the Lestrange brothers, Crabbe, and Goyle. They fled. Ashworth dueled the Dark Lord into a stalemate. We escaped with Bellatrix. She is in critical condition. We wanted to take her to St. Mungo's, but if she were to become a public martyr. Fawkes cut Pythia off with a sharp gesture. I understand. He paused for only a second before laying out his plan. Keep her out of the hospital for another 45 minutes. I will make arrangements. When she arrives, she needs to loudly attribute her injuries to the Dark Lord and pose, as best she can, for any photographs. I will prevent her from being interrogated. We can issue an official report later. What about the culprits? Pythia asked. Fawkes shrugged. I'll have some trustworthy underlings poke around to see if they were stupid enough to go home. However, you know as well as I that the old magical families are good at protecting their own. And of course, there are other legal barriers that are difficult enough to overcome even when it isn't a holiday. I'll update Ashworth and Miss Black, Pythia said. She glanced at a timepiece on Fawkes's desk. Shall we plan for 45 minutes from now? Fawkes nodded. Bellatrix had fallen asleep, and Harry had initially been pleased to see that she was getting rest. However, he had just noticed her breathing had become faster and shallower when a loud pop announced Pythia's return. How is she? Pythia asked. Better and worse, maybe, Harry said, feeling stupid as soon as he said the words. Pythia arched an eyebrow before examining Bellatrix's condition for herself. Basically worse, but good enough, she concluded. We may as well let her rest like this until we're ready to get cracking. Have you arranged for St. Mungo's? Harry asked. Yes, but we need to hold off for a little longer, Pythia said, explaining the plan to Harry. I feel bad sending her alone. But if we show up with her, we may as well announce to the public and the Dark Lord that we're the ones that helped foil his plans tonight. Maybe you can fend for yourself, but I doubt I can go toe-to-toe with the Dark Lord. I am not ready to be one of his targets. As she has told me more than a few times since her birthday, she is now an adult, Harry said, feeling a little bad at the idea of leaving Bellatrix to fend for herself. She can deal with the hospital staff. I am sure her family will swoop in, too. The school term resumes in only a few more days. We can discreetly follow up with her then. Of course, Harry did not necessarily plan on avoiding Bellatrix until school resumed. He would be happy to visit if he could do so discreetly. However, he did not want Pythia to know the full extent of his involvement with Bellatrix. I think you're right, Pythia agreed. The only hiccup is the official story. Maybe we should start working that out so we can tell her what to say. Or maybe she should say as little as possible. Does she reveal the Dark Lord's name? Does she reveal that 2 anonymous people saved her? Yes, Harry said decisively. Being vague about the threat is not helpful. As for us being involved, the Dark Lord already knows somebody came to save her. If she lies to the public, it will undermine her credibility if the truth later comes out. She can just decline to say anything about our identity until we decide it is convenient. She can stay vague about other details. Pythia nodded and then produced a pouch from her robes. She opened it to reveal a makeup kit. Let's get her ready for the front page. While I work on her face, why don't you see whether there's enough blood to work with or whether we're going to have to conjure something. After that, we can do her robes. Albus owes me, Moody muttered to himself as he tried to explain the detainment of a magic carpet dealer. He was just writing down that the dealer's customers were sky-high, and not because of the magic carpets, when several alarms began blaring all through the ministry. 5 Sickles says it is the Department of Mysteries, Moody growled to nobody in particular. He abandoned his tedious record-keeping work and stepped to a window overlooking the atrium just in time to see several unspeakables swarm out of an elevator. In their midst, another unspeakable was laying on a stretcher. They rapidly made their way past the security checkpoint, apparently on the way to St. Mungo's. Moody was wondering what the game was, but his speculation ended a couple of minutes later when the chief unspeakable emerged from another elevator with a senior aide and a bodyguard. They walked past the security checkpoint and entered the flow network. Wasting no more time, Moody went to the closest available fireplace and fire-called Professor Dumbledore. Albus, he yelled once he had connected with the headmaster's office. What is it? Albus asked, appearing from wherever he had been sitting or lying. Something happened. There are alarms sounding. Looks like an unspeakable got injured on the job. They already hauled her away. But now Fox is on his way to St. Mungo's. Get to St. Mungo's, Dumbledore instructed. I'm on my way. It could be nothing. But Pythia has me worried. I'd be worried, too, Moody growled before ending the fire call. Less than a minute later, Moody was on the elevator heading down to the atrium. When the elevator doors opened, he shot out as fast as a bludger. The only thing that gave him pause was the sight of a trio of young witches huddled around a campfire. They were roasting marshmallows over a campfire that was burning directly on and damaging the atrium's marble floor. Candy wrappers and cracker boxes littered the floor. Normally, Moody would have stopped and arrested the witches for vandalism. However, he was in a hurry. So, he settled for glaring at the lazy security guard manning the desk as he passed the checkpoint. Muttering to himself about how pathetic the ministry was becoming, he made his way to the fireplaces and used the flow network to go to St. Mungo's. At St. Mungo's, things were rowdier than normal. Besides it being the holiday season, the lobby that would otherwise be quiet in the middle of the night was beginning to fill with news reporters and other onlookers. They were clustered around a high-ranking unspeakable who was loudly insisting that the incident was merely a freak accident and that the injured employee was expected to eventually recover. Of course, the more he downplayed the incident, the more suspicious the press became. Shrewdly, Moody concluded that if the chief unspeakable was drawing attention to the lobby, he must be up to something elsewhere in the hospital. He was just interrogating one of the supervisors at the nurse desk and finding out where Fox had gone when Professor Dumbledore showed up. This way, Moody gestured to Dumbledore as he began making his way into the maze of hospital hallways. It sounds like he's with the injured unspeakable. Visiting an employee being treated in the hospital seems innocuous to me, Dumbledore observed as they strode down the halfway. Yet at the same time, it is so clear that he is contriving something. They soon found a room in which Edward Fox and a gaggle of unspeakables were grouped around a hospital bed on which a cheerful unspeakable was lying as she chatted with a nurse. "It is a relief to hear that everything is going to be okay," she said to the nurse. "Better safe than sorry," the nurse said in a placating, monotone voice. "Although, I think the bazaar you took was more than sufficient." It was at this point that the unspeakable on the bed noticed Professor Dumbledore skulking in the hallway. "Oh, hello there, Professor. Good evening, or should I say morning," Professor Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling as he stepped into the room with Moody following him in. "What brings you here?" "I dropped a potion flask and inhaled the fumes," the witch explained as Fox looked at Dumbledore with eyes glittering in amusement. Seeing that literally nothing had happened or was going to happen in this room, Moody began cursing silently. This was the distraction. If something was happening, it was probably back at the ministry. He cleared his throat. "Albus, remember how I told you earlier that we needed to?" "Right," Dumbledore said, catching on to Moody's ploy. "We do need to be on our way. I'm sorry to cut this short, but please feel free to drop by Hogwarts at any time. I love to catch up with former students." He patted the unspeakable witch's foot and followed Moody's lead out of the room. They were walking down the hall when another unspeakable ran around a corner and nearly crashed into Moody and Dumbledore. "Sorry," the unspeakable panted, as he dodged and continued to the hospital room they had just left. Moody swore. "Here it comes." Dumbledore was already striding back to the hospital room. Moody was on his tail. "What is it?" Edward Fox asked the messenger as Dumbledore and Moody burst back into the hospital room. "A teenage witch just apparated into the lobby. Blood everywhere. She says she was kidnapped and assaulted by a Dark Lord." Moody's eyes bugged out, and he heard Dumbledore beep in his breath. "What?" Fox asked disbelievingly. "Is she joking?" "There's no way she's joking," the unspeakable declared. "It looks like a bad case of cruciatus and other things. She's got the shakes bad, and there's blood everywhere." "Put her under guard," Fox commanded. "Nobody but me talks to her about what happened." Seeing that his messenger was in no condition to rush down to the lobby, Fox snapped his bony fingers. Several of the unspeakables in the room bustled out to do his bidding. "Now wait a second," Moody said loudly. "I'm an Auror, and I'm taking charge of the investigation as the ranking member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement present at the hospital." "You were relieved of command," Fox countered. "The last time I checked, you're not my boss," Moody growled. Edward Fox smiled grimly. "With the alarm of a potential Dark Lord presented, the ministry is officially in crisis mode. Minister Jenkins and Director Fox are out of the country on holiday. So, I am the acting Minister of Magic until they return or the crisis subsides." "There are undersecretaries," Moody shot back. "With standing instructions for this specific crisis?" Fox asked, spreading his hands, his eyes glittering. Moody scowled as he realized Fox was correct. He turned to see what Dumbledore had to say, but the aged headmaster had already departed the hospital room, probably on his way to the lobby. Likely, he had perceived or guessed at Fox's precedence and had left Moody to try his luck on his own. With a little bit of cheating, Dumbledore made it to the lobby of St. Mungo's ahead of the chief unspeakable's minions. What he saw chilled his bones and made his stomach clench. In the center of the lobby, among clamoring reporters and bystanders, nurses were struggling to place Bellatrix Black onto a gurney while workers at the front desk were summoning the on-call Metawizard and debating if he would be enough. Bellatrix was drenched in what appeared to be her own blood, and she appeared to be involuntarily convulsing. As Dumbledore rushed over, the nurses finally got her into a manageable, albeit upright position. For a drawn-out moment, Bellatrix stood without convulsing and stared toward several camera flashes, her face ghastly pale and her eyes dead. With blood oozing onto her shredded robes and dripping from the ripped cloth, she looked like a spectacle from a Muggle-haunted house. The photo opportunity abruptly ended as her knees buckled. The nurses caught her before she collapsed. Fortunately, she was no longer convulsing. With no further difficulty, the nurses maneuvered her onto the gurney just as Dumbledore reached Bellatrix's side. "Miss Black," Dumbledore said urgently, "what happened? Who did this?" Bellatrix was trembling and breathing erratically, but she forced out an answer. "The Dark Lord," she said, "kidnapped me." Who is he? What is his name? Voldemort, Bellatrix whispered. Dumbledore wanted to ask her more, but the unspeakables had arrived and were barking orders at the nurses. The nurses were soon whisking Bellatrix away from the lobby and deeper into the hospital. The movement of the gurney was making Bellatrix feel even sicker than her condition justified. Inwardly, she cringed as she felt more blood ooze out of the cuts on her midriff. She shivered as the oozing blood reminded her how much blood was on her body and clothes. Apparently, Harry and Pythia had taken some liberties and slathered blood in places where it would not have normally oozed or dripped. She would not have minded as much if they had kept it out of her hair. In an effort to control the pain and keep herself from bursting into noisy tears again, Bellatrix started taking deep, measured breaths. Mercifully, the gurney stopped, and Bellatrix realized they had wheeled her into a large treatment room. However, she was disappointed to see that the nurses were retreating from the room instead of treating her wounds. As the door shut behind the nurses, a wizard that she recognized as Edward Fox came into her line of sight. He peered over the edge of her bed and made eye contact. Bellatrix immediately turned her eyes away from his. Fox chuckled darkly. "You are a shrewd one, aren't you? I would not expect anything less." Bellatrix groaned, hoping to drive him away. Fox was not deterred. "Do you have anything you want to tell me right now? Or should I rely on your friends for the official story?" "Friends," Bellatrix whispered. "Very well. It will be up to your friends to tell me what you told me during this official, investigative interview. You should coordinate the facts with them later. Until then, try to be vague when discussing this matter." Harry and Pythia had already briefed her on this arrangement. So, Bellatrix nodded. Fox left the room. As soon as he was gone, half a dozen nurses bustled into the room. A Medowitch was soon examining Bellatrix's midriff while a nurse coaxed Bellatrix to drink from a potion phial. In the background, Bellatrix could hear a gruff Medowizard barking orders. However, it seemed the potion in the phial had been a fast-acting sedative. Sweet, restful blackness enveloped Bellatrix's mind. Instead of trying to follow the nurses to where they would be treating Bellatrix, Dumbledore remained in the lobby as more reporters and onlookers began arriving. Just as the clamor had swollen to a crescendo, Edward Fox appeared and stepped up to a makeshift podium that had appeared without anyone noticing. His imposing presence eventually silenced the crowd. Edward Fox began his briefing, his tone terse. "Very early this morning, a teenage witch apparated herself to St. Mungo's. She had suffered severe injuries she claims were inflicted on her after a Dark Lord kidnapped her. With Director Fox and Minister Jenkins unavailable, I will take charge. Our preliminary investigation shows that the young witch's injuries are genuine. Among other things, she was tortured with the Cruciatus curse. As to her claims about a Dark Lord, all I can say is that she is a pure-blooded witch steeped in our community's traditions. It is unlikely she would use the term, Dark Lord, lightly." Having delivered his briefing, Edward Fox stepped down from the podium. With the help of his bodyguard and other unspeakables, he plowed through the crowd to the fireplace and exited the hospital, ignoring the shouts for more information. "Really?" Moody said to Dumbledore. He had joined Dumbledore in the lobby during Fox's speech. "The chief unspeakable is going to take a teenager's word for it." "That's not the point," Dumbledore said quietly as he and Moody ducked down a hallway to escape the noise of the crowd. "For all the good it will do, he is withholding the victim's name until family is notified, but he wanted the public to know that Lord Voldemort attacked a pureblood." "Voldemort, is that who the Dark Lord is? And who is the witch?" "Bellatrix Black." Moody let out a low whistle. "Orion Black isn't going to take this one sitting down." On his return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore wasted no time making his way to the divination classroom. There, he found the room lit despite the early hour. Pythia was in her rocking chair, sipping a cup of tea. She was positioned to look out the window, but with the room lit and the sky outside dark, it was unlikely she could see anything out of the window. "Canute for your thoughts?" Pythia asked. "You can have them for free," Dumbledore said, not sure whether he was happy with Pythia at the moment. Still, he tried to infuse his trademark cheerfulness into his voice. "What a bargain," Pythia said with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Dumbledore joined her and helped himself to his own cup of tea. As always, Pythia had seemingly anticipated the visit and prepared the tea tray for a second person. "You could have forewarned me," Dumbledore said after he had sat down, sipped some tea, and gathered his thoughts. "Aren't you satisfied with the result?" Pythia asked. "Before anyone knows there is a war in the making, the Dark Lord has already been dealt 2 severe blows. He has been prematurely exposed, and with him having attacked a pureblood, recruiting will not go easily." "Tell me exactly what happened," Dumbledore insisted. Pythia raised her eyebrows. She took a couple of moments before responding. "Well, as Miss Black has no doubt informed the authorities by now, she was kidnapped." "Really?" Dumbledore said, his voice skeptical. He directed a piercing gaze toward Pythia, but she was ignoring it. "Well, between you and me, let's call it a recruitment attempt gone sideways," Pythia said. "Let's not kid ourselves about Bellatrix's proclivities. Regardless, she was in a sticky situation. I became aware of the situation, largely because of my natural talent, and went to the rescue. I helped her escape. Alone." Pythia directed an innocent look at Dumbledore. "I don't mean to be rude," Dumbledore said, "but you and I both know that as clever as you are, you lack stamina and have never had much raw magical power on which to draw. It would have been foolish of you to go alone to rescue Miss Black, especially when you could have brought me." Pythia nodded. "You are not wrong. I ensured that I went with someone who was well qualified to assist with tonight's rescue. We created a distraction, set Ms. Black free, and hastily departed." "Who was it?" "I will not tell you," Pythia said. "We were careful to conceal our identities from the Dark Lord tonight. We do not need the Dark Lord targeting us. My life expectancy is already too short, even with the basilisk potion helping to mask and reduce my symptoms." "I already know about your involvement," Dumbledore pointed out. "You can trust me to keep your involvement and the other person's involvement secret." "I would have preferred if you did not know about my involvement at all," Pythia said, sounding annoyed. "As much as I respect you, there remains the fact that you are overly trusting and forgiving. This can put undue strain on everybody in your circle. Further, you can be a bit meddlesome and even manipulative. For the time being, I prefer to decide for myself how I will contribute to the fight against the Dark Lord." Dumbledore did not try to argue. "What about your associate rescuer? Would that person be interested in working with me? I can mention your interest the next time I run across that person." Dumbledore drank his tea in silence for a time. "I hope you are at least planning to be cooperative in working against the Dark Lord." "Of course I will," Pythia said. "It is just that you will not be my boss." Dumbledore conveyed his gratitude with a nod as he continued taking small sips of his tea. "What else can you tell me about tonight? Just in case it threatens to become an issue later, you should probably know that Bellatrix's appearance at St. Mungo's was choreographed. There was a delay between her rescue and her arrival. I surmised that from your uncle's actions tonight," Dumbledore said, feeling hopeful. If Pythia was telling him this information, it showed that she was going to be relatively cooperative with him, even if she was trying to set boundaries. His mind then jumped to wondering if the Chief Unspeakable had helped with the rescue. However, he soon dismissed that thought since the timeline was not right. "Miss Black's injuries are not nearly as bad as they looked," Pythia explained. "Still, the wizarding world owes her a debt of gratitude. She cooperated with my idea for publicity and spent an hour in agony waiting for us to get things ready for her grand appearance." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "My respect for her just increased, though I am not sure I understand her motivation. Perhaps she can be counted on to help in the coming storm." Pythia grinned at him. "You can always ask. If I were you, though, I would probably give her some space before swooping in and pressuring her." At Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy frantically rummaged through his dresser drawers and walk-in closet. He had heard on the wizarding wireless that Bellatrix had appeared at St. Mungo's. It was only a matter of time before she informed the Aurors that he had been there. They were sure to come looking for him. Even if they accepted his denials and story about him being a mere bystander, they would interrogate him about the Dark Lord. Lucius took an armful of clothing and dumped it into his school trunk. The normal contents of the trunk, including his school uniforms, had been tossed onto the floor of his bedroom. His Hogwarts days were now behind him. Not that I needed tutelage from that muggle-loving headmaster, Lucius sneered. He was nearly done packing, but he went back into his closet to check on whether he had forgotten anything he might need. When he came out of the closet, he discovered his father, Abraxas Malfoy, standing in the doorway to his room with a copy of the Daily Prophet in his hand. "What did you do?" Abraxas whispered, his face white. "What do you mean?" Lucius asked, reflexively feigning ignorance. In a fit of rage, Abraxas hurled the newspaper on the floor. "You can't tell me you weren't involved with Bellatrix being assaulted. She's been spending time with your friend group since Cape Town." He gestured to the disarray of Lucius' bedroom, signaling that it had not escaped him that Lucius was going on the run. "Do you think I'm stupid?" he yelled. "I didn't do anything to her," Lucius shouted. "It's her fault. The Dark Lord did it." Inwardly, Lucius was fuming. She had led him on. He had promised the Dark Lord that she was ready to join him. Instead, she must have been spying on them for somebody. Another lord perhaps. Now, she had exposed the Dark Lord to the public. Now, Lucius Malfoy's attempt to gain extra favor with the Dark Lord had backfired. The Dark Lord was disadvantaged, and it was Lucius' fault. He would have to answer for it. "It's her fault she got tortured and assaulted," Abraxas yelled. "Listen to yourself, you stupid moron." He strode across the room and slapped Lucius across the back of the head, almost knocking him to the floor. "It was the Dark Lord," Lucius insisted. "I didn't know it would happen. I was just there." She made him angry. He conveniently omitted the part about hitting her with a hex after the mysterious fighter had attacked the group. "Oh, well that's okay then," Abraxas said sarcastically. "Did it occur to you that getting involved with a Dark Lord might be stupid? Did it occur to you that you and your old buddies in the Wizengamot have been letting everything slip to the Mudbloods and letting them push us further and further into a corner as far as the Muggles are concerned?" Lucius countered. "Compared to Muggles, we are second-class citizens." "That's not how it works," Abraxas shot back. "You're being ridiculous." "You're ridiculous," Lucius snapped. "It is time for a change. And the Dark Lord is going to bring change." Abraxas shot back. "Really? I bet he just wants to use dark magic to seize power for himself. If you think you're going to get an ounce of that power, you can think again. At least he'll be doing something with his power," Lucius pointed out. "And you're wrong. I'll be one of his lieutenants, and eventually I will be Lord Malfoy. With the Dark Lord in charge, that will mean something again." "Well, I hate to shatter your dreams, but I plan on being around for quite a while," Abraxas shot back. "Certainly longer than your tiddlywink Dark Lord. Unless of course," he paused. "Are you going to kill me, Lucius? Is that what happened to Reinhard Lestrange? Did your friends kill their father?" "No," Lucius insisted. However, he knew what had happened, and his guilt by association found its way into his voice. Abraxas went for his wand, but Lucius was quicker. He hit his father with a leg locker and arm locker jinx. Abraxas fell to the floor. In vain, he struggled to get up. "If you have any brains, you will stay far away from the Dark Lord and keep your hands clean," Abraxas hissed at his son. "If you have any brains, you'll join the Dark Lord before it is too late," Lucius snarled, taking his half-packed trunk and apparating away. As Bellatrix gradually emerged from her unconscious state, she was pleased to note the absence of the sharp pains from Lucius Malfoy's cutting spell. Also gone was the sensation of wet, sticky, soiled clothing. Instead, it felt like she was wearing a loose hospital gown made from delightfully plush cloth. The bed was soft, but Bellatrix's attempt to luxuriate in it resulted in her being made aware of the fact that nearly all her muscles were sore, albeit in a dull sort of way. By restraining her against the ground and then casting the Cruciatus curse, Voldemort had ensured that Bellatrix would strain muscles as she convulsed. Bellatrix groaned. "She's waking up," a gentle voice announced. The voice was soon accompanied by a cool hand on Bellatrix's forehead. This led to Bellatrix opening her eyes and looking up into the beaming face of a nurse who appeared to be nearly at retirement age. "There we are," the nurse said, beaming proudly as if Bellatrix's waking up was her great achievement. "You'll be happy to know that your family is here. I took the liberty of letting them in to see you. After you have a nice visit, we will be taking you down to the baths to soak your muscles." As the nurse stepped back from her bed, Bellatrix tried to sit up to see who was in the room, but stopped and groaned as her muscles protested. She groaned again when her visitors crowded around the bed and she saw that not only had her father appeared, but also her mother and sisters. Behind them, her uncle Orion also drew into view, but he did not press up against the bed. Given a choice between a therapeutic bath and a visit with her family, Bellatrix would have chosen the former. "Are you okay? What happened?" Cygnus asked, his face looking pained. "Dad, didn't you read the Daily Prophet?" Andromeda asked, rolling her eyes. "We've been here long enough to memorize the classifieds." "I wouldn't trust that rag," Orion muttered in the background. "Let me see it," Bellatrix said, her voice raspy. As Narcissa fetched a copy of the Prophet from one of the chairs, Cygnus grabbed a cup of water and helped Bellatrix take a drink. Soon, Bellatrix had the front page of the Daily Prophet spread out on her lap. A large photo of her in the St. Mungo's lobby was placed front and center. With dead eyes staring into the camera, the Bellatrix in the moving photo swayed back and forth in ripped robes from which blood oozed. Multiple headlines squeezed into the margins screamed about assault, kidnapping, and a Dark Lord. By Bellatrix's calculated reckoning, it was a magnificent front page, even if the teenager in her wanted to die from embarrassment. She was relieved to see that an article running across the bottom of the front page included a photo of her victory from the Paris tournament. At least she looked good there. "Do you remember what happened?" Cygnus asked worriedly as Bellatrix continued to stare at the newspaper. "Oh, well, I went out with some friends, and things became hairy," Bellatrix said vaguely. "Apparently this Dark Lord has been recruiting, and they thought I might be interested." "Why did he torture you, though?" her mother demanded. "What do you mean?" Bellatrix asked. "If the Dark Lord is recruiting, why would he have to torture you?" "What did you do?" "What do you mean what did I do?" Bellatrix asked incredulously. "Whose side are you on?" Orion cleared his throat before Bellatrix and her mother got into a fight. "We're just trying to get facts. We're your family. We should know," Narcissa piped up. Bellatrix was still fuming as she turned over her mother's comment in her head. "Now is not a good time." "That's okay. We understand," Cygnus said. "Are you wanting that bath?" Bellatrix nodded. Cygnus and Orion set about herding her family out as soon as they had bestowed their well wishes on Bellatrix. In short order, the hospital staff transported Bellatrix to a room with a special bathtub. Various spells regulated the temperature and added therapeutic properties to the water. Other spells were for the safety of patients who might fall asleep or be too weak to protect themselves from drowning. As soon as the nurses adjusted the settings on the bathtub to match Bellatrix's preferences and the Metawizard's orders, they left. Once alone, Bellatrix let out a deep sigh of relief as she felt the water soothe her muscles. After becoming bored with the physical sensations of the bathtub, she allowed her mind to process the events of the night before. As she reflected on what had happened, she initially felt stupid. However, she rationalized this feeling away by telling herself that she would have likely risked the interaction even if she had been smart enough to anticipate it. Aside from feeling stupid, Bellatrix mainly felt violated. Much of this feeling stemmed from her having been viciously assaulted and tortured. Inwardly, she cringed and shied away from her recollection of being under the Cruciatus curse. She shivered at the thought of how various witches and wizards must have watched as she suffered. Counterintuitively, Bellatrix was also feeling violated by the events of her rescue. She was not unhappy with Harry or Pythia. In fact, she had not minded Harry's presence at all, and Pythia had been wonderful. However, she still felt victimized by having been put in a position where she was sobbing in front of Harry and where he and Pythia would have been examining and tending to her wounds. Beginning to feel overwhelmed, Bellatrix shoved her thoughts and feelings aside. She could deal with them later. For now, she would focus on the feeling of warm water easing her muscle aches. Orion was looking out the window and contemplating the London skyline when Bellatrix was brought back to her room. He watched from his peripheral vision as Cygnus jumped up from his chair to greet his daughter. "Did you have a good bath?" Cygnus asked as Orion turned away from the window and watched as a couple of nurses wheeled Bellatrix back into the room and helped her back into bed. "It was fine," Bellatrix said, her voice betraying her lack of enthusiasm for having visitors. Steeling himself for what could be a difficult conversation, Orion moved away from the window and took a position within Bellatrix's line of vision. I realize you would prefer to not chat with us now, but we will need to move swiftly to address what happened. We simply cannot allow a Dark Lord who is willing to strike at pureblood to run wild. Nor can we allow this offense against our family to stand. The Ministry already knows the details, Bellatrix pointed out, sounding a little petulant. Orion made a dismissive gesture with his hand. What is that supposed to mean? Bellatrix demanded. Your assault is not the only unacceptable thing that has happened in the past 12 hours, Orion informed Bellatrix. We find it beyond appalling that the only important Ministry official who has stepped forward to address this matter is the Chief Unspeakable. I have not heard a peep from Director Fox. We have not seen any Aurors asking any questions. Nor have we heard anything from Minister Jenkins or her underlings. Well, to be fair, Cygnus said, I think the Chief Unspeakable has told the Ministry to leave her in peace. Orion sneered. If I was the Director of Magical Law Enforcement and this situation was happening, I would tell the Chief Unspeakable to mind his own business. The riots all those years ago were bad enough. But now we've got a Dark Lord recruiting and assaulting while the Ministry twiddles its thumbs. Good point, Cygnus said. Still, let's not burden her with political discussion. Of course, Orion agreed, making eye contact with Bellatrix. The point is that I want to do something about this mess, but I need some details from you. Bellatrix frowned. I don't want to talk about it right now. Suffice it to say that some of my Slytherin classmates introduced me to the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord attempted to recruit me. I was not enthusiastic about joining his ranks, and I ended up being tortured with the Cruciatus curse. Which classmates? Cygnus demanded. Malfoy, Lestranges, Crabbe, and Goyle, Bellatrix revealed. Orion's face paled with fury as he contemplated what amounted to betrayals from various pureblood families, but his tone of voice remained neutral. Did they torture you or was it the Dark Lord? Just the Dark Lord, Bellatrix clarified. And, well, Malfoy hit me with a bad cutting curse, too. What's the Dark Lord's name? Orion asked, setting aside his rage about Lucius. He could deal with that later. If he knew anything about his friend Abraxas, he would have helped. Voldemort. Orion's eyebrows shot up nearly all the way into his hairline. It sounds French, he said. He could not help but suspect that Reinhard Lestrange, another wizard with a French-sounding name, had somehow fallen victim to Lord Voldemort in Paris. Bellatrix shrugged. How did you escape? Cygnus asked. Or did they let you go? I was rescued by two people. Who? Orion asked, curious. They managed to keep their identities hidden from the Dark Lord, and they prefer to keep it that way, Bellatrix said. Can't blame them, Cygnus muttered. I suppose their identity does not matter for my purposes, but I am curious, Orion said. Was it one of your school friends? Perhaps they felt bad for getting you into the situation. No comment, Bellatrix responded. Maybe you can tell us later if circumstances change, Orion replied. He did not see any point in pushing for the information while she was still recovering. Unless you need anything from us right now, I think we need to get to work. Abraxas Malfoy paced anxiously in the lobby of St. Mungo's. His inquiries had revealed that the Black Patriarchs were speaking with Bellatrix. He was surprised that the nurses had been so open with him. He had to conclude that knowledge of his son's involvement with Bellatrix's assault had not yet become public knowledge. At long last, Abraxas spotted Orion and Cygnus emerging from one of the hallways connected to the lobby. He rushed over to them. I am so sorry, he said in a rush. I had no idea. I know, Orion said, his voice calm, as Cygnus nodded. I am seeing the pattern, and I know where you fit. Of course, Abraxas said, putting extra emphasis in his voice. In fact, Orion said quietly, I am concerned for your welfare. I would not be surprised if you become a target. The Malfoy fortune is something the Dark Lord would want to control. Abraxas winced. You may be more correct than you know. Perhaps I had better speak with my solicitors and bankers. Perhaps so, Orion said. Meanwhile, we've got work to do. Can I count on you? Absolutely, Abraxas said. Then, let's go, Orion said. Ambition tempered by realism had lured Amelia Bones into becoming an employee of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Since her mid-teens, she had vaguely aspired to becoming Minister of Magic. With that aspiration in mind, she had made career choices that, if combined with the stars aligning in her favor, could make her minister. Her calculations and the advice of several mentors had pointed her to magical law enforcement as the ideal springboard into high office. In the department, those who had skills and worked hard could rise not only to the top, but also to public prominence. If Amelia was head or director of the DMLE, she would be a serious contender for high office. Arguably, international magical cooperation was a better springboard since it involved diplomacy and hobnobbing with the rich and powerful. But Amelia had self-respect. She wanted a career with which she could live in the event there was never a good opportunity for her to ascend. So, Amelia had joined the DMLE. Despite lacking some enthusiasm for playing cops and robbers, she had signed up to be an OR so she would have shots at both the positions of director and head OR during her career. Unfortunately, she had found herself slipping into being more of a desk OR than a street OR. Desk work had given her opportunities to work with the prosecutor's office and the Wizengamot more closely. But, it had not resulted in the type of experience needed to gain OR promotions. Consequently, Amelia had only just been promoted to the rank of corporal. It was more common than not for ORs in their late 20s to be corporals. However, in light of her ambitions, Amelia considered herself to be on a lackluster trajectory. On New Year's Day, Amelia was sitting at her desk musing over the possibility of giving up on the OR path and making an internal transfer to the prosecutor's office when she heard Alistair Moody complaining to one of the other ORs about lax security in the atrium. Finally, she muttered quietly. Amelia pushed herself up from her desk, exited her cubicle, and followed the sound of Moody's voice. She found him near the DMLE's lobby. He and an older OR were grousing about the quality of personnel at the front desk. She waited a few moments for Moody to finish the conversation before commanding his attention. "Excuse me," she said politely as the other OR wandered toward the washroom. "What can I do for you, Amelia?" Moody asked. Moody had always been polite to her. However, she had noticed him becoming more distant as she had worked on impressing head OR Pruitt and putting herself into the good graces of other important ministry officials. "I am trying to put together a file on the Bellatrix Black case," Amelia said. "Pruitt is wanting to take over the case from the Department of Mysteries, but we don't even know where to begin. I heard that you were at the hospital when she arrived." Moody chuckled darkly. "Does Pruitt think he can pull that back from Chief Unspeakable Fox?" "He is hoping," Amelia said. "He is the head OR." "Well, I tried to take over the case for the OR office on the spot," Moody told Amelia. "But Fox pulled rank, and the Unspeakables locked things down. I haven't seen or heard anything about Miss Black that was not in the Daily Prophet. Have you heard anything new on your end?" "I think Pruitt has had conversations with Chief Unspeakable Fox. It sounds like he might release their case file to use within a day or two." "Of course, Pruitt wants action quicker than that," Amelia shared. They were chatting about the case when one of the elevator doors opened to admit Orion Black, Cygnus Black, and Abraxas Malfoy into the lobby. They looked faintly menacing. Moody and Amelia watched from the corner of their eyes as the three wizards informed the receptionist that they were here for head OR Pruitt. Within seconds, Pruitt appeared and personally escorted them to his office. "I would give a pretty canute to be in there," Moody said, whistling. "Me, too," Amelia said, sighing internally and again lamenting her lackluster rank. Opportunity was presenting itself, but her stars were not yet aligned. "Do you know anything about it?" Moody asked. "Well, I've heard that the Black and Malfoy patriarchs stopped by a lot of New Year's parties last night to talk politics behind closed doors," Amelia revealed. "I think they may be trying to muster support for a no-confidence vote." "A coup, then?" Amelia nodded. "My sources tell me that head OR Pruitt is being told how many Wizengamot votes he is going to have to deliver if he wants to be the next director of the DMLE. Or maybe he's telling the Blacks what favors they will be bestowing on his cronies if he delivers what they want. I'm sure it goes both ways," Moody muttered grimly. "Which one do you think will become minister? Or do they have a separate candidate in mind?" Amelia pursed her lips. I don't think anyone would take Malfoy seriously in that kind of a role, even if his money talks. I think Orion Black would scare too many people. Maybe they can put Cygnus Black forward as a consensus candidate. Those who are opportunistic might see Cygnus as being subject to manipulation and be willing to take a gamble. Well, at least Cygnus Black would be coming from outside the ministry, Moody mused. But he does not seem strong to me. You want Pruitt, maybe Edward Fox, Amelia said, cracking a teasing grin. Moody winced as he tried to choose between what seemed like all bad options to him. I don't know who I want. Bellatrix's parents had told her they were going to be taking her home from St. Mungo's on the morning of January 2nd. However, Bellatrix knew that if she went home to Blacksford with them, she would have to interact with her mother during the remainder of her convalescence. Even if her mother had not acted like it was her fault Voldemort tortured her, Bellatrix would not have been in the mood to deal with her. Her first reflex was to plan on returning to Hogwarts early since she would be able to be near Harry again and convalesce in peace. But the more Bellatrix thought about it, the more she realized Hogwarts was not desirable, either. Even though Harry was there, Dumbledore would be nosing around. He would have plenty of time to do it since the student body was on vacation for a few more days. So, Bellatrix came up with an alternate plan and checked herself out of the hospital late on the afternoon of January 1st. She apparated directly to her bedroom at Blacksford. Under the cover of silencing charms, she changed into comfortable clothes and packed her luggage, which she then shrank and pocketed. Next, Bellatrix proceeded to Gringotts and then to the Owl Post Office in Diagon Alley, where she bought 2 postcards. On one, she scrawled a message for Harry. On the second, she wrote a message for her parents so they would not report her missing. She then sent the postcards by owl and apparated away from Diagon Alley. With a small pop, she appeared in a Muggle bathroom stall. From there, she exited the bathroom and melted into the crowds milling through Heathrow Airport. The morning after New Year's Day, Andrew Fox, Director of Magical Law Enforcement, exited the lift and stalked down the hallway to the suite housing the office of the Minister of Magic. It was a Friday, and he had not intended to come into work. Unfortunately, some teenage witch had started a firestorm, and his brother, Edward, the Chief Unspeakable, had been fanning the flames. Andrew strode into the reception area and was promptly admitted into Minister Jenkins' office where a meeting of the undersecretaries had just concluded. Those of the undersecretaries still present were eyeing him askance. "Good afternoon, Andrew," Minister Jenkins said stiffly as her undersecretaries trickled out of the office. She had been standing by the conference table but was now moving to the chair behind her desk. Her clothes and hair were reminiscent of high fashion from the 40s. The furnishings, reflecting the style of the 50s, were slightly more modern. Andrew followed Minister Jenkins' lead and seated himself in one of the chairs in front of her desk. He spotted 3 issues of the Daily Prophet on the desk. On top was the issue that had come out on December 31st. On the front page, Bellatrix Black's eyes stared hauntingly into the cameras as her knees threatened to buckle. The other 2 issues were from later. They were less lurid, but scathing. Andrew gestured dismissively at the photo of Bellatrix. At worst, this is just a one-off assault. At best, some teenagers got involved in extreme hazing. Either way, I'll have an investigation done. I am betting we'll find that she is playing up her injuries to dodge questions about what she was really doing in a graveyard at that hour of the night. Minister Jenkins shook her head and sighed ruefully. Were you briefed? The medical reports support her claims. Everyone is scared. They do not think my administration can stand up to a Dark Lord. A no-confidence campaign is already underway. Knowing that much of the public perception was his fault, Andrew shook his head in denial and spoke with forced confidence. It will fizzle. It takes a supermajority to push through a no-confidence vote. Nobody is going to muster that many votes against you. I am assured that Orion Black is well on his way, Jenkins said. He has his own seat on the Wizengamot. His friend Malfoy has a seat. Their friends have seats. Then of course, Davian Pruitt seems ready to ally with Orion Black. He has a seat and friends with seats. If he can stomach the price, he can buy votes from the Muggleborn camp. Though really, they would be better off voting for him for free. Fox shrugged dismissively. That's a few, not a lot. Pruitt and his allies are on the fringes. And if we're being honest, Black and Malfoy are not the movers and shakers their fathers were. Let's not forget that various opportunists, like Barty Crouch, will vote for change solely for the purpose of opening promotion slots, Jenkins continued, ignoring Andrew's commentary. Then, your brother has a seat and seems to want me gone. He can twist arms since he knows where the bodies are buried, so to speak. Andrew shrugged. I still don't see a supermajority there. I think you can count on Fudge, Rosier, McNair, Zabini, and Parkinson. There's also me and your undersecretaries, at minimum. Probably some of the other department heads, too. Surely even Longbottom, Potter, and Bones would break your way instead of going with Black or Pruitt. Jenkins shook her head. You're a bit out of touch, aren't you? Potter resigned when her husband sold his company. As for Bones, they have a daughter biding her time in your department. They are in the opportunist category. I know how to count votes better than you. Trust me when I say my ship is sinking and that it is time to get in the lifeboats. You're throwing in the towel? Andrew asked, feeling frustrated. He knew that if she went down, so would he. The new minister would want to give away the DMLE directorship to a like-minded ally or valuable supporter. Eventually, Jenkins said, her lips curving into a smile. But first I'm going to bail water until I can turn my lifeboat into a yacht. What is that supposed to mean? Jenkins produced a folder from one of the drawers in her desk and tossed it toward Andrew. It landed in front of him with a light thud. I am going to buy time by relieving you of command of the DMLE. In the folder, you will find an appointment to serve as the ministry's ambassador to the Japanese magical government. You can either accept your new position or you can be escorted out of my office and off the premises by the Aurors. Obviously, I'll accept the appointment, Andrew said, suddenly feeling like he had been punched in the gut. Good idea, Jenkins said approvingly, her tone a bit acidic. It sounded like she felt that an ambassadorship was more than he deserved. With whom are you going to replace me? Andrew asked hollowly. Don't you realize that putting Pruitt in as director will just hasten your demise? If you make him director in the middle of a crisis, he could steal the election. I know, Jenkins said. I will be pointing that out to Orion Black and any other contenders when I negotiate my resignation and the transition of power. Meanwhile, I will be making your brother the acting director of the DMLE. He is a safe option. Nobody, himself included, will expect or want the arrangement to be permanent. In short order, Andrew was leaving the minister's office with his tail between his legs. He was going to have to explain to his wife and children that they were moving to Japan. They would probably be excited. But Andrew could only feel dread. With him gone, Jenkins was sure to use him as a scapegoat while she clung to power. It was lunchtime when Harry got around to eating breakfast in his office. After seeing Bellatrix off to St. Mungo's, he and Pythia had returned to the castle. Exhausted from his duel with Voldemort and not having any pressing responsibilities, Harry had spent much of the next 2 days hibernating. So far, he had not been able to visit with Bellatrix. He had hoped to touch base with her sooner, but nurses and other visitors at the hospital were keeping a watchful eye. Harry calculated that the earliest he could safely catch her alone would be after she went home. So, he was tentatively planning on stopping by her bedroom one evening as soon as she was home. As Harry ate the breakfast the house elves had kindly delivered, he sorted through a sizable pile of mail. Since he was a time traveler with few connections in what was technically the past, Harry did not usually receive much. Though, for the past week or so, he had been receiving a lot of strange junk mail. Harry wrinkled his nose with distaste as he skimmed a sheet of parchment detailing cringe-inducing cosmetic enhancements available to him for purportedly discounted prices. Wondering if and why people really underwent the grotesque procedures and paid the prices quoted, Harry tossed the advertisement. He was about to toss the whole pile of mail when he spotted a postcard. Something that isn't junk, he muttered with relief as he picked it up and saw that the message was in Bellatrix's handwriting. Going away for a real holiday, Harry read aloud, frowning. Below her message, Bellatrix had drawn what looked like an airplane, a triangle, and 2 stick figures. Harry was still deciphering Bellatrix's message when a knock sounded, and the door opened to admit Pythia. Good afternoon, Pythia said brightly as she entered the room, sat down, and eyed Harry's breakfast tray. Or should I say morning? Either seems valid, Harry said, casually setting down the postcard and sliding it under the junk mail. Would you like some of my bacon? They sent me extra. Yes, thank you, Pythia said, helping herself to a slice as Harry resumed eating. To what do I owe this visit? Harry asked. I've been meaning to ask you what we should do for the dueling club. I have the dueling club covered, Pythia said. I'll just host a quick meeting when the students return and explain the setup of the Salem tournament. They can prepare for that on their own and talk to us if they need advice or extra tutoring. Very well, Harry said, realizing now more than ever that Pythia had all but supplanted him and taken charge of the dueling club. The real business of the day is Bellatrix and her official statement, Pythia said. My uncle tells me that she left the hospital yesterday and has not been seen since. The ministry has been told she sent a note to her parents informing them that she will get herself back to Hogwarts when she is ready. Is that so? Harry said, acting surprised. The postcard now made more sense to him. He wondered just how much extra holiday she thought she needed. He also wondered why she would not consult him first. Anyway, if she wants to go away for a bit, that's fine, Pythia said. I don't care. It's not as if she meaningfully participates in classes. Though, it would be nice if she shows up for Salem. Harry cracked a smile. It sounds like she is planning an eventual return to Hogwarts. I hope so, Pythia said. Now, as for my uncle, he is now the acting director of magical law enforcement. Really? Harry said, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. How did that happen? The minister fired Andrew Fox, Pythia said. It sounds like some political intrigue is underfoot. Anyway, my uncle says he will sign off on whatever statement we make on Bellatrix's behalf. We can keep it simple. Then let's keep it simple, Harry said. I assume the ministry can follow up with Bellatrix if they have a chance to prosecute. Pythia agreed with Harry, and they spent the next half hour hashing out the story. There was not a lot of material. Rather, the difficulty was outlining the key points and leaving Bellatrix room to squirm if she was ever questioned closely. With a final draft in hand, Pythia was just about to leave when Harry stopped her. I wonder if you could do me a favor when you chat with your uncle. What kind of favor? Pythia asked, her hand on the door. She grinned mischievously at him. Before I took this job, I was applying for a position with the DMLE. If your uncle is now the boss over there, perhaps you could put in a good word. Except, instead of being a hit wizard, I would prefer to be an Auror. Wise of you to be planning for your next job, Pythia chuckled. Defense professors are term limited. Will you put in a good word? I already did, Pythia admitted. That's why he showed up to the party at Malfoy Manor and introduced you to the former director. I will remind him, though. She winked before shutting the door behind her. With Pythia gone, Harry was at last free to attempt to decipher Bellatrix's postcard. After examining it, the best theory he could come up with was that the airplane and triangle were a reference to when he and Bellatrix had flown to Egypt. He was not sure, but he thought the two stick figures could be an invitation for him to join her. Harry pursed his lips and considered the potential invitation. Surely Bellatrix realized that he could not take a holiday to Egypt just as school was about to resume. Unsure about what he should do, Harry tabled the question in his mind and got to work preparing for Monday's classes. As he sat across the desk from Edward Fox, Davian Pruitt was seething with anger. Even though he knew his anger was irrational, he had a headache coming on, and his feelings were a little out of control. His mind was focused on the thought that he should have been tapped to serve as acting director of the DMLE. Instead, Fox was in charge and had summoned him down to his office in the Department of Mysteries for DMLE business. I understand that the Hogwarts Express will be transporting students back from holiday on Sunday, Fox said. We are planning on having Aurors patrol the station platforms and ride the train, Davian said curtly. Excellent, Fox said, giving Pruitt a rare smile. I will assume you have that under control. The smile, though a small gesture, was enough to dissipate a little bit of Pruitt's anger. After all, Pruitt rationalized, it was not Fox who had chosen to usurp temporary authority over the DMLE. It was a ploy by Minister Jenkins to handicap him in the ongoing negotiations to replace her. Now, speaking of Hogwarts, Fox said, I would like to see Aurors stationed there around the clock, at least until we have a better understanding of the threat the Dark Lord presents. Do you really think I have enough Aurors to cover that? Davian snapped back. No, I don't, Fox said, his tone of voice disarming. Luckily, I am able to divert extra budget funds to the Auror office. So, you can now hire a few more Aurors. I won't object to that, Davian said, feeling a little bit more of his anger dissipate. Given your staffing urgency and not wanting to burden you, I have already taken the liberty of looking through old job applications. I was hoping there might be some good ones we missed because of budget restrictions. There are not many good apples in the lot, but I did notice that the wizard now teaching defense at Hogwarts applied to be a hit wizard last summer. Oh, what was his name? Ashworth, Edward sighed as he handed over the file to Pruitt. The folks who interviewed him had positive reports. Even Alistair Moody praised his skills. They were going to hire him, but Dumbledore snatched him away. Quote. Davian raised his eyebrows with surprise as he thumbed through Harry's file. If Moody liked him, he must have enough skills. If everyone else likes him, he should be a good employee. Wouldn't it be a good idea to bring him on as a part-time Auror? Fox pressed. Even when he is off duty, he will still be an Auror in the castle around the clock with few exceptions. That's 3 Auror shifts per day, 7 days a week. Actually, that's clever, Pruitt said, quickly comprehending the advantage. He would not need to do much except be available for an emergency. He will need to go through some basic training, though. I'm sure that could be handled, Fox said. We need to keep in mind that we're having to recruit him, though. Pay will need to sound good. Also rank. Since he's a lateral hire and given his age, shouldn't he start as a lieutenant? Pruitt twisted his mouth with distaste as he thumbed through Harry's file again. Maybe sergeant, he conceded. He was not being unreasonable, but his dim view of upstarts was keeping him from being generous. If he does well, we could promote him to lieutenant after the school year ends and he is with us full-time. I trust your judgment, Fox said, cracking a sardonic smile. Pruitt, not correctly interpreting the smile, nodded, feeling respected. Of course, that only knocks off half the staffing requirement for a Hogwarts patrol. Is your extra funding able to hire enough Aurors for the remainder? Or is there some other Hogwarts professor who can be hired? I don't know if the extra funding can help beyond an additional 1 or 2 hires, Fox confessed. But I do have a recommendation. Tell me if it is a good one. I noticed that you have Auror Bones doing a lot of desk work. If she moved into the castle, she could do some of that from Hogwarts while training Ashworth. The only problem with that is that Bones is pretty lousy in a fight, Pruitt informed Fox. I am betting the defense professor, who is also running a dueling club, can help with that, Fox said dryly. Good point, Pruitt muttered, beginning to feel impressed by Fox's savvy. She isn't going to be happy training a new hire who outranks her, though. She's a corporal already planning on being head Auror. Promote her to sergeant, then. Except, Fox said, holding up a finger, you might consider dangling the promotion in exchange for the Bones family backing you as you negotiate with the Blacks. Pruitt blinked before suddenly grinning. I like the way you think. Any anger he had toward Fox was now gone. How are things at the ministry? Dumbledore asked when Alistair Moody entered his office on Friday evening and announced he was on official business. Moody took a seat across from Dumbledore and recounted the news about Andrew Fawkes being fired and the speculation that Minister Jenkins was on her way out. I am not sure who will end up replacing her, but Pruitt is angling for more power. It looks like the Blacks are stirring the pot. Them or one of their allies could end up in the top spot. We'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, I'm supposed to inform you that the Ministry will have Aurors guarding the Hogwarts Express, Moody announced as he stretched his legs. They also want to have a couple of Aurors at Hogwarts around the clock for the rest of the school year. That's proactive of the Ministry, Dumbledore mused. It seemed like overkill to him, but it would not hurt to have Aurors available so long as they did not become a nuisance. Yes, they are on top of things for once, Moody agreed, his voice conveying only half-hearted approval. It sounds like there is a catch, Dumbledore deduced. Yes. They dusted off Ashworth's hit wizard job application, Moody revealed, scowling. They're going to recruit him to moonlight as an Auror. Who? Dumbledore asked, his voice suddenly sharp. Ashworth. Naturally, they will use him as one of the Aurors here. In fact, I'm supposed to deliver the job offer to him right now. No, who dusted off his application? The way Pruitt talked before issuing me this assignment, it was him. But who do you think it really was? Could have been Edward Fox. It also could have been Pruitt. And is it a serious job offer? Dumbledore pressed, staring at Moody intently. Or are they just hoping to capitalize on Ashworth already being at Hogwarts? Good salary, rank of sergeant, guaranteed promotion to lieutenant come summer, contingent on completing training and good performance. It was him, Dumbledore mused, leaning back in his chair. It must have been him. What was him? There is a part of Bellatrix Black's story that is not yet public knowledge, Dumbledore revealed. She was rescued by two people who are trying to stay anonymous. I am not sure who the second person was, but have reason to believe that Edward Fox knows. So, you think Edward Fox knows that Ashworth was one of the rescuers and is now trying to recruit Ashworth for the ministry? That is my hypothesis, Dumbledore confirmed. I suppose the other rescuer was the Greengrass girl, Moody said. Yes, it seems like it was Greengrass and Ashworth. That's my hypothesis for the moment. My hypothesis is that Ashworth is the Dark Lord or the alternate Dark Lord, Moody grumbled. Although I guess if he was the Dark Lord, Bellatrix would have recognized him and told somebody. I don't think the prophecy was speaking of multiple Dark Lords, Dumbledore said, smiling inwardly at his friend's suspicious nature. Knowing he was not going to persuade Moody, he changed the subject. While you're here, I may as well talk to you about a side project. I have been thinking it would be a good time for me to organize a group of like-minded individuals to help work against the Dark Lord's influence. Moody wrinkled his brow. Is that necessary? The ministry seems to be taking care of it. Dumbledore shifted uneasily. For now, they are. But I fear public sentiment will become more complicated after a few months. I have reason to believe the Dark Lord did not just randomly kidnap Miss Black. It was likely a failed recruitment attempt. For now, she is a victim. Later, she may be viewed as a blood traitor if purebloods are led to believe the Dark Lord is not going to randomly attack purebloods without cause. Moody let out a string of curse words under his breath. You're probably right. Anyway, Dumbledore said, I am toying with the idea of a secret association of persons working against the Dark Lord or at least feeding us information. The anonymity will keep these people from becoming targets. I'll be talking to some others in the coming weeks. You can count me in, Moody said gruffly. Harry had stewed over the postcard from Bellatrix for most of the afternoon. His conclusion was that he should take a quick jaunt down to Cairo for the weekend to make sure Bellatrix was okay and see if he could encourage her to come back. He was packing when a knock sounded on the door to his quarters. He answered the door and found Alistair Moody and Albus Dumbledore standing in the hall. Come in, Harry said, feeling a little surprised at the visit. Thank you, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes sparkling as he surveyed Harry's living quarters and peeked into Harry's bedroom. What can I do for you? Harry said, shifting around his clutter to make room for his guests to be seated. Going somewhere? Dumbledore asked as he gracefully accepted one of the chairs Harry had cleared off. I thought I might squeeze in a quick weekend trip before the students' return, Harry revealed. I see. I apologize for the intrusion, Dumbledore said. I assure you, we will not take much time. Auror Moody has brought a job offer for you and news for all of us at the castle. His news and your job offer are connected. So, I thought we could save time if I came along with him to discuss matters. Right, Moody said, clearing his throat. He produced a parchment envelope. This is for you. Harry accepted the envelope, cracked the seal open, and reviewed the contents. This is an exciting opportunity, he observed, smiling at his visitors and wondering why a committee had come to deliver what the ministry could have sent by owl. Is the job offer unexpected? Dumbledore pressed, looking intently at Harry. Just the timing, Harry said. While we were planning for the dueling club this morning, Professor Greengrass mentioned that her uncle is the acting director of the DMLE. I jumped on the opportunity and asked if she would put in a good word for me with her uncle. How nice of her, Dumbledore said, his customary smile seeming a little hollow. It did not seem to be precisely the answer for which he had been hoping. Anyway, Moody also came to tell me that the ministry will be stationing Aurors at Hogwarts. If you work as both an Auror and a professor, you will be playing an important part in keeping Hogwarts safe. A discussion ensued in which Harry, Moody, and Dumbledore reviewed Harry's job offer, the news about Bellatrix and the Dark Lord, and the ministry's precautions. Moody did not know the precise details, but informed Harry that if he accepted the offer, he would likely be on call around the clock. Harry agreed to accept the Auror position and reassured Dumbledore that he intended to teach until the end of the school year. Eventually, Dumbledore and Moody left Harry in peace, and Harry was able to finish his packing. Without further ado, he departed from the castle and apparated to various destinations around the country to muddy his trail. Eventually, he apparated into London and took a cab to Heathrow Airport. One red-eye flight later, Harry found himself walking through the Cairo airport. It was a couple of hours before sunrise, and he was exhausted. He apparated out of the airport to a discreet location a block or so away from the Cairo Palace, where he and Bellatrix had originally stayed when they had come to Egypt. Harry made his way to the hotel, walked into the lobby, and approached the front desk. There he found a familiar face. It was the same middle-aged clerk who had checked him and Bellatrix into the hotel during the summer. When the desk clerk spotted him, she gave Harry a warm smile. "I thought you might be showing up soon," the clerk said to Harry as soon as he had walked up to the desk. "Your daughter is here and still pretending to be your girlfriend or wife or whatever. She said she was expecting you this weekend or next. I also hear she is now a legal adult." Harry rolled his eyes. "I hope she hasn't been too dreadful." "She's been a smidgen less than tolerable," the clerk confessed, propping her elbow on the counter and leaning her head against her upraised arm. "She spent much of yesterday in the hotel's hot tub drinking hot chocolate, eating candy bars, and being rude to anybody else who tried to get in the water with her. Other than that, she has kept to your suite and refused housekeeping service." Harry winced. "Is there something going on in her life?" the clerk asked. "Some schoolmates pulled a cruel prank on her," Harry explained creatively. "They were not exactly friends, but she considered herself to be one of their peers. At this late date, it would be hard for her to make new friends." "Oh," the clerk said understandingly, "the poor dear is having an identity crisis. Maybe she can make a new circle of friends when she goes to university." "Perhaps so," Harry agreed as the clerk produced a room key and handed it to him. Harry found the room and let himself into the suite Bellatrix had booked. As soon as the door shut behind him, he heard Bellatrix yell from one of the suite's darkened bedrooms. "I already told you I'll handle the cleaning on my own, you dimwits." "Relax," Harry called back. Bellatrix quickly appeared at the door to her bedroom. She was wearing one of her trademark nighties. An eye mask she had been wearing was pushed up to her forehead. "I was betting you would wait a week," she observed, staring at Harry with bleary eyes. She let out a yawn. "I thought I had better see if you're all right." "I'm fine," Bellatrix said forcefully, leaning against the door frame. "Of course," Harry said, trying to sound like he believed it. "I just wanted to see Egypt some more." "We'll have to squeeze some sightseeing in before you leave to teach classes," she said judiciously. "I'm going to be sleeping in until later this morning, though." "Yes, I need some sleep, too," Harry admitted. "I'll see you after a late breakfast, then," Bellatrix said, yawning again. She disappeared back into her bedroom but re-emerged for a brief encore, this time with the eye mask covering her eyes. "The shower is mine first," she declared, jabbing her finger in the air toward where she thought Harry was standing. She then retreated back to her bed. In short order, Harry was set up in his own bedroom and falling asleep. When he awoke, it was mid-morning, and Bellatrix was not in the suite. As he surveyed the accommodations in daytime lighting, Harry was surprised to discover that the condition of the suite was impeccable. In particular, Bellatrix's bed looked as clean and crisp as any hotel bed he had seen. Harry supposed she must have used magic to set things in order. Harry proceeded to shower and make his way to the hotel restaurant for a late breakfast. On his way, a clerk stopped him to deliver a guidebook. In it, A note from the night clerk encouraged Harry to get Bellatrix out and about. Harry did not find Bellatrix in the breakfast parlor. So, after dining, Harry wandered the hotel and eventually found her dozing in one of the hotel's hot tubs. A candy bar protruded out of her mouth as if it were a cigar. "I'm not sure this lifestyle is healthy for you," Harry observed dryly. Bellatrix's eyes shot open. She reached up and took the candy bar out of her mouth, holding it in her hand. "I reckon I'm safe until I try to light it up." "Quite," Harry said as he watched her reach for a mug of hot cocoa and take a long draw. "How are you not nauseated, overheated, and covered with melted chocolate?" he asked, looking at the assortment of candy wrappers and hot chocolate packets piled outside of the tub. "A spell here, a spell there," Bellatrix replied. "Are you ready to go sightseeing?" Harry grabbed a dry towel from a nearby cart and held it up for her as she emerged from the water. She wrapped the towel around herself and led the way back to their suite. As Bellatrix changed from her swimsuit into her clothes for the day, Harry thumbed through the guidebook, looking for sightseeing ideas. He eventually settled on an ancient Egyptian temple. Bellatrix had no objection, and they were soon touring the temple Harry had picked. Harry found the temple to be fascinating. Bellatrix, on the other hand, was bored. However, when she spied some inscriptions on a wall that looked like magical runes, she perked up and began examining them. After a while, she declared they were too damaged to decipher. She took the guidebook from Harry to see if it recommended any other temples that might be in better condition. Bellatrix then proceeded to drag Harry through several more of the ancient Egyptian temples. In a dark and shadowy one, they found some runes carved into a stone wall panel that Bellatrix proclaimed to be in excellent condition. While she eyed and tried to decipher them, Harry continued exploring the ruin with the other tourists. The sound of terrified shrieks was Harry's first clue that Bellatrix was up to more than just eyeing ancient runes. He walked swiftly toward the commotion coming from the main chamber of the temple. There, he found that a gigantic statue of an Egyptian god was making guttural noises while its eyes burned with green fire. Other special effect lighting and holograms were flickering on and off. Muggles were shouting and running while others, enraptured, stared in awe. "Oh, bother," Harry muttered as he found his way back to where he had left Bellatrix. As he had suspected, when he found her, she had her wand out and was using it to jab at the various runes on the stone panel. "Having fun?" he asked. "What's happening?" Bellatrix asked. "I can't see from here." "You've successfully resurrected an Egyptian god," Harry said. "Now, let's go before the local magical authorities bust us for harassing Muggles." "Okay, but I want to come back here tomorrow." Harry had been trying to think of an outing for the evening that would intrigue Bellatrix. However, as the afternoon waned, he realized that she was fatigued. When he suggested they go back to the hotel to rest, she quickly agreed. On their arrival, Bellatrix informed Harry that she was going back to the hot tub and that he was welcome to join her. Having nothing better to do, Harry followed her down to where the hotel pool and hot tub were located. They climbed into the hot tub, which was already occupied by a couple of other hotel guests. After several minutes of Bellatrix's snarkiness, the other guests opted to enjoy other hotel amenities. With them gone, Bellatrix let herself relax. They chatted with each other amicably about the sightseeing of the day. Hoping to make the conversation therapeutic, Harry tried asking questions about her recovery. However, she nimbly dodged Harry's probes. It was only when Harry broke the news of his OR job that Bellatrix showed any willingness to discuss matters from back home. "So, you're not going to teach at Hogwarts next year?" Bellatrix asked. "That's the plan. I've been thinking of leaving Hogwarts myself," Bellatrix revealed. "What about your newts?" Harry asked, frowning. "Independent study," Bellatrix replied. "I was hoping you would attend one more year." "And do what?" Bellatrix replied, suddenly frowning as she reached for a candy bar and began unwrapping it. "I don't even want to finish my 6th year." "Why not?" "The creeps at the graveyard can't possibly be the only Hogwarts students involved with the Dark Lord," Bellatrix said, beginning to gesture emphatically with her candy bar. "Would you go sleep in the Slytherin dorms if you knew you were a target of the Dark Lord?" "Probably not," Harry muttered. "Exactly. I'm sure that between me, Dumbledore, and Pythia, We could make arrangements to ensure your protection, Harry said. Do you really need me at Hogwarts, though? It would be nice if you were around, Harry pointed out. Then I can skip my 7th year since you won't be there anyway, Bellatrix argued. I should be wherever you are. There's also the advantage of you helping to tutor or mentor the students who will one day play pivotal roles in the fight against the Dark Lord, Harry quickly added. They have a few more years at Hogwarts. That's what Pythia is for, Bellatrix said dismissively. Though, there is always the risk she relapses sooner than later and falls over dead. But still, all those people you told me about are doing fine. They are capable duelists and will only improve with time. Where would you even go if you dropped out now? Harry asked, trying to pursue a different angle. Home with your parents. No, Bellatrix said, clutching her candy bar mutinously before suddenly relaxing. I was originally thinking of renting a flat in Diagon Alley. Now, though, I find myself enjoying this hotel immensely. You can't live in this hotel indefinitely, Harry said, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. True, Bellatrix agreed. But, if I happened to own a hotel, I could live there. In which case, I could enjoy the amenities while the guests pay their way and my way, too. Your plan is to drop out of school and buy a hotel? Harry asked incredulously. Tentatively, Bellatrix admitted as she took a bite of her candy bar. Where are you going to find enough money? Harry asked, already dreading the answer. I would just get a loan and use the hotel's profits to make payments, Bellatrix explained. That's a little simplistic, Harry pointed out, feeling relieved to know that she did not expect him to merely raid the black coffers and buy it for her. You've got to get a down payment and collateral to support the loan. I am sure there would be other costs up front. The hotel is the collateral, Bellatrix pointed out. If they want more collateral, there is my share of the basilisk. And of course, I'm sure the House of Black could provide backup in exchange for some concessions from me, Bellatrix said, eyeing Harry speculatively. Even if I wanted to risk meddling with the Black family finances while your uncle is around, why should I invest? Harry asked. You could live there too and be my roommate, Bellatrix pointed out as she finished her candy bar. She lifted her arms and put them behind her head as she began fiddling with her hair. And if you finally come to your senses, you could marry me. Roommate. It worked fine last night, Bellatrix observed. Okay, Harry said, turning the idea over in his head. I can't deny that owning a hotel would be a nice source of income and have its benefits. But owning a hotel is a job. We don't have time to own a hotel. I will hire staff or buy house elves. Maybe both. Overhead eats up your profits. Bellatrix winked. Magic can help keep costs down. Harry shook his head in disbelief. If I shop around and draw up a business proposal, will you seriously consider it? Bellatrix asked. It can't hurt, Harry agreed half-heartedly as he turned his thoughts to figuring out how to persuade Bellatrix to stay at Hogwarts for at least the end of her 6th year. Late Saturday night, Orion Black, Cygnus Black, and Abraxas Malfoy arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Idly, Orion Black wondered how many momentous backroom deals had occurred over the centuries in the pub. He also wondered whether this discreet meeting, proposed by Minister Jenkins, would yield anything helpful. Tom, the barkeeper, quickly ushered Orion and his friends down a hallway toward the private dining rooms. There, in front of the door to one such room, an Auror bodyguard informed them that only Orion would be meeting with the minister. Abraxas put on a show of scowling, but they had anticipated as much. Soon, Orion and Minister Jenkins were sitting on opposite sides of a conference room table. Counterintuitively, the outgoing minister looked younger and full of life. Her potential replacement was older and grimmer. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Serving tea or some sort of liquor would have been the civil thing to do. However, no such beverages were present. With a lot of effort, I think you could eventually find the votes to dislodge me, Minister Jenkins said, launching the conversation without niceties. Her tone was markedly neutral. Her facial expression was acidic. But if you give me what I want, I will make everything easier for you. And what do you want? Orion asked, leaning back in his chair. I want to be the ambassador to France with a guaranteed tenure of at least 10 years. Let's skip to your bottom line, Orion said. You only need 4 years to max out your pension from before you were minister. So, assuming that I am in power, we can give you 4 years conditioned on good performance. I will even sweeten the pot. If you get fired for cause, we can arrange for your years as minister to count toward your pension. That way, you collect both your pension and your stipend as a former minister of magic. Jenkins raised her eyebrows. You have done your homework, haven't you? I am willing to accept those terms, and others to be discussed, but now I hesitate because it does not sound like you plan on being in power. Do I need to be in power? Orion said. Mainly, I just want to see the ministry prepared to stand up to a Dark Lord. I suppose Davian Pruitt is as good as anybody. You're a sly one, Jenkins shot back, almost losing her composure in response to Orion outmaneuvering her on what she had thought would be a bargaining chip. Surely you don't believe that? Orion shrugged. He will get the job done. He won't win. There's no way. Why not? Let's be real, Jenkins snapped. The Wizengamot is not worried about a Dark Lord terrorizing Muggles or random Muggleborns. If we're being honest, the majority of people in our world fear or dislike Muggles. All they care about is whether a rogue Dark Lord is attacking purebloods. They know that Pruitt is good in a fight, but they also suspect he will bring pro-Muggleborn baggage since those are the only allies he has not alienated. In the end, the Wizengamot will gamble on the candidate who seems strong enough to oppose a rogue Dark Lord without rocking the boat on anything else. As that's so, Orion said, but what if Pruitt is the cure they need even with his Muggleborn baggage? They will have to suffer a lot more before they are desperate enough to stomach that medicine, Jenkins predicted. Anyone who tries to push it on them too soon will not be popular. If you want Pruitt to help put down the Dark Lord, you can always appoint him director of the DMLE. From there, if you're sneaky, you could set him up to succeed you in a way that does not make him beholden to his Muggleborn allies. Fair points, Orion conceded. So, now the question is whether your camp is willing to take power and meet my other demands. If so, my camp will vote for your candidate, and you will have maximum leverage over Pruitt, your main opponent. Let's deal, then, Orion said. Bellatrix woke Harry up early on Sunday morning, announced that she had mapped out an itinerary, and informed Harry that there was only 20 minutes left before they needed to be on their way. Although Harry was annoyed at being woken up early, he was pleased to note that Bellatrix seemed more lively. He shooed her out of his room and prepared for the day. On their way out of the hotel to revisit the ancient temple they had fled the day before, Harry and Bellatrix stopped at the hotel restaurant to pick up breakfast muffins and sack lunches. They employed a combination of apparition and Muggle transportation to make their way to the ruins. Soon, Bellatrix was eagerly scrutinizing ancient ruins while Harry admired the ancient Egyptian buildings. When lunchtime arrived, they found a shady spot not far from the banks of the Nile and sat down to eat. As they ate, Bellatrix proceeded to rhapsodize about her findings, explaining to Harry that many of the ancient Egyptian priests must have been wizards or witches. What kind of magic would they do, then? Harry asked. Illusions to make the temples seem more mystical, Bellatrix theorized. Also, to make the people believe that the various Egyptian gods were real. You assume they were not real, then? Harry asked, grinning. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. So, you think that the wizards and witches of ancient Egypt had nothing better to do than fool Muggles with a bunch of fake gods? Harry asked. I'm sure their religion factored into their politics, Bellatrix countered. I dare say that whoever had the most powerful god with the most mythical temple had the wealth and political influence to go with it. I see, Harry said. I guess we don't use magic the same way anymore. Progress, I suppose. A little bit of progress and a little bit of a cultural difference, Bellatrix said. Instead of shooting hexes back and forth like you've taught the dueling club, the ancient Egyptian wizards and witches would have dueled for influence by beating each other's illusions and gaining followers. Perhaps they would look down at our duels as crude, Harry theorized as he realized that there must have been a certain amount of finesse involved in the lives of the ancient Egyptians. Or turn tail and run, Bellatrix smirked. I wonder if we could learn something from these ancient Egyptians, Harry mused. As you may have noticed, the Dark Lord and I were evenly matched in our little confrontation. We dueled back and forth with traditional dueling and could not overcome each other. We resorted to trying to overcome each other with sheer strength and were equal. But what if I dueled him on a different level? What if I incorporated the strategies of another culture? I guess you can build a temple back in Diagon Alley and threaten him with the wrath of some random Egyptian god, Bellatrix said, grinning as she finished her lunch. Shall we do more sightseeing? Harry asked. Or do you want to go back to the hotel to rest? I think I can keep going for a couple more hours, Bellatrix said. Now what is this school that you go to, exactly? Vernon Dursley asked Lily. He and Lily's older sister, Petunia, were driving Lily to King's Cross Station since Lily's mother had gone with her father to the clinic for a treatment. Having already developed a healthy dislike of Petunia's boyfriend, Lily held back a sigh and began to answer. It is called Street Hogweena, Petunia cut in quickly. In Scotland. Scotland, Vernon said incredulously. Why, aren't there better schools here in England? Petunia answered before Lily could even open her mouth. There was a scholarship, and well, quite frankly, it was the only option. She gave a significant look to Vernon and then shot Lily a quelling glance, warning her to not scare this one away. Then why do your parents act like she is a genius? Vernon rumbled, apparently not realizing that Lily could make out his muttering from her position in the backseat. We're giving our parents some leeway right now, Petunia explained, ignoring a glare from Lily. She redirected Vernon to talking about the weather for the last few minutes before they arrived at King's Cross. As soon as Vernon pulled up to the curb, Lily hopped out of the car. Petunia followed. See you in the summer, Lily said curtly after accepting Petunia's assistance to unload her trunk from the boot while Vernon remained in the car. Right, Petunia said, it should be an eventful one. She arched her eyebrow and nodded toward Vernon. Lily tried to force a smile and waved as Petunia rejoined Vernon in the car. Not bothering to watch them drive off, Lily turned and proceeded into the train station, walking briskly. Having now boarded the Hogwarts Express several times, she felt quite capable and independent. However, her feelings of self-assurance were quickly dashed. As soon as she crossed the barrier into platform 9 3/4, a large and burly wizard blocked her path. Name, the wizard demanded. Lily was so startled that she stared instead of answering. What is your name? The wizard said loudly, gesturing with a clipboard for emphasis. L. Lily Evans, Lily stuttered, her eyes wide. The wizard referred to the clipboard and checked her name off. You may proceed. Confused, Lily proceeded past him and down the platform. The name checking was not the only new development. Several wizards and witches in dark, official-looking robes were standing on the platform, observing the students with suspicion. A couple of pairs were patrolling up and down the platform. They were not interfering with or even talking to the students, but their gazes were oppressive. Lily was walking slowly, trying to process this development, when her friend, Alice, came up to her side and greeted her. Who are these people? Lily asked, nodding toward the strangers. Aurors, Alice said grimly. As in dark wizard catchers? Lily asked. Precisely, Alice said as Frank Longbottom joined them. Why? Lily asked, already dreading the answer as Pythia's prophecy about Slytherin's dark air echoed in her head. There's a Dark Lord on the loose, Alice said bluntly. With some followers, apparently. How do they know? Lily asked, her voice quavering. I take it you don't subscribe to the Daily Prophet, Frank said, chiming in and sounding a bit stuffy. Lily shook her head ruefully. I didn't realize that I should. What happened? They kidnapped Bellatrix Black and tortured her, Alice revealed. Lily's eyes bugged out. What? Here, let's get on the train, Alice urged. I can dig out my copy of the Prophet and show you. In short order, Lily, Alice, and Frank were seated in a train compartment. While Frank and Alice peered out the window at the platform, Lily, feeling horrified, stared at the photo of Bellatrix in the lobby of St. Mungo's. But why? Lily whispered after reading through the article. She's a pureblood. I would think that a Dark Lord would hate Muggleborns. Alice shrugged, not diverting her gaze from the platform. That's kind of why everybody is scared, Frank explained. A lot of people are calling it a rogue Dark Lord, which of course implies that not everybody is as opposed to the concept of Dark Lords as maybe they should. Is she okay? Did she recover? Lily asked. Nobody knows, Frank responded, yawning. There have been no updates. All we know is that her uncle and father are livid. They've been campaigning against the current Minister of Magic. My dad agrees that the current administration is weak and needs to be replaced. Alice suddenly pointed out the train window to the platform. There's someone who would know about Bellatrix. Lily looked and saw that Alice was pointing to Sirius Black. He, with James Potter, was working his way through the crowd toward the train. I guess we could go ask him, Lily said. Or just wait and see if Bellatrix boards the train. You're not the only one wondering, Frank said as they all watched multiple students stop Sirius to chat. Although the expression on Sirius' face was friendly, he did not seem to be saying much. Frank and Alice were losing interest, but Lily continued watching the platform as students trickled in and eventually proceeded onto the train. A matter of seconds before the train was underway, Bellatrix's sisters and Sirius's brother arrived on the platform with their respective mothers. Looking sour, they ignored everyone and boarded the train. I don't think she's coming, Lily whispered. Sorry, what was that? Alice asked. Nothing, Lily muttered, her thoughts racing as she wondered if Bellatrix, who was probably the most powerful witch at Hogwarts, had not recovered from what had happened. She wondered if Bellatrix was too scared to return to Hogwarts and if she also should be scared. I am going to go for a quick walk. We might catch up, Alice said vaguely. Given the budding romance between Frank and Alice, Lily doubted it, but said nothing as she exited the compartment and began working her way down the corridor. She passed and took note of the compartment in which Sirius Black was sitting with his friends. However, she wanted to see for herself if Bellatrix was on the train. So, she pushed past and proceeded to make a lap through the entire train, taking note of who was in what compartment and even checking to see if Bellatrix was in the loo. Finally concluding that Sirius Black was her only option for information, Lily steeled herself and proceeded to his compartment. When she slid the door open, the occupants immediately began grinning at her like Cheshire cats. Mind if I join you? She asked. Of course not, Sirius said, beaming as he slid over and patted the seat between him and James. Thanks, Lily said, turning and squeezing onto the bench between Remus and Peter. What brings you our way? James asked in a casual tone that barely disguised disappointment. I was wondering if you had heard whether Bellatrix was okay. Sirius shrugged. Nobody knows. What is that supposed to mean? She checked herself out of the hospital and disappeared. She wrote to her parents and said she would go to Hogwarts when she felt like it. Peter guffawed. I bet her mom liked that. Her mom and my mom are livid. Sirius hooted. I was at James's house for most of the holidays, and I still heard about it. I don't even want to imagine what Regulus, Andromeda, and Narcissa have been through. Aren't your father and uncle a bit more reasonable? Remus asked. Well, yes, Sirius admitted, but they haven't been home much. They're out making a stink about the whole thing and asking why the morons at the ministry should still be in charge. I think my mom and Aunt Druella are cross with them, too. Can Bellatrix really just not show up to Hogwarts? Lily asked, feeling perplexed. At age 17, she is legally an adult, Sirius explained. That puts her in a gray area. She can choose where to go and when. Of course, if she does not attend class, the headmaster might expel her. Surely, he wouldn't do that to her under the circumstances, Lily scoffed. Of course not, James agreed quickly. Lily nodded, and a moment of silence ensued. I had better be going, Lily said. You can stay, Remus quickly assured her. I wouldn't want Alice to worry, Lily said diplomatically as she stood and exited the compartment. Harry made it back to Hogwarts early on Monday morning. He had failed to convince Bellatrix to return with him, but he suspected she would choose to make her way back after another week of relaxation. By the time his final class of the day was over, Harry was so exhausted that he was tempted to clear off the main table in the classroom and go to sleep on it. Unfortunately, a visitor had stepped into the classroom during his last class and now wanted to speak with him. Though they had not yet been introduced, Harry recognized her as a young Amelia Bones. Despite her youthfulness, Amelia possessed the same stiffness and formality Harry remembered from when she was Director of Magical Law Enforcement in his alternate future. As Amelia approached him from the back of the classroom, Harry put on a polite smile. Professor Ashworth, I am Amelia Bones. Good to meet you, Harry said. He knew she was going places in life. So, he tried to be as warm as possible. If he wanted to move up through the ranks, he would need to network and make a good impression. Likewise, Amelia said politely as she produced a satchel from thin air, put it on a desk, and opened it. I'm the Auror assigned to train you and be your main partner while patrolling Hogwarts, she explained as she removed a number of items from the briefcase and set them on the desk. I'm excited for the opportunity, Harry declared. It's good work, Amelia said as she picked up a small case from the desk and held it out to Harry. You will find your Auror badge in this. It should give you access to the Ministry and other places necessary to do your work. Shiny, Harry said, cracking open the case and studying the Auror badge. He removed it from the case and hefted it, suddenly feeling like he was head boy. Not sure what to do with it, he stuck it in one of his pockets. You'll notice that the symbols on it mark you as a sergeant, Amelia said, her voice sounding stiff. She produced her own badge from a pocket and showed it to him. You can see that mine has symbols designating me as a corporal. I am still your superior for the purposes of this assignment and for training, though. Of course, Harry said, not about to quibble over rank with her. I am going to be promoted to sergeant, Amelia rushed to explain. The paperwork just has not quite gone through. Harry nodded amicably, and Amelia took this as a sign he was ready for her to go through a quick run-through of everything she had. So, he listened patiently as she presented various manuals and workbooks for him to go through and told him what she had planned for his training over the next week. When she was done, Harry accepted the materials and changed the subject. Perhaps we should meet with Professor Dumbledore to coordinate how our patrolling works. Yes, we also need to talk to him about accommodations for Bellatrix Black, Amelia told Harry. Our superiors have instructed that she may need protection from fellow students in Slytherin House. Harry made a show of raising his eyebrows. Really? Well, let's be sure to bring that up. Although, I haven't seen her today. I wonder if she even came back. The Ministry has heard that she plans to take extra time before returning to Hogwarts, Amelia informed Harry, her voice matter of fact. I see, Harry said, smiling. I'll catch up with you later, Amelia told Harry. I'll be ready, Harry promised as he watched her gather up her briefcase. Amelia was on her way out when she stopped and turned around, the faintest of frowns on her face. If I might be so bold, can I ask how it is that you are starting out at the rank of sergeant? That's what came with the job offer, Harry said. I assumed it was based on age or experience. You do not strike me as being very old, Amelia said, now sounding a little suspicious. I am told that you can see it in my eyes. I see, Amelia said before leaving the classroom. Lily came early to the next dueling club practice in the Great Hall hoping that she would be able to talk to Professor Greengrass for a few minutes. So far, since the end of the holiday, Lily had not been able to find an opportunity to speak with Pythia in private. The divination professor's typical open-door policy seemed to have been paused since the holidays. Feeling relief upon seeing that Pythia was setting up for the dueling club meeting alone, Lily swiftly joined her, offered to help, and asked how the holiday had been. I know you've been wanting to talk to me, Pythia said, her tone apologetic as she used a levitation charm to move one of the benches to join its table on the perimeter of the room. I've just been feeling a little off. Turns out I need a holiday from the holiday. That's all right, Lily said without hesitation. I was just hoping to talk to you about the Dark Lord, Pythia said, nodding. She sat down on a bench near the edge of the room and gestured for Lily to join her. How worried should I be? Lily asked. I wouldn't let it stop you from living your life, Pythia said encouragingly. However, things are going to be scary for a long time, especially for Muggleborns like yourself. As I told you before, I know that you have talent. Surround yourself with the right people, and you will do well. I am just not sure what to do or think, Lily said, pleading for more advice. I'm scared, too, Pythia confessed. You might not realize it, but I am not that much older than you or others in your year. But you have the gift to see the future, Lily pointed out. Can't you tell me what to expect? I see only fragments, Pythia said. Then surely there is some small thing you can tell me, Lily pressed. Pythia took Lily's hand and turned it over, palm side up. Silently, she traced and poked at the lines on Lily's palm. "The length of your life is obscured from me," she declared. "But I do see in your future an eclectic collection of children, suggesting you've got time left for a few pregnancies." "That's pretty good," Lily said, feeling reassured. She knew she was not about to become pregnant. Pythia was still holding Lily's hand, but instead of looking at her palm, she was now staring upward, as if trying to read the stars reflected on the ceiling of the great hall. When she spoke, her voice was more grave. "It also appears that sooner rather than later, you will supplant me. Still, even after that, you and I will be close friends until the night I die." Lily wrinkled her nose. "Supplant you, as the divination professor?" Pythia chuckled. "I don't think Dumbledore will force you to teach divination." Lily wanted to ask more, but students had begun to trickle in. Soon, the meeting was underway with both upper and lower divisions of the club present. Pythia took charge of the meeting and began it by explaining that Professor Ashworth was now working part-time as an Auror and would have to miss a few meetings while he did his training. She then reviewed the club's achievements at the Cape Town tournament and congratulated everybody who had performed well. Finally, Pythia moved on to discussing the upcoming tournament in Salem. "The Salem tournament is very large," Pythia explained. "That makes its structure flexible. They have slots for solo duelists as well as 3-person and 5-person squads. The only rule is that we cannot have anybody compete in a category below their age level." "Are we doing tryouts?" James Potter asked, sounding eager to get down to business. "No," Pythia responded. "It's up to you to decide with whom you will compete or if you will go solo. You can do both, if you like. After you've settled into teams, you will be practicing with each other and drilling against the other teams. When we get closer to the competition, you or your squads will be bidding for me to assign you tournament slots." As this news sunk in, students began to murmur among themselves excitedly. "So, today's exercise, and the exercise for the next few meetings, is for you to form your teams," Pythia explained. "You can draw straws, you can recruit, or you can hold tryouts. Whatever works for you." Lily was trying to decide whether she should do both solo and squad or just stick to squad when she was abruptly surrounded by James, Sirius, and Remus. Peter was also tagging along with them since the meeting included both the upper and lower divisions. "Hey there, old buddy, old pal," Sirius said, grinning at Lily. "How would you like to be a member of my squad?" "Your squad?" James asked incredulously. "I'm the senior captain around here." "I think we've all been captains," Remus said. "Well, except for," he muttered, shooting a sideline glance at Peter. "We did work really well together in Paris," Lily admitted. "Perfect. We've got the dream team then." Lily was hesitant. Her eyes sought out Alice in the crowd. When she found her, Lily saw that Alice and Frank were already together and that Frank was talking in a loud stuffy voice about tryouts for a 5-person squad. A number of both upper and lower division students were already flocking to their group. "Yeah, let's do it," Lily said, internally cringing at the thought of having to work with James but at the same time knowing that James, Sirius, and Remus were going to be excellent teammates. She was not so sure about Peter, but figured they could limp him along well enough. "Well, let's get the question of who will be captain out of the way first," Remus said. "Shall we draw straws or something?" "I know who should be captain," Peter announced. "Who?" James asked apprehensively, apparently dreading the thought that Peter might nominate himself. "Bellatrix. She's the most powerful. She isn't even on the team," Sirius pointed out. "We could recruit her," James pointed out. "She's not exactly here and available to be recruited," Sirius pointed out. "And, don't we already have 5 people here?" "I can be an alternate," Peter said. "Just as long as I get to tag along." "I think that would work," Lily said, feeling very conscious of the fact that she had been an alternate herself at the Paris tournament. She also preferred having Bellatrix on her team instead of Peter. Bellatrix was a bit thornier, but she could be counted on to win. "Guys," Sirius said, gesturing with his hands for emphasis. "Bellatrix is a nutjob. You absolutely cannot put her in charge of something." "Well, let's contemplate what being in charge means in this context," Remus said. "Will it really make a difference?" Sirius began nodding emphatically. Can we agree that we want to recruit Bellatrix for the squad? Lily said, raising her voice over the discussion. Well, yeah, Sirius grumbled. We would be unbeatable with her. Let's focus on recruiting her first, Lily said. Then, we will figure out who should be captain. Maybe we don't even need one. Sounds good to me, James said, backing Lily up. He shot a quelling glance at Sirius and Remus, who were smirking and rolling their eyes. Looming over the Scarborough skyline, the North Hotel sat on the shore of the North Sea. The hotel looked very posh. But it was not. Its Victorian splendor had been marred by multiple German bombings during the Second World War. From there, makeshift repairs had transformed it into a government dormitory. After the government had relinquished it, an opportunist had snatched it up, given it a facelift, and restored it to hotel duty before selling it for a quick profit. Unfortunately, as a string of subsequent owners had learned, its bones were rotten. Facelifts were cheap, but the invasive structural and plumbing work the hotel really needed was expensive. One of the hotel's employees, Sabine Lencher, was manning the front desk on a depressingly slow Friday afternoon when she heard the creaking of the front doors. Assuming that the next victim of the hotel's hospitality was inbound, she quickly began smoothing her skirt and blouse until she realized that the incoming guest was her father, Heinrich Lencher. A sour-looking teenage girl was accompanying him. Curious, Sabine watched as her father made his way across the lobby toward the front desk with the teen in tow. When they arrived, Sabine adopted a markedly casual tone of voice. Business or pleasure? Heinrich's face widened, and he shot Sabine a quelling look before forcing a laugh and turning his attention to the teen. As you see, my daughter has a strange sense of humor. Does she? The teenager asked, eyeing Sabine, her violet eyes calculating. Something told Sabine that the black-haired teen was able to discern that she had been only partially joking. Yes, she does, Heinrich said, his voice sounding jolly as he regained his composure. Allow me to introduce you to Bellatrix Black. Miss Black, this is my daughter, Sabine. From her father's tone of voice, Sabine could tell that he expected her to recognize the name, but she did not. She looked at her father, a quizzical look on her face. Heinrich frowned at his daughter's lack of comprehension. You know, the Black family. Gringotts referred her to me to help with a transaction. Oh, Sabine said, her eyes flickering with comprehension. She still did not recognize the surname, but she assumed that Bellatrix must be from some rich magical family. It was not uncommon for Heinrich to do work as a Gringotts contractor on accounts where the witch or wizard wanted to engage in muggle dealings. Heinrich was a squib and sometimes talked to Sabine about the magical world. She did not pay close attention to his tales. This frustrated Heinrich because Gringotts contracts could be lucrative and because he hoped that they would be a source of Sabine's income when he was gone. So far, though, Sabine had manifested no interest in her father's dealings or the magical world itself. Fortunately, Bellatrix did not seem to care whether Sabine knew about her or her family. In fact, Sabine quickly realized that Bellatrix had wandered off and was now conducting an inspection of the lobby and its furnishings. What is she after? Sabine whispered as she and Heinrich watched Bellatrix. She wants to buy a hotel. She specifically asked for properties that have been on the market for a long time, Heinrich explained. As soon as she made that clear, I said to myself, I know of such a place. My daughter is at a dead-end job at such a place. No need to pay a finder fee to some broker. You are so thoughtful, Sabine said, rolling her eyes. However, for your information, I happen to enjoy my dead-end job. Where is the pool? Bellatrix asked, interjecting herself into the conversation before Sabine could ask her father for more details. Right this way, Sabine said, forcing a polite smile and leading the group away from the lobby and down a hallway. Sabine and her father watched patiently as Bellatrix toured the hotel's pool amenities. Afterward, they escorted her around the rest of the hotel, doing their best to answer questions. Eventually, they found themselves in the penthouse, which was now being used as an oversized and musty-smelling storage room. Bellatrix seemed annoyed by the condition of the penthouse. However, she did not focus on it. Instead, she stepped over to a door and let herself out onto the balcony. Wincing, Heinrich and Sabine followed, shivering in the cold as Bellatrix peered eastward, toward the North Sea. An annoyed scowl abruptly appeared on Bellatrix's face. She gestured out toward the water. No wonder this place is a dump. Do you see that? Heinrich and Sabine stared out to where Bellatrix had gestured. Sorry, no, Heinrich said, sounding nervous. What is it you see? Look closely at the horizon, Bellatrix insisted. There's nothing out there, Sabine said, yawning and folding her arms in an attempt to warm up. Never mind, Bellatrix said as she grumbled under her breath about extra work as she led the group back inside. Let's go look at the parts of the hotel that are in bad condition. I don't think my employer would appreciate me highlighting the hotel's problems, Sabine said, feeling hesitant to give Bellatrix bargaining chips in her purchase negotiations. Let's just pretend that I am your employer going forward, Bellatrix instructed as she strode toward the elevator. Davian Pruitt chuckled as he finished reviewing a report from Amelia Bones advising him of Harry Ashworth's training progress. Her tone and phrasing were off, and Pruitt had diagnosed the problem as Amelia understating important facts. Shrewdly, Pruitt had deduced that she was jealous. It seemed Amelia feared that Ashworth was going to outshine her. Pruitt did not blame her. Ashworth had displayed proficiency with all basic aura spells as well as other advanced magic. Not least among his repertoire was the Patronus charm. In a short sentence buried in the middle of a long paragraph, Amelia had reported that Ashworth could conjure a corporeal Patronus. Amelia would know just as well as Davian knew that Ashworth's proficiency with the Patronus charm qualified him for niche assignments. In fact, upon reading Amelia's report about Ashworth's Patronus, Pruitt had begun planning one such assignment for Ashworth's future. It would make Amelia bitter, but the assignment would necessitate promoting Ashworth to high rank. He was contemplating these matters when his secretary entered to announce the arrival of Orion Black, Cygnus Black, and Abraxas Malfoy. As previously instructed, she had brought them with her, and they filed into his office behind her. The Blacks accepted the chairs Davian proffered while Malfoy declined and took a position leaning against one of the walls, his arms folded. "Shall we cut to the chase?" Pruitt asked as his secretary left and shut the door. "Let's talk about Bellatrix's case before we slug it out over politics," Orion suggested. "Right," Pruitt said, pulling the case file out of a desk drawer and flipping it open. "We have learned that the Slytherin students involved with the incident have enrolled at Durmstrang." Carefully avoiding eye contact with Abraxas, Pruitt paused briefly at this note. He and everyone else in the room knew that one of those students was Lucius Malfoy. Hearing no reaction and sensing no awkwardness, Pruitt continued. "Our requests for cooperation from the pertinent authorities have been ignored. We have no leads on the Dark Lord. So, we are stalled on those avenues. Meanwhile, Bellatrix is hiding from everybody, including yourselves. My instructions from Acting Director Fawkes are to leave her alone unless we are able to make an arrest and need her to testify at a trial. I would appreciate it if the Ministry continued leaving her alone even after Fawkes is not involved," Orion said as Cygnus nodded. "I do not want to see her traumatized any more than necessary. She's the type of person that needs space to recover." "Of course," Pruitt said, hiding his annoyance with the lack of cooperation from both the victim and the victim's family. "What about protection for her at Hogwarts?" Cygnus asked. "Is it true you've assigned Aurors to the school?" "Yes. Are they good Aurors?" Malfoy asked, his face doing little to conceal his suspicion that Pruitt may have fobbed the assignment off on less than stellar Aurors. "Yes," Pruitt said, bluffing a little bit since he knew Amelia Bones was not exactly the Ministry's most talented Auror, at least as far as fighting went. "In fact, we've hired Professor Ashworth to moonlight as an Auror until he finishes out the school year. I understand he is quite proficient." "He is," Orion said, nodding with approval. "He coaches the dueling team, and I've attended their competitions. In just a couple of months, Ashworth took Hogwarts from having no team to having a world-class team. I can't say I am extensively acquainted with him, but from our occasional interactions, I would say he seems reliable." Barely remembering that it had been Fawkes's idea to hire Ashworth, Pruitt let out a smug smile before launching into a short spiel about security at Hogwarts. The conversation then strayed a little before Malfoy cut in and suggested they move their discussion to politics. "Right," Pruitt said, "let's talk about our biggest hiccup. I've spoken to Longbottom. The only way he and his allies will go along with us is if Cygnus is your candidate for minister. He will not vote for Orion. What difference is there? Abraxas said, rolling his eyes as Orion looked on with grim amusement. Cygnus was looking resigned. It boils down to transparency, Pruitt explained, leaning back and trying to convey the impression that he did not necessarily buy into Longbottom's view. The theory is that whoever is minister is the one who must answer to the Wizengamot. They believe that in such a situation, Cygnus lacks the skill or nature to conceal corruption. What Pruitt knew but chose not to disclose was that there had also been dialogue from various stakeholders about how Cygnus Black would be easier to manipulate. Pruitt himself was one of several who hoped to manipulate Cygnus. The Longbottoms have always been straight arrows, Cygnus mused. If they could stick to their principles without being such wet blankets, maybe they would be more popular, Orion commented, his tone a mixture of acid and amusement. So, are you okay with Cygnus being your candidate? Pruitt inquired. That will be fine, Orion said, his eyes glinting dangerously. As it is, many of the votes we have secured are also dependent on Cygnus being our candidate. Of course, not all of them share the same motivation as Longbottom. Regardless, if it makes Longbottom feel better, you can tell him that he's the only reason Cygnus became minister instead of me. Pruitt did not dare ask what their allies were thinking for fear that it would steer the conversation to whether Cygnus could be manipulated. Instead, he moved to the next item. How far are you on securing votes? We have had conversations with all our connections. It looks like we have access to more votes than we had predicted. Orion replied. Now, besides Longbottom and his camp, where are you? I got the Bones vote by promising to promote their daughter and mentor her, Pruitt revealed. I would not have guessed that the Bones family would make that kind of deal, Abraxas commented, frowning suspiciously. Well, of course, I am simplifying the discussion I had with them, Pruitt pointed out. The Bones family expects to see me as director. They have a certain vision about the future of our world. The thing about their daughter is really more of an incidental consideration. Of course, Orion said, his smile twisted. Now, unless I've miscounted the Bones and Longbottom camp, I think you're a few votes shy of what we told you we needed you to produce if you want to be director. You just said you have extra votes, Pruitt pointed out. Well, there's some we don't want to buy unless we have no choice, Cygnus retorted. We should plan for defections, Orion added. Pruitt nodded his head in acquiescence. Fair point. All right, we can get Bagman in exchange for an appointment to the Department of Magical Games and Sports. You can auction off the entire department, as far as I am concerned, Orion said. Wait, you don't mean that, Abraxas said quickly. Orion smiled and waved his hand dismissively at Abraxas. Give Bagman what he wants. Who else? Barty Crouch will vote with us if we appoint him and his son to the DMLE's prosecutor office, Pruitt said. Barty wanted to be head Auror, but there is no way I am going to put him in charge of the Auror office when he has never been an Auror in the first place. 2 appointments for 1 vote, Orion said, arching an eyebrow. I ought to go punch him for even suggesting it, Abraxas growled. Couldn't you have just stonewalled him and said there is a 1-to-1 ratio? Look, he's a close friend, Davian said. He's reliable and a model ministry bureaucrat. If that ratio bothers you, then I can make up for it with the next one. We'll table Crouch, Orion said. What do you propose to balance him and his son out? I can get you 2, maybe 3, votes for 1 appointment. I have avoided soliciting Muggleborn rights extremists, but there are a couple of moderates who would vote for a black administration if we were to create some sort of office in charge of ensuring that Muggles are not harmed by cursed objects or the like. Sounds like it could get out of control, Orion opined. Well, here's why I like the idea, Pruitt said, pressing the proposal. We can hire my son-in-law to staff the office, and I can keep him from going off the rails. Who is your son-in-law? Orion asked. Arthur Weasley. If you let the Weasleys get their foot in the door at the ministry, you kind of run the risk of them breeding and taking over, don't you? Abraxas asked, half-jokingly. Pruitt was about to respond, but Cygnus spoke up. They're good folk. I don't mind having a Weasley or 2 at the ministry. Very well, Orion said. We'll take those votes. Let us know when you have them secured. Depending on your level of classiness, I dare say you can start moving your effects into the director's office as soon as today. So, he actually made you try out? Lily asked, feeling a little disgusted as she exited Gryffindor Tower with Alice. The two witches were on their way to the Great Hall for breakfast and then to classes. I thought that you and he were both the founding members of the squad. It was just a formality, Alice insisted. Frank and I both know we're top-notch. However, Frank and I wanted to keep things looking proper. We can't have a double standard in how we decide who qualifies for the squad. Right, Lily said, suddenly feeling an appreciation for the easy casualness with which James, Sirius, and Remus had approached her when forming their squad. Since she did not want to stir the pot, she had to quash the temptation to ask if Frank had also tried out and qualified for his own squad. What about you? Have you finalized your squad's roster? Alice asked. Nearly, Lily said. We're still hoping to recruit Bellatrix instead of relying on Peter. Frank didn't want anything to do with Bellatrix, Alice chuckled. I don't know if you will be able to recruit her, though. The holiday ended over a week ago, and she still has not appeared. If you don't want to be stuck with Peter, you had better start looking for someone else. Believe me, we've noticed her absence, Lily said, her voice conveying a certain amount of disappointment. It was not that she disliked Peter. It was just that she knew he would be a deadweight at the tournament in Salem. If they had Bellatrix on the team, they would have a shot at winning. Lily felt guilty for her thoughts, but Peter was not her friend, and he had volunteered to step aside for Bellatrix. Even James and Sirius, who regarded Peter as a dear friend, had been acting antsy as the days waxed on without Bellatrix returning to Hogwarts. As Lily and Alice approached the Great Hall, they passed a few students who had finished breakfast and were going the other way. They were nervously whispering among themselves. Something is going on, Lily told Alice. News from the Daily Prophet, Alice speculated. Hopefully not something that bad, Lily whispered, her mind flashing back to the picture of Bellatrix that had graced the front page of the Daily Prophet. As soon as Lily and Alice walked into the Great Hall, they quickly discerned the source of unease among the students they had passed. Bellatrix Black was sitting alone near the foot of the Slytherin table and eating breakfast. She was dressed in her Hogwarts uniform and looked ready for class. The only sign that she had just arrived was the pile of luggage stacked next to her. A profound sense of relief coursed through Lily's soul. She could not quite explain it, but knowing that Bellatrix had survived, or come up for air, after falling victim to the Dark Lord was reassuring. There was also the fact that Bellatrix was now available for the dueling competition. I'm going to go talk to her, Lily said. I'm not sure she is receiving visitors, but suit yourself, Alice said, already having made eye contact with Frank, who was gesturing for her to join him. The witches separated, and Lily walked over to Bellatrix. It's good to see you back, Lily said, trying not to overdo it. Bellatrix spared Lily a sour glance between bites of some greasy-looking sausage. Although it could be argued that Bellatrix had recovered from her physical injuries, she simply did not look well. If Lily had been asked to guess and had not seen with her own eyes that Bellatrix was scarfing down high-calorie foods, she would have diagnosed Bellatrix with malnutrition. Lily was trying to figure out what to say next when James, Remus, and Sirius joined Lily. Are you going to ask her? James whispered to Lily, who shot him a reproving glance. Ask me what? Bellatrix said, sounding grouchy. Well, I wasn't going to bring this up so quickly, Lily said, glaring at James, Sirius, and Remus before turning her focus back to Bellatrix. But, the thing is that we have to pick our own teams for the Salem tournament, and we were really hoping that you would seriously consider maybe being willing to be on our squad. Bellatrix rolled her eyes at Lily's syntax. It looked like Bellatrix was going to tell them to get lost, but instead, her eyes flickered down toward one of her wrists. Staring at her wrist, Bellatrix grimaced. Fine, but only if I'm the captain. Okay, James and Lily both said simultaneously, causing Lily to blush and look away from James as he grinned triumphantly. Sirius groaned. I thought we had not decided on a captain. We want her on the team, and that was her condition, James replied. That's the price for what we all know we want. He turned to Bellatrix and smiled cheekily. Although, I would like to offer myself as a deputy captain. Your offer is accepted, Bellatrix said, her smile and voice deceptively sweet. Wait, what? Lily exclaimed. What about me? You also can be a deputy captain, Bellatrix reassured Lily. And that wizard over there, she said, pointing at Remus. Sirius rolled his eyes. I guess that makes me a deputy captain as well. No, Bellatrix said firmly and gesturing with her fork. You will be the deputy envelope licker for the secretary to the junior member of the committee in charge of Miss Black. Bellatrix looked toward who had called her name, and her eyes widened. Swiftly, she began shoveling eggs and sausage into her mouth. Lily glanced over to who had called Bellatrix's name and saw that it was Madame Pomfrey. The school nurse was stalking over to the Slytherin table and arrived just as Bellatrix reached for her mug of hot cocoa to wash down her food. However, the nurse grabbed Bellatrix by the collar of her school uniform, stopping her from reaching the hot cocoa. Lily was surprised by the nurse's aggressive behavior, but she could also see that the nurse was taking care not to hurt Bellatrix. Street. Mungo's forwarded me your records, and to say that you need further medical attention would be a gross understatement. Madame Pomfrey declared, the food you're eating might be soothing you, but I am here to tell you it is not going to cure you. As Lily, James, Sirius, and Remus watched with amusement, Bellatrix vehemently insisted she was fine and could take care of herself as Madame Pomfrey tugged her away from the table. Ignoring Bellatrix's protests, the nurse declared that Bellatrix was going to the hospital wing where she would receive a proper breakfast and full treatment. For a brief moment, Bellatrix managed to break away. With her short moment of freedom, she grabbed a briefcase from her pile of luggage and made a second attempt to pick up her hot cocoa. However, once again, Pomfrey grabbed her by the collar. Without further ado, the nurse steered Bellatrix away. Well, there goes our fearless captain, Sirius said sourly as Madame Pomfrey and Bellatrix, still arguing with each other, exited the great hall and disappeared from sight. Upon hearing from one of the school staff that Bellatrix Black was causing a ruckus in the hospital wing, Professor Dumbledore had rushed there. Now, he was standing next to Bellatrix's bedside as he tried to balance his curiosity and need for timely information against her need for space and his hope for cultivating a long-term relationship of trust with her. So far, Bellatrix, who had been propped up in her bed, was not cooperating. In response to Dumbledore entering the hospital wing and greeting her, she had made only a non-committal noise, barely acknowledging his presence. She was now leaning back and staring glumly at the bowl of oatmeal Madame Pomfrey had served her on a tray. On a table next to her bed sat another tray loaded with an imposing battery of potion doses. "How are you feeling?" Dumbledore asked. "I don't have enough energy for a conversation," Bellatrix said, her voice sounding artificially faint. "I'm so weak. I need meat and chocolate." She brought the back of her hand up to her forehead and closed her eyes. Dumbledore's lips twitched as he resisted the competing urges to chuckle and reprimand her. Knowing full well that Madame Pomfrey was not going to give Bellatrix meat and chocolate, Dumbledore opted to ignore the argument and push forward. "I assure you that I will be brief. You told me that the Dark Lord is named Lord Voldemort." "Yes. Can you tell me anything else?" "What is there to say?" Bellatrix asked, beginning to fiddle with her oatmeal spoon. "Did he want you to join his cause?" "Something like that," Bellatrix muttered, suddenly choosing to eat a spoonful of oatmeal. "And you said no." Bellatrix rolled her eyes and did not respond. "Am I correct in assuming that Mr. Malfoy, the Lestrange brothers, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Goyle were involved?" Bellatrix nodded. "Now, I would appreciate it if you did not tell anyone I am asking this," Dumbledore said, "but can you comment on whether Lord Voldemort and Professor Ashworth are the same person?" A smirk formed on Bellatrix's face, but her answer was dignified. "Not even close." "Why do you say that?" Dumbledore inquired, hoping that she might inadvertently betray the fact that Ashworth was one of her rescuers. "Ashworth couldn't be that slimy even if he tried," Bellatrix opined. "Can you tell me who rescued you from the Dark Lord?" Bellatrix smirked again and, in response, helped herself to another spoonful of oatmeal. "Perhaps you can tell me more another time," Dumbledore said, sensing that he was approaching the limit of her cooperation. "For now, I want you to be able to make a full recovery and get back into a normal schedule." "Yes, about that," Bellatrix said. I am not going to be sleeping in the Slytherin dormitories or even anywhere else with other students. Malfoy and his lot cannot possibly be the only minions of the Dark Lord in this school. It is customary for students to sleep in the dormitories, Dumbledore said, his voice firm. Then I will be leaving school, Bellatrix said simply. What about the head girl bedroom? Dumbledore negotiated, seeing that she had leverage. Not in the Slytherin dungeon. It will have to be Hufflepuff or Gryffindor since the current head girl is a Ravenclaw, Dumbledore said. I'll look them over and let you know, Bellatrix responded, looking faintly pleased at this development. Actually, I will be bringing the Sorting Hat with me to our next visit, and it will decide where your home away from home will be, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes steely. Evening settled over the castle as Bellatrix finished her third bowl of oatmeal for the day and downed her potions. She was pleased when the door to the hospital wing opened to admit Harry. She was less pleased when another witch followed him in. Hello, Miss Black, Harry said, his voice cheery as he moved toward Bellatrix's bedside. I'm happy to see you've chosen to return. Doesn't an extra student add to your teaching burden? Bellatrix quipped as she stared daggers at the witch accompanying Harry. Well, you don't do much homework. So, I don't anticipate any extra workload, Harry replied. Apparently noticing Bellatrix's focus on his companion, Harry made the introduction. Miss Black, this is Auror Bones. She is one of the Aurors that has been assigned to help be on guard at Hogwarts. Pleasure, Bellatrix said, not really meaning it. Has the Ministry decided that protection for Hogwarts is a requirement? As she said the last word, she placed extra emphasis on it and made eye contact with Harry for a split second. It is mainly precaution, Auror Bones said. Hogwarts is safe. You probably won't notice much difference, Harry said. I reckon you'll be on a normal schedule by tomorrow night. Hopefully, Bellatrix said, assuming from Harry's emphasis on the last two words of his sentence that he was now planning to meet her in the room of requirement tomorrow night. She was beginning to wonder what kind of conversation they were supposed to have in front of Auror Bones when Professor Dumbledore entered the hospital wing holding the Sorting Hat. Seeing Harry and Auror Bones, Dumbledore greeted them cheerfully and explained that the hat was going to decide where Bellatrix was to take refuge. Soon, Dumbledore was ready to put the hat on Bellatrix, and Harry and Amelia were watching expectantly. Dumbledore moved toward Bellatrix and began to lower the Sorting Hat onto her head. Slytherin, the hat screamed. Already knowing that Bellatrix was a Slytherin, Dumbledore continued lowering the hat onto Bellatrix's head as the hat repeatedly screamed, Slytherin, apparently desperate to avoid placement on Bellatrix's head. Harry and Amelia were both biting their lips to hold back laughs as Bellatrix fumed at the less than flattering implications of the hat's behavior. As soon as the Sorting Hat was firmly on Bellatrix's head, it stopped yelling, Slytherin, and went silent. It stayed this way for several moments before finally speaking to Bellatrix. You and your little heirloom have caused quite an interesting situation, the hat observed. As long as it works for me, Bellatrix said. There's the Slytherin talking. The hat said with gusto. Except, it looks like you need temporary accommodation. Where would you like that to be? It looks like you can choose between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. I was thinking Hufflepuff, Bellatrix replied. Yes, I saw that, the Sorting Hat acknowledged. I was just having a hard time justifying sending you there when I can see that the motivation behind your choice is that Hufflepuffs are pushovers. I am now giving you a chance to scrounge around and give me a better reason for allowing you to terrorize the Hufflepuffs. Their common room is close to the kitchens, isn't it? Bellatrix responded, working to think of good reasons to be assigned to the Hufflepuff dorms. How is that relevant? Well, I need to look at recruiting house elves for a potential hotel venture, Bellatrix explained. The Sorting Hat laughed. No house elf that works at Hogwarts is going to want to go work for you at that dank hotel. It is going to be a very nice hotel after I do some spellwork on it, Bellatrix shot back. Oh, I'm sure, the Sorting Hat acknowledged. After all, who would not want to spend their holiday at a resort within sight of Azkaban? You have to squint really hard to see it, even from the penthouse balcony, Bellatrix argued. And Muggles can't see it and won't feel any worse for it if I put in permanent cheering charms. I suppose you're right, the Sorting Hat said, backing down. But Hogwarts is Hogwarts. The elves aren't leaving. If you want house elves, try making inquiries with the Selwyn and Travers families. Last I checked, when their children were sorted, they were on the rocks. Also, the Flint family has a surplus, if I remember correctly. Helpful ideas, Bellatrix acknowledged without going so far as to thank the Sorting Hat. Good, because now you don't need to be near the kitchens, and I can make you a temporary Gryffindor. No, Bellatrix insisted. Forcing a Slytherin to spend her nights in that infernal tower is just too awful. Fortunately for you, you have access to the Chamber of Secrets. It can be your dorm away from the dorms, the Sorting Hat pointed out. Have fun in Gryffindor. Surely this is an historic day, Dumbledore declared as he removed the Sorting Hat from Bellatrix's head. What student can claim to have been both a Slytherin and a Gryffindor during their time at Hogwarts? It's probably in Hogwarts, a history, Harry said. Perhaps so, Dumbledore acknowledged. However, I have yet to meet anyone crazy enough to read that thing from cover to cover. After determining that Bellatrix would take refuge in Gryffindor Tower, Professor Dumbledore had secured her release from the hospital wing on condition that she faithfully drink her prescribed potions. From there, he had taken her to Gryffindor Tower and showed her to the head girl suite. Once there, Bellatrix had no choice but to admit that her private dorm in Gryffindor Tower was far more cozy than anything the Slytherin dungeon could offer. However, she was not prepared to admit that Gryffindor was better than Slytherin. Consequently, the next morning, she took extra pains to ensure that her Slytherin colors were showing boldly on her school uniform before emerging from her bedroom into the Gryffindor common room with her briefcase in hand. As various Gryffindor students stared at her with undisguised horror and loathing, she smirked in their direction. Not wanting to linger, Bellatrix exited Gryffindor Tower through the portrait hole and began the trek to the Great Hall for breakfast. She was nearly there when Professor Slughorn waylaid her. "How are you this morning, Miss Black?" Slughorn said warmly, taking her free hand and shaking it. "Well enough," Bellatrix said, wondering why he was suddenly showing interest in her and why he was still holding her hand. "Good. Let me know if I can be of assistance," Slughorn said, releasing her hand and continuing on his way. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, Bellatrix could sense that Slughorn was not the only person interested in her. Various students were eyeing her. Beginning to feel uncomfortable, Bellatrix realized that she had not yet determined whether she would eat at the Gryffindor or Slytherin tables. There were open spots scattered along both, but none where she could isolate herself. The decision was made for her when James and Lily jumped up from the Slytherin table and approached her, each eyeing each other suspiciously. "Why don't you come sit with us?" Lily said, her voice all sympathy. "We can talk strategy for the Salem competition," James offered. "We'll talk strategy," Bellatrix said, letting herself be led to where James and his friends had been sitting. As Bellatrix settled in next to James, Lily fetched her own breakfast and joined the group. She was about to ask what was going on when Sirius wordlessly passed the Daily Prophet to her. There, she found an article announcing that the Wizengamot had convened late the prior evening and formalized an arrangement where Minister Jenkins would resign and that Bellatrix's father, Cygnus Black, would become Minister for Magic. The official transition of power would take place later in a formal ceremony. "That would explain Slughorn warming up to me," Bellatrix snickered while, internally, she was frowning at her family's failure to even inform her that this was a possibility. "It would, wouldn't it?" Sirius smirked, the humor of the situation overcoming his normal hostility toward his cousin. The ridiculousness of Professor Slughorn and the likelihood of him keying up to the Minister for Magic's daughter had proven to be a fertile topic. In mocking him and his informal social club, James, Remus, Sirius, and Peter had found common ground with Bellatrix. Normally, Lily would have stepped up and defended Slughorn, but she was anxious to promote squad solidarity. There was also the fact that she knew that at least James based his opinion of Slughorn on principle. Slughorn had tried to recruit James Potter for Slug Club, but had been rebuffed. So, James's contempt for Slug Club did not come from him being angry at not making the cut. Lily held onto her annoyance until arriving in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and taking her customary desk on the front row. The front row placed her close to the professor and far away from James and his friends, who liked to camp in the back. In the week or so following the winter holiday, Lily had looked forward to and savored each defense class. Part of it was that she was eager, even desperate, to learn all she could about defense now that a Dark Lord was on the loose. Another part of it was that she enjoyed Professor Ashworth's tutelage, which had been in short supply of late. Professor Ashworth soon arrived, and conversation among the students died down as he took his pace at the head of the classroom. "I'm going to give the class a couple of options for today," he announced. "We can go over the lesson I'm supposed to teach you today, or you can study today's chapters on your own, write an essay, and then I can spend today telling you all about Dark Lords." A few students murmured excitedly while others groaned at the thought of an essay. "So, by show of hands, who's in favor of doing an essay later and hearing about Dark Lords now?" Harry asked. Several hands shot up, most prominent among them being Lily. Hands still raised, she turned to see who else was raising their hands and saw that James and his friends were too busy doodling on something to have heard what Harry said. So, she cleared her throat loudly. Apparently attuned to Lily, James looked up. Catching his gaze, Lily gave him an intense look. James promptly raised his own hand and got his friends to do so as well. When Lily turned back toward Professor Ashworth, she saw an amused grin on his face. She was not sure, but she thought he might have noticed the little byplay between her and James. "It looks like we've got enough votes to do Dark Lords today and essay later. So, let's get cracking," Harry said. "As you've probably all guessed, Dark Lords specialize in dark magic. They are masters of it and generally powerful with magic in general. Do we all know what qualifies as dark magic? Does anyone want to tell me?" Lily's hand shot up and Harry nodded at her. "It is magic that primarily is used, or at least designed, to cause harm, exert control, or kill. The spells range from minor jinxes, to hexes, and finally up to curses. There are also dark potions and dark creatures." "Very good," Harry said. 5 points to Gryffindor. "So, combining that with what I have said so far, we can see that Dark Lords are masters of inflicting harm, exerting control, and killing. Of course, there are a number of differences between someone who just does dark magic and is good at it and someone who is fully a Dark Lord. Without going into too much detail, a Dark Lord is going to have waded so deep into the dark arts as to have passed the point of no return. A Dark Lord will also have a following, or servants, if you will, and an agenda." Seeing that nearly everyone was paying attention, Harry continued. "Perhaps coincidentally, but probably not, the typical agenda of a Dark Lord involves gaining power. However, Dark Lords will gather and tell followers that they are in fact rallying against some sort of enemy or campaigning for the greater good. Now, who knows who or what the enemy is for a lot of Dark Lords?" Again, Lily raised her hand. However, Harry did not seem interested in hearing from her. He was looking toward the half of the classroom where the Slytherins were sitting. "Mr. Snape, tell me, when Dark Lords are involved, who are they usually persecuting?" Lily glanced toward Severus and was perplexed when she saw that he was looking angry. He mumbled something in response to Professor Ashworth's question. "You're going to have to speak more loudly, Mr. Snape," Harry said, his voice crisp. "Muggles," Snape said, glowering at Harry. "Correct," Harry said. "Take 2 points for Slytherin. And then for another 2 points, tell me, Mr. Snape, what Dark Lords want to do with Muggles." "You would have to ask the Dark Lord in question," Snape said, sneering at Harry as Lily wondered at his recalcitrance. Harry pivoted and directed his attention to the back row. "Mr. Potter, this is your chance to steal the points. What do Dark Lords want to do with Muggles?" James, who, with Sirius, had not been paying attention, looked blankly at Harry until Remus whispered the question in his ear. He then quickly responded, "Usually kill, torture, which is very bad." "That's about right," Harry confirmed. He then went back to Snape. "And for one last point, Mr. Snape, tell me where Muggleborns fall in this. What does your average Dark Lord think of Muggleborns?" Snape sputtered and gave a long-winded answer about how it depends on the Dark Lord and something about pure talent while Lily frowned and Harry smiled with what looked like some sort of grim triumph. That evening, Bellatrix attended the dueling club meeting. She was pleased to find that drills would not begin in earnest until the week following. She joined Lily, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter in meeting with Professor Greengrass to register their squad. Bellatrix would be captain, and Peter would be an alternate. Afterward, they held a brief planning meeting. Lily volunteered to compile notes about other teams from the past 2 competitions while James and Sirius volunteered to work on making something of a playbook. Bellatrix made vague promises to teach them some of her spell combinations and coordinate for how they could be incorporated into the playbook. Later, with her briefcase in hand, Bellatrix eagerly made her way to the 7th floor for her covert meeting with Harry. She was pacing back and forth in front of the wall and waiting for the room of requirement to appear when Bones rounded a corner and approached her. Bellatrix froze in her tracks and hoped that the entrance to the secret room did not suddenly decide to appear where the Auror could see. "Hello, Miss Black. There's not usually many students up here in the evening," Amelia observed. She was not being hostile, but it seemed Bellatrix had piqued her curiosity. "I just like to explore the castle in my free time," Bellatrix explained. "I can see that," Amelia said, nodding. "I miss Hogwarts. I've enjoyed roaming the halls and reminiscing since arriving last week." "Of course," Bellatrix nodded, feigning interest while wishing that Amelia would drop dead or go away. "It's your father that is about to take over as minister, isn't it?" Amelia said. "Not your uncle, right?" "That's what the Daily Prophet says," Bellatrix said, deliberately implying she was out of the loop. Being caught off guard by that development had stung a little. However, plausible deniability had its charms. Amelia was about to push the conversation forward, but Harry came around the corner and raised his eyebrows at the sight of Amelia and Bellatrix conversing. He approached them and joined the conversation. "I see you're feeling better already, Miss Black," Harry said. "There was nothing wrong with me," Bellatrix insisted, conveniently ignoring that she had been prescribed potions and that said potions had so far improved her health. Madame Pomfrey was merely ensuring there was nothing wrong. "Right," Harry said, smirking at Bellatrix when Amelia was not looking at him. "Miss Black was just telling me that she was exploring the castle," Amelia said. "It is a very intriguing castle," Harry admitted. "I've enjoyed myself, but I'm on my way back to my bed chamber for tonight," Bellatrix said, hoping that Harry would pick up on the words she had emphasized and take the hint. Harry winked at Bellatrix and then drew Amelia's attention to himself. "Amelia, now that I've stumbled on you, I remember I had a question I was hoping you could answer from the protocol manual. It should only take a minute. I realize that both you and I have things to do tonight." "Of course," Amelia said. She nodded politely to Bellatrix as she and Harry turned and went back down the hall toward Harry's office. As soon as they disappeared, Bellatrix resumed her pacing. However, this time, she was focused on different needs. When the room of requirement appeared, Bellatrix entered it to find a posh sitting room furnished with mismatched furniture and a portable chalkboard. A battered-looking carpetbag sat next to a coffee table. Bellatrix set about shrinking each piece of furniture and the large rug on which it had all been sitting. When finished, she swished her wand and directed all the miniaturized items into the carpetbag. As Harry navigated to the Chamber of Secrets through the pipe from Ning Myrtle's bathroom and then through the antechambers littered with rodent bones, he wrinkled his nose and wondered why Bellatrix could not have picked a better alternate rendezvous location. However, when he entered the chamber proper, he was surprised and relieved to see that it was now looking more cozy. Apparently, Bellatrix had been remodeling. She was still in the process of arranging various items of furniture around the base of Slytherin's statue. A chalkboard sat up on the platform near the statue's feet, approximately where Bellatrix had knelt when swearing allegiance to Harry. "This is a different dueling setup than usual," Harry said, as he eyed with amusement the stark contrast between sitting room furniture and the Chamber of Secrets. "Instead of us doing a practice duel tonight, I am going to do a presentation," Bellatrix declared as she nudged one of the chairs so that it properly aligned with how the others were organized. "For me?" Harry asked, feeling perplexed and wondering what it would be about. Bellatrix rolled her eyes as Harry realized that it was a dumb question. "All right," Harry said, sitting down in one of the chairs and leaning back as he realized it was actually quite comfortable. "Maybe before you start your presentation we can talk about your father becoming Minister of Magic." "Yes," Bellatrix said waspishly as she experimented with transfiguring a coffee table into something more like a podium or classroom table. I don't recall you warning me about that. Perhaps we could have worked on ingratiating you with him in advance. Now, anything either of us do will make us look like bootlickers. I don't think your father being minister happened in my timeline, Harry insisted as he watched Bellatrix continue fiddling around with the table. Though, if I am being honest, I don't know for sure. It's just that I think I would have known or heard if your father was minister. Bellatrix frowned but seemed to accept Harry's explanation as she finally settled on a table that could fit next to her chalkboard. We can still work on ingratiating you with him. I can tell him that you rescued me. Actually, let's try to hold that back for now, Harry said. I want to formally complete Auror training and earn some respect with the other Aurors before I try using our connection with your father to catapult me upwards. How long do you think that is going to take? We can see what they have me do over the summer and evaluate from there, Harry said. If it is too slow, maybe we can find a way for me to make a big bust or otherwise gain some notoriety. Bringing in a Death Eater or two ought to do it. I don't know if I would waste time bringing them in, Bellatrix said judiciously as she put her briefcase on the table and began sorting through the papers inside. Maybe just a hand or head would do. I think the traditional way would be easier on me, Harry said, wincing. So, what's in the briefcase? I saw you clinging to it when Madame Pomfrey dragged you out of the Great Hall. Please tell me that we're not talking about a marriage contract again. You will be relieved to know that today's subject is the hotel proposal, Bellatrix retorted. Although, in exploring this proposal, we should keep in mind that there are a lot of options. Oh, dear, Harry sighed, not having realized she would act so quickly on his half-hearted promise to consider a hotel proposal. Tell me, would I be correct that some of the options you contemplate also account for consummation of a marriage? Don't be gross, Bellatrix said half-heartedly as she subconsciously brought her fingers up to her lips and got a faraway look in her eyes. Exactly, Harry said, that's the point. Marriage isn't a business transaction. It's about romance. So let's drop the marriage contract discussions. We're talking about a hotel, Bellatrix snapped as she abruptly ended her reverie. And let me point out that I did not bring up the topic. You were thinking about it, Harry insisted as Bellatrix retrieved a rolled-up poster from her briefcase. Given the length of the rolled-up poster, Harry assumed the briefcase had a magically enlarged interior. He watched as Bellatrix unrolled the paper to reveal a large rendering of the hotel in question. This is the North Hotel, Bellatrix explained as she pinned the poster to the chalkboard. It's in Scarborough. She paused and looked at Harry expectantly. Never been there, Harry admitted. Oh, good, Bellatrix said, sounding a little too pleased with that information. Anyway, it is and has been a Muggle venture. However, because of age and other unfortunate circumstances, the Muggles cannot afford to maintain it and make it profitable. But of course, you have magic, Harry concluded, already seeing where this was going. Yes, and hopefully some house elves, Bellatrix added. Harry winced at the mention of house elves. His friend, Hermione, would be appalled. However, everything Harry had observed indicated that Dobby and his desire for wages was an exception instead of the rule. It seemed that the house elves would respond only to incremental changes, and only if such changes served their needs. What's the hiccup? Bellatrix asked, pausing her presentation. If you do use house elves, you are going to need to ensure you take good care of them and pay them if they want it, Harry said. Bellatrix looked at Harry like he was a lunatic. Have you ever met a house elf? Just promise me that you'll treat them well and pay them if they want it. I don't have time to abuse house elves, Bellatrix grumbled. I have no problem promising to pay them if they want it because they are not going to want it. I'll take that gamble any day of the week. All right, keep going, then, Harry instructed, leaning back into his chair. The hotel has been on the market for a long time. This has driven down its price. Prospective buyers do their diligence and see that there is just no way they can buy the hotel and turn a profit. Extensive upgrades and repairs are necessary to cope with the hotel rotting from the inside. Magic can fill the gap in two ways. First, the house elves will reduce overhead significantly. Since they use magic and tend to work more hours of the day than humans, one house elf could replace as many as a dozen Muggle servants. I believe the word you're looking for is employees, Harry said dryly. Whatever. Second, I can go through, room by room, and cast all sorts of cleaning, repair, and renewal charms. Everything will look and feel new and look vintage, too. Harry arched an eyebrow and looked at the poster with the hotel's rendering on it. That would be a lot of magic, he observed. How many rooms per day do you think you can turn around without getting completely exhausted? I'm not sure, Bellatrix admitted. But it can be an ongoing endeavor. At the moment, they are not seeing much traffic. We can also run it at a loss for a couple of months before announcing new ownership and refurbished rooms. There's that, Harry observed. Yes, well, let's get down to that, shall we? Bellatrix said in a clipped tone. I've got a good chunk of money, Gringotts is willing to do a loan, and Gringotts has indicated they are willing to let you quietly shift Black family investments so that the funds Uncle Orion thinks he's invested in are actually supporting the hotel. Let's also remember that you have some cash from Basilisk yourself. We can discuss that, Harry said. The question is what is in it for me both as to benefits and responsibilities. I'm in charge, so, no responsibility to you. And why is it worth my while when I am focused on my anti-Dark Lord ambitions? Base of operations. That's intriguing, Harry said, realizing that it would make sense for him to have a base of operations. It could be like Grimmauld Place had been for the Order of the Phoenix. With it being a large Muggle establishment with a lot of traffic, it could hide in the open. How much space is there for a base of operations? More than you need, Bellatrix said, beginning to gesture at the poster. As you can see, there are extensive basements we can reserve. Also, I intend to keep the penthouse level for our exclusive use. Even if we remodel and furnish that in the most lavish way possible, there will be space left over, even if we need to use magic to enlarge the space. Our exclusive use is in you and I being flatmates, Harry said resignedly, remembering from their discussion in Egypt that Bellatrix intended for him to live wherever she was living after she left Hogwarts. Basically, Bellatrix nodded, looking more pleased than Harry had intended for her to be by his comment. It will be very large, though. We can customize the space. We won't be in each other's way. Indeed, Harry said as he turned over the idea of a base of operations in his head. On Friday, acting on orders from the Auror office, Harry and Amelia rounded up Bellatrix, Narcissa, Andromeda, Sirius, and Regulus to take them to the Ministry for the ceremony in which Cygnus Black would officially become Minister of Magic. The Auror office indicated that Alistair Moody, one of the Aurors substituting for Harry and Amelia at Hogwarts, had volunteered to cover Harry's classes and that Harry need not worry about leaving behind lesson plans. When Harry, Amelia, and the Blacks arrived in the Ministry atrium, they found a bustling crowd jockeying for good seats near the official podium that had been placed in front of the elevators. The Black children, including Bellatrix, were saved from searching for seats when Ministry staffers materialized from the crowd and whisked them toward seats near the front that had been reserved for the Black family. Amelia soon departed from Harry's side, telling him that she had a family member who was a member of the Wizengamot and that he had saved her a seat. This left Harry to fend for himself. He soon found himself looking for seats in the section of the atrium where the fountain would partially block his view of the podium. In that section, Harry stumbled upon some familiar faces. He found himself unable to prevent himself from going over to greet them. "Hello, there," Harry said as he walked up to a young married couple who were wrestling two young boys. "I'm Harry Ashworth. I don't think I've made your acquaintance." Arthur Weasley, the husband declared, taking Harry's hand and giving it a firm shake. "Do you work at the Ministry?" "I'm a new part-time Auror," Harry said. "I'll be more official come summer." "Exciting work," Arthur said. He nodded to his wife and boys. "This is Molly and our sons Bill and Charlie. You can see that she's expecting a third. I'm new, too. My father-in-law just got me a job here." "That was nice of him," Harry observed. "It was literally the least he could do," Molly grumbled, joining the conversation after having gotten her two sons to settle down peacefully. "My brothers are going to be head Auror and head Hitwizard, yet all my father can do is get Arthur a random desk job." Now, Molly," Arthur said, jumping in, I am excited about the job. Your father knows I am intrigued by muggles and their ways of getting around without magic. Sounds like your brother is going to be my boss, Harry said to Molly. My father, too, Molly said. My maiden name is Pruitt, by the way, if you had not already guessed. Harry had been aware because of his prior acquaintance with the Weasleys in the alternate timeline, but he feigned surprise. Oh, right, Harry said, pretending to make the connection. I had heard that Davian Pruitt is going to be the director of magical law enforcement. That's my father, Molly said crisply. All I will say is that you had best stay on his good side. Fair advice, Harry said, smiling and taking his seat next to the Weasleys as the ceremony began. The ceremony was tedious, and Harry fell asleep a couple of times. He woke up from one of his naps just in time to hear a Wizengamot representative proclaim that Cygnus Black was now the Minister of Magic. A respectable amount of applause followed, and Cygnus took his place at the podium. My fellow witches and wizards, Cygnus began. I am honored by the Wizengamots' choice to appoint me Minister for Magic. I hope to bring changes to the ministry that will strengthen it and prepare it to face challenges that we may soon face. I am prepared to take decisive action to ensure law and order. I want witches and wizards in our nation to feel safe. We will be investing in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have already arranged for strong wizards to oversee that department. New Aurors have already been hired. Cygnus paused and applause followed. Harry applauded politely, hoping that Cygnus would prove to be better than just about every minister of magic he had ever encountered. Harry tried his best to focus, but the remainder of Cygnus' speech was largely a word salad. When it ended, portions of the crowds dispersed while other portions remained and mingled. Harry said his farewells to the Weasleys before joining the crowd to mingle. Eventually, his mingling brought him to Amelia Bones just as Bellatrix, with her siblings and cousins in tow, found them. Apparently there's an official luncheon, and we're all invited, Bellatrix said. Actually, Amelia said, quickly interjecting, I was told to let Professor Ashworth know that he is to report to the DMLE offices for some training and orientation he has not been able to complete while at Hogwarts. After his training and our lunch, we will escort you back to Hogwarts. Bellatrix looked distinctly annoyed, but Harry shrugged and smiled as Amelia briefed him on the details and gave him directions to the DMLE offices. Without further ado, Harry made his way to the DMLE while Amelia and the Blacks went to lunch. The organizers of the luncheon had assigned the Black families and the Black children's Auror escort to the same table. Keeping the family together had been a thoughtful gesture. However, the organizers would have done better to realize that the Blacks were not always cohesive, or at least they were not going to delve into private family matters in front of strangers. Throughout the event, Walburga and Druella maintained storm cloud auras as various well-wishers stopped by the table to congratulate Cygnus. Some also chatted with Orion, though most skipped him after seeing that he was brooding and staring around the room with his calculating gaze. Sirius and Regulus were bored and excused themselves from the table to go pay a visit to the buffet table. Andromeda and then later Narcissa soon followed. Eventually, Walburga and Druella left to go chat with their acquaintances. This left Amelia, Bellatrix, Cygnus, and Orion sitting at the table. Amelia, who had been braving the intense atmosphere and biding her time, looked like she wanted to strike up a conversation with Cygnus. However, Orion had set his gaze on her, and she soon wilted as she realized he did not want her there. As Amelia excused herself on some pretext, Bellatrix helped herself to an extra dinner roll. Instead of spreading butter on the bread, she opted for a combination of leftover cheesecake and salad dressing. I thought we told Director Pruitt to have Professor Ashworth escort you to the ceremony, Orion said curtly. He did, Bellatrix said as she took a bite of her roll. He was somewhere in the crowd during the ceremony. Then why was the Bones girl sitting at our table? She told Professor Ashworth that his orders were to do employee orientation during lunch, Bellatrix said, taking another bite of her roll and chewing as she considered whether her concoction was worthy of repetition. Orion stiffened slightly as he whipped his head around to where Amelia was now chatting with Director Pruitt. So that's how the wind blows, he muttered quietly. Not knowing much about her uncle's politics, Bellatrix could only shrug as she concluded her cheesecake and salad dressing sandwich was not working. She smashed the remaining portion before dumping the mess onto her Aunt Walburga's plate. Her father, Cygnus, who had been frowning at Orion, abruptly smiled at Bellatrix with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Perhaps I should warn you that your uncle has been contemplating a match between you and Professor Ashworth." Shocked, Bellatrix could only blink at her father. She was surprised to learn not only that her uncle would condescend to meddle in that sort of thing but that he had somehow settled on the exact person for which she herself harbored intentions. What had he seen in Ashworth that made him think of the match? Just then, Abraxas Malfoy sidled up to the table. He had spent most of the luncheon mingling with friends and political allies. "What am I missing?" he asked. "We were just seeing how my daughter feels about Professor Ashworth as a marriage prospect," Cygnus said matter-of-factly. Abraxas shook his head sadly. "You were supposed to be more subtle. Now the betting odds are ruined." "Fair is fair," Cygnus said, beginning to focus on his food. He had so far been unable to make much progress because of all the people that had stopped by to rub shoulders with the new Minister for Magic. Bellatrix could not decipher whether Orion was embarrassed that Cygnus had outed him on his matchmaking intentions or if he had even heard what her father and Abraxas had said. He was still staring with narrowed eyes toward where Director Pruitt was mingling with other attendees. "If you say so," Abraxas said, helping himself to Walburga's chair and staring with disgust at the half-eaten cheesecake, salad dressing, and bread concoction Bellatrix had deposited on the plate. "Tell me, then, Miss Black, how do you feel about Professor Ashworth as your future husband?" Involving these wizards in her marital ambitions and schemes had not been part of Bellatrix's plan. In particular, Bellatrix hesitated to involve Abraxas Malfoy where she had only just fully recovered from injuries his son had helped inflict on her. However, as she looked at his mischievous grin and lively eyes, she knew he was not the same person his son was, even if they had similar appearances. Bellatrix concluded their help with her marriage ambitions might be too good of an opportunity to pass up. So, she answered boldly, "I'm in favor." "Oh, really?" Abraxas said, grinning, his eyes dancing with amusement, as Orion suddenly swiveled to direct his attention to the conversation between Bellatrix and Abraxas. "Why? He's powerful and unattached," Bellatrix said simply. Cygnus grimaced. "He's old, mid-30s, isn't he?" Bellatrix was not sure how to respond. She knew Harry was, at most, 2 or 3 years older than her, even if his false identity placed him in his 30s. If Bellatrix tried to say she found Harry handsome anyway, they might think her silly. If she tried to claim the age difference did not matter, they would not believe her. Luckily, her uncle saved her from responding by interjecting. "I would almost prefer that he was older," Orion said. "She can marry him, have some children, and revive the Ashworth family in Britain. When he passes on, she will be the matriarch of her own pureblood family. With some extra effort and a leg up from us, the Ashworths could be as prestigious and nearly as rich as our family." Bellatrix hid a grimace. She was not enthusiastic about the idea of children. Mainly, she saw Harry and his knowledge of the future as her ticket to wealth, power, and a comfortable life. It was also becoming clear that Lord Voldemort was going to be a serious problem and that Harry was the solution. "So, he's nearly 20 years older than her, and you're telling her you wished he was older?" Cygnus said, his tone beginning to sound heated. "I'm just trying to show that the age difference is not necessarily a bad thing," Orion said smoothly. "From your perspective it could be a lot worse." Cygnus looked like he was going to retort, but Bellatrix cut in before he could. "An age difference seems to have worked fine for Uncle Orion and Mr. Malfoy." "Has it though?" Cygnus muttered, his eyes flicking over to where Aunt Walburga was laughing with some friends. An almost imperceptible shift in his eyes betrayed that he had shifted his gaze to look at his wife, Druella, too. "I think Ashworth is a good chap," Malfoy insisted. "I don't think he will give Bellatrix any reasons to regret a marriage." Bellatrix frowned as she realized that Malfoy might be implying that Bellatrix would or could be the one causing Harry to regret a marriage. "Let's just drill down to the essentials," Orion said crisply. "We've got a potentially advantageous match. Bellatrix is willing to cooperate. What are we going to do?" "Are you serious?" Cygnus snapped. "He's a professor. She's a student. She will be a student for another year and a half. Actually, I'm going to leave Hogwarts after this school year, Bellatrix added helpfully as Abraxas snickered at her. You're what? Cygnus demanded as Bellatrix shrugged defiantly. You can talk about that later, Orion said. As for this teacher-student situation, we will steer around that and avoid impropriety. I see this as a multi-year project, anyway. What a relief, Cygnus mumbled, going back to his lunch. Of course, he'll be even older before your scheming comes to fruition. Also, Ashworth is an Auror now, Bellatrix reminded them. I think he will quit Hogwarts by summer. The teacher-student problem will go away soon. Perhaps we should pull some strings on his behalf, Orion mused. Bellatrix felt a tightening on her wrist from her bracelet, and she realized she was skating on the edge of breaking her vow of allegiance to Harry. He had told her he wanted to make progress on his own before taking advantage of her family connections. Quickly, she piped up. I would be cautious about pulling strings. It might hurt his ability to earn respect if his coming into your favor does not look organic. Good point, Abraxas said. Orion did not reply, but he had shifted his gaze back toward where Pruitt was chatting with allies. When he did speak, he spoke in a low voice. If Ashworth got into Pruitt's good graces, perhaps he could be a useful informant for us. Or at least, he could inform you and you would inform us. So, you hope Ashworth can spy on your underlings? Bellatrix asked, arching an eyebrow. It's complicated, Orion muttered as he turned back to the table. And I'm getting ahead of ourselves. The question is, what can we do now to promote your marriage prospects? What do you suggest? Bellatrix inquired. Don't flirt with him outright while at Hogwarts, Orion instructed. At most, stick to being something like a teacher's pet. Maybe you can volunteer to help with the dueling club like that Muggle-born redhead has done. But don't do anything that will make him see you as immature. The key is that he sees you as being at a higher level than your fellow students. When he sees you after you leave Hogwarts, we want him to see more than a former student. Of course, Bellatrix said, beginning to realize that maybe her father, uncle, and Mr. Malfoy were not going to be all that helpful. She and Harry were well past the mere teacher-student relationship. However, she did not have a good way to explain that without revealing her and Harry's secrets. After Hogwarts, we can start arranging for you to, coincidentally, run across him. We can invite him to parties or dinners. Maybe we can get you an internship in the Auror office. From there, we, or rather you, may have to try a few different approaches to see what attracts his interest. Once we've figured that out, we can double down and try hooking him. I see, Bellatrix said, realizing that this might be where her uncle could be useful. She was already at this future stage and was basically Harry's coworker. Despite Bellatrix's best efforts so far, Harry was showing no interest in marrying her. Why don't you tell me about some of those approaches? You won't need them for a while, Orion said vaguely as he resumed his study of Pruitt's interactions. Just work on conveying the impression that you are mature for your age. When the dueling team goes to Salem, you need to come off as being one of the adults in the room. Do what the Muggle-born witch does. Just be more mature about it. And be subtle. If I am able to travel to Salem with the team, I will help you. Well, if I were to want to practice the other strategies in advance, what should I be doing? Bellatrix pushed. You can take advantage of your good looks, Abraxas offered, trying to be helpful. Ashworth does not seem shallow enough to fall solely for good looks, Orion said quietly, apparently having been listening despite directing his gaze elsewhere. It can't hurt. Then, maybe small favors, Abraxas pushed on. You could make him some biscuits sometime. Cygnus choked on the water he had been sipping and started laughing. As Cygnus continued to laugh at the thought of Bellatrix baking biscuits, Bellatrix glared at him briefly before looking back at Malfoy. How about we pretend that, down the road, Ashworth is an Auror and I am an intern in the DMLE. We see each other most days and have worked on projects together and in teams. So far, he is not interested. How do I spark his interest? Turn up the heat, Abraxas advised solemnly. Orion whipped his head around and arched an eyebrow at Abraxas before making eye contact with Bellatrix. What Abraxas means is that after you have left Hogwarts, you will reintroduce yourself to him. If he doesn't bite on his own, then invite him to go out for lunch. From there, you will gradually worm your way into his personal life. Your goal is to be his go-to partner for leisure activities. Yes, after Hogwarts, Abraxas said, shaking a mock warning finger at Bellatrix. For now, it will have to be the biscuits. I'm going to skip the biscuits and focus on being mature, Bellatrix said, actually meaning it. She knew that Harry was at least a couple of years older. He was also a veteran of a war that had aged him emotionally. Bellatrix was now hypothesizing that he might appreciate more maturity from her. She would also be pursuing the leisure time theory. You're going to skip giving him biscuits just because you can't cook? Abraxas asked, shaking his head sadly. You know what? Forget the biscuits. He grinned evilly. I'll handle that part for you. Really? You're going to bake biscuits for Professor Ashworth? Bellatrix asked. Of course not. Abraxas chuckled as he stood up, patted Orion on the back, winked at Bellatrix, and walked away. By following a grueling schedule and drawing on what he had learned during the war in his timeline, Harry was able to complete the bulk of his basic Auror training by the end of January. Amelia Bones had then proctored Harry's certification tests, which Harry had passed handily. With all that done, Harry needed only to shadow other Aurors before becoming qualified to work as an independent Auror. However, his progress did not mean his learning was done. After passing his tests, Harry had received an owl from newly appointed head Auror Gideon Pruitt. In it, Gideon had offered brief congratulations before curtly advising Harry to devote any downtime to supplemental training. Gideon had enclosed a list of optional certifications available to Aurors through the Ministry. Harry had begun the extra training, except he was now proceeding at a more relaxed pace. Harry was quick to acknowledge that extra certifications would open more doors to him at the Ministry, but he was trying to balance extra training with his duties as a professor and his battle against Voldemort. Harry's enthusiasm for the extra training varied by topic. For example, he found security spells, incarceration protocol, and prisoner transport to be fascinating. On the other hand, command structure and internal budgeting were so dry that Harry would frequently fall asleep mid-paragraph. One evening early in February, Harry had finished his lesson planning. He was tempted to tackle another training, but changed his mind when he saw that his next lesson was about internal ministry audits. So, he made his way to the Great Hall where members of the dueling club were practicing for the Salem tournament. He found Pythia supervising the dueling practice from a bench on the side of the room. The Auror emerges from his cocoon, Pythia said, giving Harry a brief smile before turning her watchful eyes back to the students. Harry chuckled. How's the club going? Good, Pythia replied. We have the squad rosters ironed out. Going forward, the hard part will be picking who will compete in Salem. They are all working hard. Any frontrunners? Pythia shrugged noncommittally, but then nodded over to where Frank Longbottom was putting his team through some drills. Longbottom is well regimented. His squad's inherent weakness, though, is his self-importance. He did tryouts where he should have done recruiting. However, Longbottom's squad has discipline, and that alone may carry them. Harry nodded as he reflected on the differences between Frank Longbottom and his future son, Neville, and wondered what Neville would have been like if his parents had raised him instead of his grandmother. Pythia then gestured over to the far corner of the Great Hall. Our most talented students are over there with Miss Black as their squad captain. They appear to be doing well. My only qualm is that she has not had them engage in practice matches with other squads. Curious, Harry mused as he suddenly realized that Bellatrix might still be recovering from her ordeal at Voldemort's hands. Over the past weeks, each time he had gone to meet her in the Chamber of Secrets for a dueling practice, they had ended up discussing and negotiating her hotel plans. Pondering this possibility, Harry gave Pythia a quick grin before beginning his rounds. Should we practice against one of the other squads? James asked. Why? Bellatrix asked dismissively. She was sitting on the floor in the corner of the Great Hall as she thumbed through the latest edition of the squad's playbook. Occasionally, she would scribble and edit or critique in the margin. Well, all these other squads are doing matchups against each other, James pointed out as Sirius and Remus nodded in agreement. They looked pointedly over to where a couple of squads were squaring up for a practice. Lily and Peter were watching the discussion quietly. Neither wanted to draw Bellatrix's ire. Privately, Lily was beginning to suspect that Bellatrix was deliberately avoiding fights. However, she had no way to confirm that suspicion. "Yeah, we've got to practice with them to keep our skills sharp," Sirius pointed out. "We're a lot better than them," Bellatrix said, a hint of derision in her voice. "Why bother? Maybe we could do a practice with another squad and use Peter in your place while you work on our strategy," Remus proposed. "You'll learn the wrong reflexes," Bellatrix sighed. "I would rather you do the one-on-one drills I assigned." James and Sirius were beginning to look mutinous just as Professor Ashworth walked up and inquired about their progress. Lily was quick to jump up and report on everything except the ongoing disagreement. James and Sirius looked like they wanted to chip in, but they deferred to Lily. When Harry told them they were doing well and was beginning to walk away, Lily asked him if she could speak in private for a moment. "Of course," Harry said, smiling at Lily. He gestured for her to follow him to a spot along the wall of the Great Hall where nobody would hear. When they were out of everyone's earshot, he asked Lily what she wanted to talk about. "I don't mean to meddle," Lily said quietly. "It is just that I wonder if you and Professor Greengrass have noticed that Bellatrix seems a little hesitant to duel. I am wondering if maybe she is still traumatized from over the holiday." She glanced over to Bellatrix in the corner of the Great Hall and inadvertently made eye contact. Quickly, Lily diverted her gaze back to Harry. "That could be," Harry said, nodding thoughtfully. "I'll mention it to those who can help. Thank you for being mindful of your classmate." "Of course," Lily said, smiling brightly at Harry. As Harry left to continue on his rounds, Lily, with some trepidation, made her way back toward the squad. Bellatrix stood and came to meet Lily halfway. "What did you say to him?" Bellatrix hissed, her violet eye boring into Lily's green eyes. Lily winced. She was trying to think of a fib, but decided honesty was the better policy. "I told him that I am worried about you. It's been a rough couple of months, hasn't it?" Bellatrix scowled. "That's none of your business." Lily shrugged. "That's why I told a professor. Now I can rest easy." Bellatrix whirled on her heels and stalked back to the rest of the squad with Lily following meekly. Bellatrix resumed her position in the corner with the playbook, apparently intending to review it for the rest of that evening's practice. "If you really want to have a fight against one of these teams, you can set one or two up for the next practice," she told James, her voice overly casual. "Do you want any team in particular?" James asked, sharing a grin with Sirius and Remus. "It doesn't matter," Bellatrix mumbled. That night, Harry had gone down to the Chamber of Secrets for a dueling practice he had assumed would become a planning session for Bellatrix's hotel. However, he had been surprised when, on his arrival, Bellatrix had insisted that they were going to do a practice duel. Her tone had been adamant, with a small hint of what Harry thought might be fright. Mentally, Harry had debated whether he should decline to duel until there had been more time for Bellatrix to emotionally heal from her trauma. However, he had concluded it would be best to cooperate with her stated preferences. Without much discussion, he had agreed to the duel, and it had begun. Now, Harry was in one of the dark reaches of the chamber, leaning against a stone pillar as he tried to quiet his breathing. So far, he thought he had been stealthy. But his every movement, no matter how quiet, had drawn a volley of attack spells from Bellatrix. "I wonder," Harry mused quietly as he cast a non-verbal ward detection spell. His eyebrows raised as the spell revealed to him dozens of wards interspersed between the pillars of the chamber. Anytime Harry passed between two pillars, he would be triggering a ward. Harry shook his head, feeling both amused and annoyed. It seemed Bellatrix had prepared the chamber ahead of time and given herself a home court advantage. Harry felt around in his pockets and found a few candies that he could spare. They were not much with which to work. He placed the candies on the ground and then removed his outer robe to add to the pile. From there, he cast several transfiguration spells on the items until he had a dummy that might pass for him as long as he kept it away from any bright lighting. With a swish and flick, Harry sent his dummy blundering through one of the wards. As expected, Bellatrix hurled a barrage of spells its way. Harry danced it back and forth in the air, dodging many of Bellatrix's spells. Other spells hit, but Harry's levitation charm was able to hold all the pieces together so that it looked like the dummy was absorbing the spell damage without harm. Mischievously, Harry moved the dummy to another sector of the chamber, again passing through Bellatrix's wards. The expected barrage of spells came, and again, Harry moved the dummy. He could tell from the pace of the spells that Bellatrix was becoming frustrated. So, instead of moving the dummy, he moved the dummy close to his location and kept it dancing back and forth in the same place to see if he could lure Bellatrix out from the dark columns of the chamber. Harry's ploy worked. From his hiding place behind one of the columns, he spotted Bellatrix sneaking toward the dummy. Feeling overly pleased with himself, Harry crept up on Bellatrix as she passed through his sector, working her way toward the dummy. Just as she was about to unleash a spell, he tapped her on the shoulder. Bellatrix whirled and lashed out with her fist, punching Harry in the stomach. Wheezing, Harry stumbled back against the nearest column, and Bellatrix dropped her wand as she began trying to punch and hit Harry, who was trying to use his arms to block her attacks. "You win," Harry said, surrendering. He had no desire to go visit Madame Pomfrey with a made-up excuse for physical injuries. However, Bellatrix, who was busy lashing out irrationally, did not hear. She continued to attempt to pummel Harry, who was barely managing to keep up his efforts to fend her off. As it became apparent she was not going to overwhelm Harry, Bellatrix began making a high-pitched keening noise that was not quite crying or yelling. Eventually, Bellatrix ran out of steam, and she was soon sitting next to Harry, trying to catch her breath. Harry was not sure what to say, and Bellatrix was too embarrassed to speak. Finally, it was Harry who broke the awkward silence. "It's hard to jump on the broomstick after getting knocked off," Harry said as he grasped for something intelligent to say. "I wish I could tell you to just avoid fights and relax. However, the Dark Lord is going to come for you unless you flee the country. Even then, I am not sure you could run far enough. You're too valuable, and there is fate. I don't know what fate intends for you. But for me, I don't think I can escape." "I know," Bellatrix said, her voice surprisingly crisp and composed. Not believing that she was okay, Harry continued to share his wisdom. "You will find that it will become both easier and harder. You'll bounce back quicker, but the nightmares will never leave you. At least, they have not for me. Practice and preparation can help." "No, really, I'm fine," Bellatrix insisted, her voice forceful. Having used that phrase himself many times, Harry was able to decipher and respect the true meaning of that comment. "I'm sure you are," he said. There was another awkward pause, before Harry attempted a change of subject. "Would you like to talk about the hotel?" "There's no need," Bellatrix said, her voice casual. "The next step is to send my final revisions to Gringotts. They'll coordinate with the solicitors, loan officers, and property agents. I'll have some final papers ready for signature soon. Before I sign, I'll have to sneak off to Scarborough for a few weekends and evenings." "That sounds exciting," Harry said, injecting some cheerfulness into his voice and standing up. "Perhaps I'll call it a night, then." After Harry departed from the chamber, Bellatrix lingered, walking among the columns as she pondered her situation. Something about Slytherin's secret chamber gave her comfort. She thought perhaps it was the isolation and cool underground air. The atmosphere in the chamber was the closest thing to her Slytherin dorm, from which she was effectively exiled. On some level, Bellatrix knew that trying to hide her trauma from Harry was silly. After all, he had just admitted to having his own nightmares. However, Bellatrix was not accustomed to sharing her feelings with anyone. She was also focused on showing Harry a mature face, as per the counsel she had received from her uncle Orion Black and his friend Abraxas Malfoy at the ministry luncheon. Bellatrix figured that she could always tell Harry later, if needed. For now, she was content to work through things on her own. Now that she had fought Harry, who was the only person who could truly match the Dark Lord in power, she was feeling more confident about her emotional ability to face other duels. In her mind, if she could go toe-to-toe with Harry, as she had done many times, including tonight, there was no student who could hope to come close to beating her in a fight. Saturday was not only Valentine's Day, but also a Hogsmeade weekend, and Lily entered the Great Hall for breakfast with some trepidation. Although she was happy to receive well wishes from classmates and have some holiday fun, she did not want to engage in or be the target of serious romantic behavior. Unfortunately, Lily was all too aware that some of her classmates had already entered that stage of life. Alice had already abandoned Lily in favor of spending the day with Frank, and Lily had no doubt that James Potter would be taking every opportunity to stare at her. There was also the problem of Severus Snape. He was a dear childhood friend. But, over the years, on each successive Valentine's Day, his behavior had become increasingly uncomfortable for Lily. Lily found a potential source of refuge in the form of Bellatrix Black, who was sitting at the Gryffindor table in her accustomed spot in the midst of where James, Lily, and their respective friends typically sat. Since returning to Hogwarts, Bellatrix had opted to sit with the Gryffindors on a regular basis, often eyeing the Slytherin table with a mixture of longing and suspicion. However, Lily had observed that Bellatrix was never without some sort of symbol to assert her Slytherin status and distinguish herself from the Gryffindors. Today, it was a fashionable green jumper. Lily was not sure, but she thought the silver bracelet around Bellatrix's wrist might also be a nod to Slytherin's colors. "Mind if I sit here?" Lily asked as she walked up to take a seat across the table from Bellatrix. Bellatrix, who had dark circles under her eyes, shrugged noncommittally. Most would have been intimidated by a shrug like that from Bellatrix, but Lily knew that Bellatrix would have vocalized a negative response. Lily sat, and the two witches ate their breakfasts in companionable silence until James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter wandered into the great hall and noisily commenced their own breakfasts as they discussed their plans for Hogsmeade and chatted with classmates. Not long after, a wave of owls swooped into the great hall with the post. Given the holiday, there were a lot more than usual. Most of the letters and packages were from family back home, though there were some exceptions that triggered teasing as the lucky and blushing recipients examined their hauls. While James and his friends had received a large package from the Potters, Lily and Bellatrix had not been so lucky. Instead of a package, they had each received identical parchment envelopes. Recognizing the stationery, Lily quickly guessed that the sender was Professor Slughorn. She was about to congratulate Bellatrix on being added to the Slug Club. However, she stopped when she saw that the blood had drained from Bellatrix's face. Confused and a little frightened, Lily followed Bellatrix's gaze and saw that it was focused on Professor Ashworth. Resting on the table in front of Professor Ashworth was a large, pink box. From it, Ashworth had just taken out a biscuit and was showing Professor Greengrass, who was reaching into the box for a biscuit of her own while gesturing for Ashworth to open the card that had come with the box. "Who sent Ashworth that?" Sirius asked as others suddenly noticed the biscuit box. "Does he have a girlfriend?" James asked, also staring curiously. Lily was eager to speculate, but she was also concerned for Bellatrix. The 17-year-old witch's face was still pale, and Lily thought she could hear her quietly hyperventilating as Professor Ashworth opened and read the card that had come with the biscuit box. Professor Ashworth was nodding happily as he read the card. Professor Greengrass, who was reading the card over Ashworth's shoulder, seemed puzzled. But then abruptly, her face brightened. She looked straight to where Lily, Bellatrix, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter were sitting and winked mischievously. Bellatrix groaned and buried her head in her arms. "Are you ill?" James asked. Bellatrix did not answer. "I think she's ill," Remus opined. Speculation was cut off when Professor Ashworth and Professor Greengrass arrived at the table, the pink biscuit box hovering in the air next to them. "Anyone want a biscuit?" Greengrass asked brightly. "Where did they come from?" Lily asked, alternating her gaze between the biscuits and Bellatrix. "They're from Minister Black," Greengrass said brightly. "He says it is a belated congratulations from the Ministry for the Hogwarts team doing so well at the Paris and Cape Town tournaments. Of course, there's a lot of high praise for us, as your coaches, but I am sure they meant for us to share the biscuits with all the team members." "Oh, neat," Peter exclaimed, grabbing a cookie as everyone else glanced at the card Ashworth and Greengrass were showing around. "Is it really signed by my uncle?" Sirius asked cynically, glancing at Bellatrix as James passed him a biscuit and offered one to Lily. Did the high and mighty Minister for Magic really pause his day to write a nice letter? Bellatrix, who had made a sudden recovery from her malaise, looked at the handwritten card and shook her head. "Well, shucks," Sirius said sardonically, feigning disappointment. "I wonder who writes that sort of thing for the minister," Peter wondered as he grabbed a second biscuit. I have some ideas, Bellatrix said curtly as Professor Greengrass dropped a biscuit on her breakfast plate. A secretary, I'm sure, Lily opined. But I'm sure it was at least Minister Black's idea. Bellatrix let out a noise that sounded like a snort. After the professors had moved on to offer biscuits to other students, the students settled down. The boys were focused on eating. Lily was done with eating breakfast and had examined the letter from Professor Slughorn. Bellatrix was nearly done but had not reviewed Slughorn's missive. Lily lingered as she tried to muster the courage to present an idea to Bellatrix that the invitations from Slughorn had given her. Are you going to read what Slughorn sent? Lily asked. Bellatrix sneered. Is he going to say that I am suddenly worthy of his silly club? It is an invitation, Lily confirmed. He has scheduled the get-together for tonight. Since it is themed around the holiday, there is a +1. Fabulous. What if we went together? Lily pressed, trying to keep her voice low. She did not need James or someone else trying to volunteer. Neither of us are in relationships, and as far as I know, we're not angling for anything. You're assuming I want to go in the first place, Bellatrix said evenly. Isn't it a good opportunity to network? I suppose. Maybe just to try it once. Lily suggested. Fine. Later that evening, a cheerful Lily and sullen Bellatrix made their appearance at Professor Slughorn's Valentine's Day soiree. Naturally, it was themed around Valentine's Day, and some of the invitees had brought dates or asked other Slug Club members to be their date or escort for the evening. The soiree began with an hour or so of mingling and eating refreshments before coffee was served, and Professor Slughorn invited select students to sit at the main table with him. Bellatrix and Lily were given the dubious honor of sitting immediately to his right. As far as Bellatrix could tell, this honor was a first for Lily, and she was paying rapt attention to Professor Slughorn as he led the conversation. On the other hand, Bellatrix was preoccupied with her own thoughts and was ignoring the discussion. In the past, Bellatrix had not paid much heed to Valentine's Day. But today, she was feeling unusually grouchy about the entire thing. She had always considered public displays of affection to be silly and even disgusting. But this year, catching glimpses of stolen keys had left Bellatrix extra irate. A small voice in her head suggested that she was jealous, but Bellatrix had chosen to ignore that opportunity for introspection. The box of cookies delivered to Harry had not helped her mood. Apparently, Abraxas had linked the cookies to Bellatrix in only a minor way. But the fright Bellatrix had felt as Harry had read the note from the box had taken the wind out of her. In the back of her mind, she was planning ways to murder Abraxas Malfoy. The only thing that had cheered her up that day was slipping away from Hogsmeade to Diagon Alley. There she had been able to work on finalizing papers for her hotel purchase. However, any joy about her hotel had dissipated upon Bellatrix returning to Hogwarts for an evening with Professor Slughorn. My dear, Professor Slughorn said, tapping Bellatrix on the shoulder, perhaps you could tell me why you were stirring a brownie into your coffee. Having been pulled out of her thoughts, Bellatrix looked back at Slughorn with a flat stare. Normally, she would have explained, but she felt like she had already answered too many of Slughorn's inane questions about her and her father. She was saved from responding when a young Ravenclaw used the silence to pose a question about Slug Club members who had made it into the Ministry's diplomatic corps. As the conversation continued without Bellatrix's participation, Bellatrix leaned back in her chair at the table and observed the group as if she was an outsider. They were all ridiculous. Even Lily was acting ridiculous. Bellatrix did not dwell on Lily, though. A part of her understood that poor Lily, a muggle-born with no connections, was using Slughorn's parties to scramble for a foothold in the magical world. Eventually, the evening with Professor Slughorn drew to an end. Bellatrix and Lily were walking back to Gryffindor Tower together. Lily was silent while Bellatrix ruminated on whether future Slug Club meetings had any potential benefit. As they approached the portrait hole leading into Gryffindor Tower, Lily piped up and thanked Bellatrix. I know that was not something you wanted to do. So, I am grateful you came with me, Lily said. Professor Slughorn is, Bellatrix began saying. I know, Lily said. It's just that he's the only professor who does this outreach and networking with students. If another professor did it, I might be less interested in Slug Club. Maybe we could petition the other professors to do something similar. Bellatrix stopped walking as her mind quickly grasped that Harry could do his own slug club. There would be networking for Harry, and Bellatrix could help. She could demonstrate her ability to host social events. Plus, it would be an opportunity for her to showcase her maturity compared to other students, as she had discussed with her uncle and Abraxas Malfoy. You think it's a good idea, don't you? Lily asked, sounding eager. Do you want to help me put a petition together? No, Bellatrix said, I was just thinking that instead of a petition, maybe we could approach professors directly. Should we approach Professor Ashworth? Maybe, Bellatrix said, trying to sound casual as she resumed walking. Further discussion was cut off as they arrived at the portrait hole and entered Gryffindor Tower. Bellatrix quickly took sanctuary in her private bedroom while Lily went her own way up to her shared dormitory. Sunday afternoon found Harry grading essays and snacking on biscuits from Valentine's Day. Even after giving every member of the dueling club and even other students multiple biscuits, Harry and Pythia had a lot of leftovers on their hands. A peremptory knock on the door to his office heralded Bellatrix's arrival. Harry shot Bellatrix a genial smile as she let herself in, helped herself to a chair, and sat down. Harry could not quite put his finger on it, but she seemed different today. Perhaps it was her robes being more businesslike than he would have expected from a 17-year-old. On the other hand, maybe it was her posture or the way she had done her hair. Normally, I would ask what brings you here, Harry said, grinning cleverly as he scribbled a grade on the essay he had been reviewing. But I think I have an idea. Oh, Bellatrix said, arching an eyebrow and leaning back casually. Yes. Miss Evans was up here this morning to talk about the possibility of me hosting dinners with students. What, already? Bellatrix demanded angrily, suddenly leaning forward and letting her reserve drop. It was my idea, too. She gave you credit, Harry said, holding back a chuckle at Bellatrix's outrage. He could not help but enjoy her annoyance. You will be pleased to know that since she came late in the morning, I was able to fib and tell her that you had already been here. Really? Bellatrix asked, her face lighting up. You told her that? Yes, I told her it was a good idea, that you had given her credit, and that you would be taking charge of setting things up. I also promised that you would involve her, Harry said, wondering why Bellatrix seemed so excited about him fibbing to Lily. She looked as giddy as some of the students from the day prior who had received gifts in the Owl Post. I don't know that it is a two-person job, Bellatrix pushed back, albeit in a strangely cheerful tone. Involve her, Harry said firmly as he picked up another essay and frowned at the length and lack of paragraph divisions. It looked like he was going to be in for a long walk down a short path. Fine, Bellatrix said. Who should I invite and how many dinners are you willing to host? Let's try to focus on dueling club members, Harry said. I'll let you know of anyone else once we get going. Try to keep it to maybe one dinner every 7 or 10 days. Let me approve the major details, like dates, in advance. I'll do that, Bellatrix said. She then produced a piece of parchment from within her robes. Now, I need you to do me just one little favor. Oh, really? Harry said as he tried to both participate in the conversation and skim the essay in front of him. I need to buy some house elves using your name. Harry stopped reading and cringed as a vision of Hermione scolding him appeared in his head. By rationalizing that the house elves would have a good life and truly seemed to prefer serving as they did, Harry had come to grips with the idea of Bellatrix buying house elves for the hotel. However, he had hoped to not be directly responsible for any house elf transactions. I thought that was going to be your responsibility, Harry said. Yes, well, on reflection, I have concluded that me buying the house elves in my name is problematic, Bellatrix explained. We are buying directly from pureblood families. These families are going to be wondering why I am buying house elves, and they will gossip. They will resist selling if I try to be anonymous. After all, these snobs do not want to see house elves in the hands of some people. Muggleborns, Harry concluded aloud. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Are you really saying, though, that the same families that are going to be embarrassed about having to sell their house elves are going to gossip about it? They'll be unable to resist gossiping and will pass off the transaction as being due to a surplus, Bellatrix countered. That is what the people who are really selling because of a surplus will do. Besides, if it gets out that you are purchasing house elves, that will give you extra status. Blast, you're right, Harry conceded. Having house elves would build his status among the power structure into which he was attempting to infiltrate. Bellatrix presented the parchment to Harry. Just sign here, and I'll make arrangements. If anyone asks you about your new house elves, just say they're working out fine. A few days later, Professor Dumbledore had finished dinner and was departing from the Great Hall when he found Alastor Moody waiting for him just outside the doors. Although an unannounced visit from his friend was welcome, Dumbledore knew there would be a reason. "To what do we owe your presence tonight?" Dumbledore asked, hoping that Moody was not serving as the harbinger of bad news. "To whom, actually?" Moody responded. "Minister Black and his entourage are en route. I'm the advance guard, sent to ensure there are no hazards." He rolled his eyes, conveying to Dumbledore that he knew there were no hazards. "I can assure you that everything is in ship shape," Dumbledore said, carefully hiding his annoyance that the Ministry would question whether the Minister of Magic was safe while at Hogwarts. "Do you know the purpose of the visit?" "I think he wants to observe and visit with the dueling club," Moody said. "You mean Professor Ashworth's army?" Dumbledore asked, giving Moody a teasing smile. "I haven't ruled out the risk," Moody insisted. "Yes, well, Professor Ashworth has not been very devoted to his dueling club ever since the Auror office poached him from my staff." "It may have saved his life," Moody quipped. "You would have needed a new professor next year, regardless." "Perhaps I should go with Professor Greengrass as a replacement," Dumbledore mused. "She has taken over the dueling club and seems in better health than ever. I think she is tired of teaching divination and is planning to quit at the end of this year. A change of scenery might convince her to stay one more year." Not really interested in who would replace Ashworth and even less interested in Pythia Greengrass, Moody shrugged dismissively. Dumbledore gestured toward a quiet corner where they could have some more privacy from the traffic of students entering and leaving the Great Hall. Moody followed Dumbledore toward the corner. "Is there news from the Ministry on the Dark Lord?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, and no," Moody responded. "They're investigating, but quietly. Money is being funneled into the DMLE. Pruitt is sulking about being unable to get his hands on the young wizards who were suspected of being in the graveyard when Bellatrix Black was assaulted. He thinks it would be easier if Abraxas Malfoy was not constantly whispering in Minister Black's ear." "I don't blame him for being irritated," Dumbledore said. "As for Malfoy, I agree it is peculiar. I would have thought the Black and Malfoy families would be at each other's throats." Moody nodded. Dumbledore changed the subject. "You'll be pleased to know that on my end, I have been able to approach several like-minded friends. Of course, not all of them have as many connections as you and me. In time, though, we will have a substantial network that can help counter this Dark Lord." "Everything helps," Moody said as they launched into a discussion of Dumbledore's plans. The two wizards continued their conversation as dinner concluded and the Great Hall cleared out. After members of the dueling club began arriving, Dumbledore and Moody moved to the Great Hall to observe the club meeting and wait for Minister Black's arrival. Not too long after the practice had commenced, Minister Black arrived, accompanied by Orion Black, Abraxas Malfoy, and a security detail. Dumbledore was about to make his way over to greet Minister Black when he and Moody saw that Bellatrix was stalking toward the group of dignitaries with her fists clenched and face pale. Moody let out a low whistle. "This ought to be good," Abraxas Malfoy chortled as he watched Bellatrix make a beeline toward them. "What do you mean?" Orion asked, his tone of voice indicating he was not in the mood for nonsense. Abraxas did not have a chance to answer because Bellatrix was already in front of him, shaking her finger in his face. "You cretin," Bellatrix hissed. "You told me you wouldn't make biscuits." "Well, of course I wouldn't make biscuits," Abraxas exclaimed, gesticulating with his hands. "That's what my house elves are for. Besides, you should know by now that the note I wrote your dearly beloved was completely harmless. Your secret is safe with me." He winked. Bellatrix did not have a good retort. She contented herself with silently directing an angry gesture toward Abraxas before wheeling on her heels and striding back to rejoin her group. "What did you do?" Cygnus demanded, turning to Malfoy and frowning. I sent that Ashworth fellow some biscuits for Valentine's Day, Abraxas said, holding up his hand to cover a yawn. For some reason, she feared that I put her name on the card. However, I made it look like a gift from you to the entire dueling club. Was that really necessary? Cygnus asked, his voice strained. Aren't you a little old to be tormenting a teenage witch? I was testing her, Abraxas defended. Did you see how angry she was? Thanks to my effort, we now all know that she is personally fond of Ashworth. Otherwise, she would not be so mad. You've got a good match on your hands, assuming Ashworth likes her. I am not sure how to test that theory. I'll try to think of something. Cygnus sighed and shook his head while Orion nodded thoughtfully. Any further discussion about matchmaking was curtailed as Professor Dumbledore approached with Moody in tow and greeted them. To what do we owe this honor, Minister? Dumbledore asked. Cygnus glanced around furtively and then in a low voice whispered his response to the headmaster. We need to talk to you alone. Should we adjourn to my office? Dumbledore asked, his voice sounding concerned. Not yet, Cygnus said, his voice returning to normal volume. We also want to see the dueling club in action. In fact, I will be announcing tonight that, going forward, the Ministry will be providing funding for this dueling club. Will there be strings tied to this support? Dumbledore asked, arching an eyebrow as he turned, nodded, and gestured for Harry and Pythia to join them. Nothing unreasonable, Orion said reassuringly as Harry and Pythia joined the group. We just want to ensure the club continues as is. The Ministry may ask for access to do some recruiting, though. It sounds like a good deal for both sides, Dumbledore said, the emotion behind his smile indecipherable. He smiled more genuinely at Harry and Pythia and passed on the good news that the Ministry would be funding the dueling club. As Pythia lit up and chattered with Cygnus, Abraxas smiled broadly and greeted Harry. How are you this evening, Professor? Or should I say or? Both at the moment, Harry said cordially. You've done good work here. I am sure you'll do good work at the Ministry when you're there full-time, Abraxas declared. You're very kind, Harry said. Perhaps we should go out to dinner or have a friendly game one of these nights, Abraxas said casually, hoping that if he could get Ashworth alone, he might be able to suss out Ashworth's unguarded opinion of Bellatrix. He turned his head ever so slightly, and saw that Bellatrix was scowling at him. He grinned broadly as Harry responded positively to the invitation. As Moody, Cygnus, Orion, and Abraxas took seats in his office, Dumbledore reflected on the situation. He would not have expected Cygnus Black and his cronies to creep into Hogwarts to ask for help from him. Although he did not dislike Cygnus Black, the fact remained that the Black and Malfoy patriarchs were dyed-in-the-wool purebloods with matching sentiments and sympathies. However, the Black and Malfoy patriarchs were tamer than their progenitors and more casual than their contemporaries. It appeared they possessed the redeeming quality of recognizing the Dark Lord as a threat to both purebloods and Muggleborns. Dumbledore acknowledged that as being a good start, but it was unlikely that the Blacks and Malfoy had undergone a transformation akin to the one Dumbledore had experienced when he went from being Grindelwald's closest ally to working for the downfall of Grindelwald. So, as he smiled and proffered drops, Dumbledore wondered what exactly the Blacks and Malfoy would request of him. He also wondered why they had insisted on Moody's attendance yet had excluded Minister Black's own or bodyguards. What can I do for you tonight, Minister? Dumbledore asked once everyone was settled in and relaxed. We seem to have a Dark Lord on our hands, Cygnus said, awkwardly launching the conversation. Yes, it would seem so, Dumbledore confirmed, helping himself to a drop and leaning back in his chair. It is well known that you were instrumental in the fall of Grindelwald, Orion said, taking over the conversation. I was merely one of many who showed courage. Others made greater sacrifices than I, Dumbledore demurred. Yes, we and everyone else have heard that humble homily from you many times, Abraxas said dryly. Dumbledore smiled and shrugged. We would like to ask for your cooperation and even assistance, Orion said. We think the Dark Lord is directing his recruitment efforts toward our youth. Obviously, as headmaster of Hogwarts, you have unique access to an influence over the young witches and wizards of our nation. I am aware that certain former students were involved with the incident over the holidays, Dumbledore said, tactfully not mentioning that Lucius Malfoy had been one of the perpetrators. But I would be interested to know more about your theory and more about how you think Aura Moody fits into the picture. Orion did not seem pleased with Dumbledore's tone. He leaned back in his own chair and studied Dumbledore from behind cold eyes for a moment before speaking. What if I told you that Reinhard Lestrange was murdered? And what if I also told you that Abraxas, here, fears for his own life? And what if Bellatrix had joined the Dark Lord? How long do you think Cygnus and I would have remained alive? Instantly, Dumbledore felt like a fool. Ignoring Moody's reactions, he leaned forward and engaged fully with Orion. Are you sure Lestrange was murdered? I saw the body before the French authorities became involved, Orion said. He did not die in his sleep. He did not even sleep in the bed that night. Somebody put him there after he died. Dumbledore took a moment to absorb this information and then looked at Abraxas and arched an eyebrow. Have there been threats against you? Not really, Abraxas said, the tone of his voice at odds with his denial. He has changed his will and has been making extensive contingency plans for what happens if he's murdered. Orion said bluntly, the point is, the Dark Lord, or maybe just his followers, have begun signaling that purebloods had better fall in line. Of course, Dumbledore sighed. It was only natural that events would resemble those surrounding Grindelwald's rise to power. And what about Aura Moody? We are told he is the Ministry's most paranoid, anti-Dark Aura, Orion replied. He looked directly at Moody. So, we are going to informally assign you to coordinate with the headmaster as necessary and nose around. We are also going to ask you to keep your investigation quiet. Discreetly report any findings to us. If that's what the minister wants, Moody said, looking firmly at Cygnus, who was already nodding his agreement with Orion. At Durmstrang, the Lestrange brothers and Lucius Malfoy had been assimilated into the general student body. The students had been accepting of their new comrades, which is to say, they had been as cold and indifferent as the Slytherins at Hogwarts would have been had the situation been reversed. Despite the chilly social situation, the Lestranges had enjoyed a small amount of notoriety since Rodolphus was the head of the British branch of the Lestrange family and had control of its wealth. Initially, Lucius had been left out in the cold. It was widely known that he had no access to the Malfoy money and might ultimately be disinherited. However, he had been endeavoring to establish connections with his classmates any way he could, even if all he could do was learn about the backgrounds of them and their families. He knew that his ability to connect the Dark Lord to more families could restore him to the Dark Lord's good graces. As far as their loyalty to the Dark Lord went, Lucius and the Lestranges had been instructed to keep their heads down. Their ability to stay at Durmstrang depended on local government authorities being able to maintain plausible deniability. If they so much as breathed a word about the Dark Lord to the wrong person at Durmstrang, they risked extradition into the hands of Minister Black and Director Pruitt. Given the moratorium on dark activity, Lucius was surprised to learn that Voldemort was the reason Professor Karkaroff had pulled them out of potions class one Monday afternoon and invited them to attend a dueling team practice. At Durmstrang, the dueling team was considered too elite for common classes. While other students got up early and maintained a normal schedule, the dueling team enjoyed a relaxed morning and then an afternoon of drilling and training with Professor Karkaroff. I thought Karkaroff was against us joining the dueling team mid-school year, Lucius whispered as they followed the student Karkaroff had sent to fetch them. Circumstances have changed, Rodolphus smirked. In what way? Karkaroff has ambitions, Rabaston whispered. He has been informed that if he wants to be the headmaster of this school, he needs to ensure that Hogwarts is defeated at the Salem tournament. Why? Lucius asked as he tried to hide his anger at yet again being left out of the loop. Once again, he would be playing catch-up. Minister Black is sponsoring the Hogwarts team. Either he or another high-ranking ministry official will be in Salem. If the team is thrashed at the tournament, it will be seen as a defeat for him, Rodolphus explained as if he was talking to a child. Our assignment is to help coach. I see, Lucius said. I'm surprised that Bellatrix isn't the target. There are other plans for her, Rodolphus whispered as they arrived at Durmstrang's indoor dueling arena. I've decided Bellatrix is right, James Potter said as he speared a pork chop from a serving platter and transferred it to his plate. It was Friday evening, and James, Sirius, Remus, Lily, and Peter were discussing their squad's progress over dinner. In addition to the drills Bellatrix had coordinated, they had also engaged in practice duels with other squads, beating them without too much difficulty. How so? Lily inquired, feeling a little aggravated. Her irritation was not directed toward James's conclusion. Rather, Lily was miffed that, yet again, at another mealtime, she was sitting next to and engaging in casual conversation with James Potter. She did not want to become part of James's friend group. However, they were members of the same dueling squad. And, as the Salem tournament approached, the squad had upped their training intensity to the point that if they were not practicing, they were chatting about strategies. The pull was so strong, that on a couple of occasions, Lily had sat in the back of a class with James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter because she knew they would be working on the team playbook without her if she sat on the front row. Ironically, Bellatrix, the captain of their squad, had been able to keep herself aloof from most of the discussion and planning. Although she often sat near them at meals, she limited herself to directing the team at practices and sending them back to the drawing board on the playbook. For her, the dueling club did not seem to exist outside of practice sessions. "I think we really are better than all the other squads," James said, referring to Bellatrix's excuse for initially refusing to spend time sparring with other squads. "Our practice matchups with them are wasting our time, even if we have fun." "I agree," Remus chimed in. "They all know, or don't know, the same spells and basic strategies in our repertoire. Maybe if they were better at even just those spells, it would be worth it. But they just aren't." "Right," James said, nodding. "I think we need to broaden our horizons. What about pushing Bellatrix to do one-on-one duels at practice?" Lily asked. "She's got a lot of things up her sleeves that are non-standard." "You'd end up in the hospital wing," Sirius warned in between bites of mashed potato. "I think there's some merit to the idea," James said judiciously. "I'm not sure it completely solves the problem, though. Some of Bellatrix's combos are impossible to replicate. There's only so much we can do to try matching her stamina and power." "We just have to learn the trick for each of her combos," Lily insisted. "No," Sirius said, shaking his head. "A lot of her transitions depend on her sheer strength. If you worked really hard, you might be able to match some of those moves in a couple of years. Even then, the reality is that she was born with more magical power than most witches and wizards." "Okay," Lily said, "but let's at least try a few one-on-one duels with Bellatrix, if she'll cooperate. We may pick up some tricks. Even if we don't, a challenge is a challenge. We can also look elsewhere. Do you have any ideas?" "Let's look no further than Professor Ashworth himself," James said, gesturing toward the head table, where Harry and a number of other professors were enjoying their dinner. "The repertoire he taught us is good. However, we all know from his performance at our initial tryouts that he can do so much more, and on a higher level, too. Again, much of it is going to boil down to him being powerful. But he is more friendly and will likely share what we can learn instead of flaunting his power." "Right," Lily said, her eyes lighting up. "Why don't you leave talking to him about that to me?" "Okay," James said agreeably, before hesitating. "It's just that I was hoping you would be the one to bring up the one-on-one thing with Bellatrix. Maybe it is not fair to ask you to do both." James's eyes darted toward the entrance of the Great Hall. When Lily turned her head to follow James's gaze, she saw Bellatrix grouchily making her way over to the Gryffindor table. "I'll do both," Lily acquiesced, inflecting her voice with a little bit of mock sweetness but giving James a glance to let him know that he was going to owe her a favor. Early the next morning, Lily met with Bellatrix to begin planning for Professor Ashworth's imitation Slug Club dinners. On her arrival in the Gryffindor common room, Lily was surprised to find Bellatrix overdressed and cheerful. While Lily had opted for old trainers, a jumper, and some trousers, Bellatrix was dressed up in a narrow skirt, blouse, waistcoat, jacket, and cravat. High-heeled boots rounded out Bellatrix's ensemble. Not wanting to spoil the mood, Lily held her tongue and followed Bellatrix through the corridors of the castle and down to the kitchens. There, they had a discussion with the house elves and took notes on what the elves would be willing to cater for Professor Ashworth. Menu options in hand, Lily and Bellatrix began the trek up to Professor Ashworth's office. "Maybe we could divide the dinner groups by dueling team squads," Lily suggested. Perhaps, Bellatrix said thoughtfully. The elves did strongly imply that smaller dinners would result in better dishes. Or is one squad too small of a group? Lily wondered. Depends on the squad. Lily was not sure if Bellatrix was being serious or funny. Maybe our own squad should go first, Lily said, trying to sound more judicious than eager. Yes, Bellatrix said, I agree. And actually, it would give us a good opportunity to talk to Professor Ashworth about an idea the rest of us were discussing the other day, Lily said. Oh, we were thinking Professor Ashworth should provide us some extra coaching to help us prepare for Salem. We've pretty well mastered the material he has already taught us. Maybe, Bellatrix said, frowning a little. Also, we were thinking you could do one-on-one duels with each of us instead of the squad trying to go up against other teams. Maybe that too, Bellatrix said, her frown deepening. Lily smiled triumphantly. Of course, she could not be sure of Bellatrix's thought process. However, by her calculations, Bellatrix's desire to avoid doing extra work for the squad was now warring against Bellatrix's desire to avoid Professor Ashworth taking her place. If things went as Lily calculated, both Professor Ashworth and Bellatrix would be providing additional tutoring. They soon arrived at Professor Ashworth's office, where Professor Ashworth invited them to take seats across the desk from him. It was at this point that Lily began to feel less triumphant as she realized that Bellatrix, with her clothes, had completely outclassed her in front of Professor Ashworth. From the way Bellatrix was smugly perched in her chair, Lily could tell she was reveling in the fact that she looked like a mature adult while Lily looked like a juvenile. As Lily fumed and tried to understand why she was jealous, Bellatrix laid out the options from the kitchen and proposed that her and Lily's squad be the exclusive guests for the first dinner. Harry agreed with that proposal and asked about successive dinners. This launched a discussion of who should attend and in what arrangements. You won't be able to get through the entire club if you only ever do one squad at a time, Bellatrix pointed out. Should we combine some of the squads? Yes, Harry agreed. You could also add any duelists who will only be doing solo competition to some of the squad dinners, Lily suggested. Good idea, Harry said, smiling at her. Easy enough, Bellatrix agreed. A lot of the solo duelists have friends with whom we can easily match them. However, what do you want to do with Severus Snape? I think he will be a solo duelist at Salem. Harry did not have a quick response to that question. Eventually, he looked at Lily. What do you think? Just tack him onto one of the groups, I suppose, Lily said, feeling as if she had betrayed Severus. A small voice in her head was berating her for not suggesting that he be added to the dinner group she would be part of with her squad. After all, they were friends. Yet, she knew that he would clash with James and his friends, and she did not want to have that kind of tension in the air. Does he have any friends? Harry asked, sounding genuinely curious. Not really, Lily confessed. Maybe just me. Well, if you and Bellatrix are helping host all the dinners, you can add him to any dinner that has extra room, Harry pointed out. Bellatrix suddenly looked very pleased at the thought of being at each dinner. Lily also was excited at the opportunity, but was focused on Snape. We'll find a place for him, Lily promised. Fair enough, Harry said, giving Lily a twisted, but warm, smile. Why does she even like Snape? Bellatrix wondered aloud as she picked her way up a gravel driveway in her high heels. Harry, whose footwear was more practical, had stopped yet again to wait for her to catch up. Let me know when you figure that out, Harry grumbled. He peered suspiciously at the pristine grounds and facade of the magical mansion they were approaching. Are you sure this is the place? It looks prosperous to me. No self-respecting pureblood family is going to let their ancestral home appear to be in bad repair, Bellatrix explained. Least of all, one that is actually on the rocks. What about the Weasleys? Harry asked, thinking of the burrow. It was clean and cozy, but nobody would be convinced that it was in good repair. The Weasleys are different, Bellatrix said, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. You're awfully fond of them, aren't you? I could almost suspect that you're a Weasley, except you lack red hair. Harry smiled, but as always, ignored any attempt from Bellatrix to elicit clues about his true origins. Am I just going to waltz up to the front door while you stay out of sight? Something like that, As Bellatrix concealed herself behind a hedge, Harry proceeded to the front door and rang the bell. Eventually, the door opened to reveal a tall, thin wizard, nearly at retirement age, who proceeded to sneer at Harry before asking his business. "I'm here for a transaction with Mr. Travers," Harry explained. "Oh, I see," the wizard admitted. "I am Mr. Travers. And you are Mr. Ashworth." "Yes, I have heard of the Ashworths, but I don't recall having ever met one. The family relocated to Egypt a while back," Harry explained. "I've returned only recently." "Right," Travers said, seeming to accept the explanation. He snapped and a house elf appeared. "This is Gundy, as described in the contract." "I see," Harry said, scrutinizing the house elf's appearance. Bellatrix had instructed him to ensure there was no substitution. Ignoring the sneer on Travers' face, Harry introduced himself to Gundy and looked him over. As far as Harry could tell, Gundy was a middle-aged male, as described in the contract. He was stoic, but Harry picked up on a few hints that this elf might not mind being sold to a new owner. "Everything seems in order," Harry said, feeling quite dirty about purchasing a house elf. He was glad that Hermione was nowhere around and would never have to know. "Will you perform the magic to transform his loyalty?" Travers arched an eyebrow. "Did they still do that?" "That's what I'm told," Harry said, holding out his hand on which his black family ring had appeared. He had previously turned it on his finger so that the onyx and anything identifying the ring as the black family ring was hidden in his fist. "You use the ancient magic, I see," Travers said approvingly as he eyed Harry's ring. "I suppose so," Harry said, not quite sure what they were talking about. All he knew was that Bellatrix had been emphatic that Harry was to not leave without the house elf being bound to Harry's ring. "Lord Ashworth," Travers intoned, drawing his wand. He touched it to his own ring, which had appeared on his finger, and then touched the now glowing tip to Harry's ring. "You are now the Lord and Master of Gundy the house elf." It was lunchtime when Harry and Bellatrix finished collecting the various house elves Bellatrix had purchased under Harry's name. Their two most recent house elf purchases had snapped themselves away after being repeatedly assured that there really was cleaning to be done and that they would be summoned when needed. Harry was about to ask Bellatrix what her plans were for the rest of the day, but she spoke before he could. "Let's go to Scarborough." "So, that's why you're all dressed up fancy," Harry mused. "Is there something wrong with me dressing professionally?" Bellatrix asked, scowling. Harry spread his hands placatingly. "You must admit that your half-magic, half-muggle business attire is unnecessary for skulking around in the bushes while I do the hard work of collecting your house elves." "I thought I mentioned a hotel visit earlier," Bellatrix muttered as she produced her wand and held out her hand. "I know where it is, so you'll have to side along apparate with me." Harry took her arm, and with a pop, they disapparated and reappeared in a muggle-looking supply closet. The light fixture was switched off, but there was a faint light filtering into the closet from a vent. "Very nice," Harry observed, squinting in the darkness. Ignoring the jibe, Bellatrix opened the door and emerged from the closet as Harry, smirking at his own humor, followed. They found themselves in a secluded corner of what appeared to Harry to be the lobby of a once majestic Victorian hotel. "Over here," Bellatrix instructed as she began walking toward the vacant check-in desk. When they arrived, Bellatrix located and rang a small bell to signal their presence. In response to the bell, a young woman emerged from an office tucked behind the check-in desk. When she saw Bellatrix, her eyes lit with recognition. "I was wondering when you would show your face." "Expecting me, then?" Bellatrix asked, seemingly pleased. "Well, there were a few clues," the desk clerk said as she let out a discreet yawn. "This is Sabine, by the way," Bellatrix informed Harry. "I met her when I first looked the place over." "Pleasure," Harry said, nodding at Sabine, who was studying Harry intently. "Perhaps you could tell me about what it was, besides my initial visit, that clued you into my imminent purchase," Bellatrix said, drawing Sabine's attention away from Harry. "Well, there are the rantings and ravings of my boss, who very properly fears that his lazy hinny will be out of a job once his cousin has successfully closed the transaction and can no longer keep him on the payroll," Sabine explained. "Should I fire him, then?" Bellatrix asked. "The sooner, the better," Sabine recommended. Bellatrix nodded. Nothing I see around here justifies keeping old management in place. Sabine nodded and then began theatrically scratching her chin. And then, what was my other clue that you were going forward with the purchase? I'm trying to remember. Oh, wait, I know. It was the pack of creepy goblins that came in here with my father a couple of weeks ago to inspect the place. Bellatrix shrugged as Sabine glared at her. And what? Sabine asked. What did the goblins say? Aside from scaring the snot out of me, they were unobtrusive, Sabine admitted. They also gave me business cards and instructed me to reach out if there are ever any issues so that the bank can take steps to protect its investment. Paranoid nutjobs, Bellatrix muttered. Presumptuous of them to assume I would keep you around. Well, why wouldn't you? Sabine said frankly. I don't know, Bellatrix admitted. Can I be the manager when you're not here? Sabine asked. Maybe, Bellatrix said. I don't have time to deal with that stuff today. For now, Harry and I are going to need a room. Harry raised his eyebrows and tried to catch Bellatrix's eye, but she was deliberately ignoring him. Oh, really? Sabine asked, looking between them. What kind of room? Your worst, preferably, Bellatrix said. We need to assess renovation needs. Good, Sabine said, turning around and surveying the little boxes that held room keys. I'm glad to hear you are planning on renovations. Not quite satisfied with the abundant selection of keys on display on the wall behind the desk, Sabine squatted down behind the counter from where she retrieved a key before standing back up. She held the key out toward Bellatrix, but not before theatrically blowing off what must have been years' worth of dust. Bellatrix stared at the proffered key before nodding for Harry to take it from Sabine's outstretched hand. Harry stuffed his hands in his pockets and looked at Bellatrix blandly. Grouchily, Bellatrix accepted the key as Sabine smiled. I should warn you that, starting today, there will be cleaning activities by unknown and unseen cleaner people, Bellatrix informed Sabine. Once they get in the swing of things and catch up with the cleaning around here, perhaps you can let me know who on the current staff is superfluous. Sabine grinned. If that makes me the new manager, I will certainly be glad to do it. If you do it, I will certainly be glad to consider making you the manager, Bellatrix countered. Sabine smiled at Bellatrix and winked at Harry. Upon arriving in what was hopefully the hotel's worst room, Harry and Bellatrix had begun working to restore the room to something beyond even its original grandeur using various charms and transfiguration spells. For everything they did beyond basic cleaning, they dictated the details to a magical quill, which was creating a checklist to be used for fixing up the other rooms. Looks like the window could use some help, Harry said, beginning to walk over to the room's main window, which had a good view of the beach and North Sea. I'll handle the window, Bellatrix said hastily as she rushed over and stood in front of it. Why don't you see what can be done about the bathroom plumbing? Aren't you more likely to know about Muggle plumbing than I? Well, I suppose, Harry admitted, walking into the bathroom and flipping the light on. Surveying the bathroom, he let out a sigh. Plenty of work here, too. He began casting spells to repair and renew the floor, sink, and toilet and then dictated those items for the quill to add to the checklist. Before repairing and renewing the walls themselves, Harry used cutting spells and removed a large slab of plaster so that he could work on the plumbing and wiring behind the wall. He winced as the wires sparked and the lights in the room flickered in response to the magic. I don't know what kind of results you can get on the wiring if we use magic, Harry said before calling out for the quill to document that he had done plumbing and electrical work behind the walls. He then restored the plaster seamlessly, also cleaning, renewing, and updating its color. We'll cross that bridge later, Bellatrix called out. Hopefully without me, Harry said in a low voice as he made his way over to the bathroom window, which was also in need of work. He briefly admired the view before setting to work. He had just finished restoring the frame and renewing the glass when he noticed something on the horizon. Bellatrix, Harry said loudly. Yes, am I seeing what I think I am seeing on the horizon? Harry demanded, staring out into the North Sea. Bellatrix walked into the bathroom with studied casualness and craned her neck to glance out the smallish window. I don't see anything. Is that Azkaban? Harry demanded. What, here? Bellatrix asked, seemingly surprised. You bought a hotel practically next to Azkaban, didn't you? It was a good deal, Bellatrix said defensively. And we can put up wards and charms to negate the effects. Harry was irate, but he was working through it in his head and coming to the conclusion that it was unlikely to become a serious problem. Instead, what bothered him was that in all their discussions about the hotel, Bellatrix had never once mentioned the hotel's proximity to the famous magical prison. "It's going to be fine," Bellatrix promised, apparently overlooking the principal source of Harry's annoyance. Harry bit his tongue as he and Bellatrix finished working on the room. As they admired the finished project, Harry almost forgot to be angry. In only a few short hours and with no money expended, they had restored and transformed the dingy hotel room into a luxurious suite. "That wasn't too bad," Harry commented. "Only a few hundred more rooms to go," Bellatrix said. Harry groaned. "I don't know how much help I can provide you. I'm juggling a lot of things right now." "I know," Bellatrix said. "I'm planning to do most of it myself. Let's go up to the penthouse." They proceeded to the top floor of the hotel, where Bellatrix gave Harry a tour and briefly explained more of her plans for transforming it into a residence. She hoped to have it largely completed in time for her to move in after term ended. When Bellatrix finished describing her plans for the master suite, Harry inquired about whether Bellatrix was still planning on him coming to live at the hotel after he quit his job at Hogwarts. "Of course, I am," Bellatrix said, scowling. "Haven't you been paying attention during all our discussions about the hotel? You're part owner, after all, even if I am in control. Are you going to put me up in the penthouse or in a normal hotel room?" "In the penthouse, of course," Bellatrix responded. "You'll have other bedrooms up here, too," Harry mused. "I can use one of those." "Right," Bellatrix said, her response slightly delayed. "For personal guests and the like." "Right," Harry said, deliberately choosing to ignore the hint that Bellatrix seemed to be harboring hopes about them becoming something more than flatmates. He changed the subject. "Are you planning to include a hot tub in the penthouse, or are you planning to go down to the main pool area for your hot tub needs?" A week or so later, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter were making their way down from their dorm to the Gryffindor common room when they happened across Frank Longbottom. Upon seeing them, Frank eyed their clothing and arched one of his eyebrows skeptically. "You look a little underdressed." "You'll get your turn next week," Sirius shot back as Peter snickered. Frank did not respond, and they continued past him. He had been snippy ever since the dueling club meeting where Bellatrix and Lily had distributed dinner invites to each of the club members. Tensions had arisen when Frank and his squad, as well as other club members, had realized that Bellatrix and her squad would be dining with Harry not only first, but in an exclusively small group. The fact that Bellatrix and Lily were in charge of the dinners and claimed to be wanting to experiment for the first go-around had not soothed those who worried that their dinner order reflected their priority for placement at the Salem tournament. The fact that Frank's squad was second in order and second smallest had done little to mollify him and even Lily's friend Alice. In an attempt to assuage his hurt feelings, Frank had been bragging about his career prospects at the Ministry after he left Hogwarts. When the group arrived in the common room, they found Lily waiting for them. At the sight of her, they all began to worry that Frank was right because Lily was wearing a semi-formal dress and looking stunning while they were wearing their normal weekend outfits. "Why, you look good," James stuttered, wishing, as soon as the words left his mouth, that he could take them back and say something more suave. "Thank you," Lily said as she eyed the boys and their casual attire with an expression that looked a little like disappointment. Any further discussion was cut off when Bellatrix emerged from the suite normally reserved for the head girl. Instead of casual or semi-formal attire, she was wearing a school uniform in pristine condition. She had not merely thrown on her school uniform as if she were going to class. Instead, it had been thoroughly laundered and starched. Also at odds with the appearance of a student merely going to class, Bellatrix had elaborately coiffed her hair and applied subtle makeup. Bellatrix looked as if she was an adult trying on her old school uniform instead of a student wearing the same uniform she wore nearly every day. Despite his general dislike of Bellatrix Black, James could not help but find her appearance riveting. From the looks on the faces of Remus and Peter, James surmised they were also mesmerized. Lily and Sirius were immune to the charm of Bellatrix's appearance. "Blimey, Bella," Sirius said while Lily frowned at Bellatrix. It's the weekend. Why wear a uniform? Mind your own business, Bellatrix snapped, breaking her facade of maturity long enough to scowl at her cousin. Soon, the group was making their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, where Bellatrix and Lily, in coordination with Harry, had arranged for dinner to be served. The boys chatted with each other amicably. Lily remained silent, but James caught her shooting several annoyed glances at Bellatrix from the corner of his eyes, leaving James mystified. At dinner, Lily and Bellatrix left Harry feeling perplexed, also. He was at the head of the dining table, and they were at his left and his right. On his right, Lily eagerly and thoroughly answered every question Harry asked. On his left, Bellatrix feigned casual disinterest and tailored her conversation accordingly. When the two witches thought he was not looking, they would react to each other with frowns or fidgets. Meanwhile, Pythia, whom Harry had invited to participate in the dinners, sat at the foot of the table chatting amicably with Sirius and Remus, who were seated at her right and left. Harry opted to take a page out of her book and shifted his focus to the remaining marauders, who were seated at the middle of the table. "Tell me, Mr. Potter," Harry said, raising his voice to carry down the table, "what are your career aspirations?" "I was thinking of playing Quidditch professionally or working for a coaching staff," James replied. "However, lately, Sirius and I have been talking about the DMLE. Is your change of mind tied to the dueling club?" Harry asked. "Partially," James responded. "I feel like I have an aptitude for defense that the dueling club has brought out. I have some other interests and hobbies that could be useful in that line of work, too." "That's nice," Harry said, realizing that James was obliquely referring to his marauder activities. Harry briefly wondered whether his presence in the past had lured James into the type of work that could put him at odds with Death Eaters, but quickly dismissed the thought. If Harry's knowledge of the original past was accurate, James was going to find himself on the wrong side of Voldemort regardless of what Harry did to alter the past. "And what about you, Peter?" Harry said, being careful to conceal his dislike for Peter. "Not sure," Peter said as he chewed on some food and chuckled awkwardly. "Maybe I should go work at the joke shop in Hogsmeade." "Perhaps so," Harry said, not really caring what Peter did, as he directed his focus to the food on his plate. After everyone had eaten their fill, the conversation coalesced into more of a group discussion during which the subject of Harry providing the squad extra tutoring came up. Harry knew that extra time tutoring them would weigh heavily on his schedule, but he agreed anyway. To kick off the extra tutoring, Harry invited the students to his private quarters where he had left some of his study guides from Auror training. After saying goodnight to Pythia, Harry led the group down the hall to his quarters. However, when Harry entered his quarters, he and those accompanying him were shocked to discover the room had been ransacked. It was in complete disarray with parchment, books, clothes, and other items strewn everywhere. "Who would do this?" Lily Evans demanded as the squad and Professor Ashworth stood just inside the door to the room and surveyed the scene. "I'm not sure," Harry said slowly as he drew his wand and warily stepped further into the room. Lily, Bellatrix, and James drew their wands and pushed forward into the room behind Harry while Sirius, Remus, and Peter stared into the room from the doorway. As others peered at the mess and glanced suspiciously at windows and dark corners, Sirius found himself intrigued by the various reactions everybody was having. James and Lily were on high alert, walking slowly through the room and holding their wands as if someone was about to leap out and attack them. Harry, on the other hand, was bemusedly observing the scene. His wand was out, but his body language did not convey alarm. For Sirius, the most interesting reaction came from Bellatrix. In something of a fury, she was clutching her wand and stalking through the room, quickly surveying everything. Of special note to Sirius, she frequently glanced at Harry and made eye contact, almost as if she was having a silent conversation with him. Sirius could not be sure if they really were having a nonverbal conversation since Harry seemed to respond to Bellatrix's glances only passively. Sirius was beginning to think he must have imagined the connection between the professor and his cousin when Bellatrix abruptly stepped to the bedroom door, opened it, and began walking in. "If you don't mind, Professor," Bellatrix said, "I think we had best check your bedroom. I doubt you will find anything. Whoever did this is long gone," Harry said. With that boldness on Bellatrix's part, Sirius' suspicions were revived. However, further theorizing was cut off when Harry approached him. "Mr. Black, why don't you take Mr. Lupin and Mr. Pettigrew with you and see if you can find or bones? It seems like it would be wise for her to perform an independent investigation. I'll find the guides I promised and send them back with Mr. Potter and Miss Evans." "Of course, Professor," Sirius responded, smirking. He had omitted Bellatrix, which meant that the professor might be planning on discussing the situation with her privately. James, Lily, and Bellatrix had shamelessly remained present in Harry's quarters until Amelia Bones had finished inspecting the scene of the crime and informing Harry of her conclusions. They had helped Harry set everything to rights after Amelia left. At that point, Harry had gently reminded them that it was past curfew. He gave them each a note to ensure they could make it to Gryffindor Tower without being reprimanded if caught out past curfew, and they departed. However, within 5 minutes of their departure, Bellatrix let herself back into Harry's quarters and took a seat by the fire next to Harry. "Well, who did it?" Bellatrix demanded, her voice low. "I don't know. It must be connected to the Dark Lord," Bellatrix insisted. "But how? Why would he target you? You should be, at most, a cipher to him. He should be attempting to recruit you or at least determine your potential loyalties." Harry shrugged. "I think it would be wise to assume any strange occurrences are tied to the Dark Lord. However, that does not tell me what he would hope to get from having one of his minions raid my private quarters. Was there anything here the Dark Lord might have wanted?" "I don't think so," Harry said. "Perhaps he is looking for information about my background. I have nothing like that lying around. As you know, I brought precious little with me." Bellatrix was silent on this point for a few moments before pivoting. "Of those at Hogwarts who you know will become Death Eaters in the future, who do you think it could have been?" "Too early on the timeline for Pettigrew," Harry mused. "Plus, he has something of an alibi. Perhaps Snape, but it also seems early for him. No doubt there are older students in the Death Eater ranks with whom I was never familiar. After all, I know about only those who fought in the Second War. We are teetering on the edge of only the First War." Severus Snape took deep breaths as he crept farther into the Forbidden Forest. Despite many forays into the forest during daylight to collect potion ingredients, Snape was having difficulty navigating in the dark of the night. "Severus." Snape jumped and whirled around toward the source of the voice that had called his name. Faintly, Severus could make out a human figure standing near the base of the tree. "Great Lord," Severus whispered, too afraid to step any closer as he stared at the cloaked and hooded figure. "What did you find?" "Nothing. No ring, then." "No, and no documentation of his heritage," Severus added. "If I may say so, my research indicates that the Ashworth family is nowhere near ancient enough to have the type of ring you described." "He has a ring of some sort," Voldemort hissed. "Watch for it and tell me everything you can find out about it. Also watch for Bellatrix Black's bracelet. She has sworn allegiance to an ancient pureblood lord, one who is powerful. I need to know who he is. If you want to live up to your pure-blooded mother's heritage and revive the prince's name, you will need to try harder. Do not disappoint me." A pop sounded, and the Dark Lord disappeared. Scowling, Snape picked his way back through the forest toward the school. As far as he was concerned, the answer was obvious. To whom else would Bellatrix Black swear fealty than the lord of the noble and most ancient house of Black? As for Ashworth, ring or no ring, it was obvious that he was just an opportunistic wizard hoping to cultivate a connection with the now ascendant Blacks. "Looks like you lost Bellatrix," Sirius said slyly as James and Lily entered the common room and walked over to the table and chairs Sirius, Remus, and Peter had commandeered. "She said something about the loo," Lily volunteered as James sat down with his friends. "I can guarantee she circled back to Ashworth's office," Sirius said. "She did seem pretty shaken by everything," Remus agreed. "So you saw it, too," Sirius said. "Saw what?" Lily asked. "While you and James were making like amateur aurors, Bellatrix was having silent conniptions," Remus said. "I think it is safe to assume she believes that whoever raided Ashworth's digs was working for the Dark Lord." "Why would the Dark Lord raid Professor Ashworth's office?" Lily whispered, sounding like she had been punched in the gut. "Do you really think he could be causing things to happen within the school?" I am not sure why the Dark Lord would target Professor Ashworth, James said. He is the defense professor, Peter piped in. Who is training a large number of students to duel, Remus said quietly. Are there dark wizards in the school, then? Lily asked. Among even the students. You had best assume so, Sirius said solemnly. At this juncture, the conversation died. Lily was the first to wander off. Eventually, Remus and Peter went to get ready for bed, leaving James and Sirius to chat. I am going to have a hard time enjoying future night outings, James said. You never know who we might run into skulking around the castle. Sirius shrugged, and the two friends sat in companionable silence. Eventually, Sirius' face lit up, and he grinned. What if we had a way to find out who else is prowling the castle when we are out and about? During the weeks leading up to the Salem tournament, James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Bellatrix strategized and drilled nearly every day. On a few occasions, Harry met with them to provide some extra training. Mostly, though, the squad relied on nudging Bellatrix into providing more tutelage. As for Harry, he was struggling to juggle everything that was on his plate. On top of teaching, grading, training, being trained, and attending to dueling club business, he was having to endure Alistair Moody's investigation into who had raided Harry's personal quarters. Harry had expected the ministry to accept Amelia's report on the incident, chalk it up as a student prank, and do nothing. Instead, Moody had assigned himself to the case and was treating the situation as seriously as if it were a murder investigation. Over the course of several visits to Harry's quarters, the grizzled Auror had sorted through and tested all of Harry's possessions, claiming he was checking whether anything was missing, damaged, or cursed. Harry had quickly caught on that Moody was more interested in him than he was in looking for the culprit. Moody's investigation was intrusive, but Harry did not mind. He knew he kept nothing incriminating in his quarters. For Harry, the nuisance was overshadowed by his enjoying Moody's company. As Moody peppered Harry with questions about his interactions with various students, Harry returned fire with questions about his Auror experiences. Short of raiding Gringotts and accessing Harry's records, the only thing that could have clued Moody into Harry's secrets was Harry's relationship with Bellatrix. Although there was nothing illicit about it, their interactions went well beyond what would be considered a normal student-teacher relationship. If Moody caught wind of it, there would be a deeper inquiry. After Moody had found Harry and Bellatrix conversing on a couple of occasions, Bellatrix had begun staying away from Harry to avoid Moody getting the sense that Harry was having excessive meetings with her. This left Bellatrix irritated. Sensing her increasing frustration, Harry had offered to slip out of the castle with her one Saturday to help work on renovations at the hotel. Bellatrix had gratefully accepted the offer. Upon arriving at the hotel that Saturday morning, Harry and Bellatrix met with Sabine, who helped Bellatrix pick a block of rooms to work on renovating. Relying on the checklist they had made while renovating the original room, Harry and Bellatrix were able to move at a breakneck pace and finish renovating the block of rooms before lunch. They adjourned to the hotel's restaurant where Bellatrix leaned back in her chair while Harry perused the menu. You're not even tired, are you? Bellatrix asked, sounding annoyed. Stamina, Harry said, winking obnoxiously. After several more sessions of renovations, you'll find yourself being able to expend more magic without becoming as tired. In fact, I do believe your stamina has increased a lot since the beginning of the school year. Our private dueling practices haven't been for nothing. Perhaps I should assign more drills to the squad, Bellatrix mused as she sat up straighter in her chair and picked up her menu. The Salem tournament is too close, Harry said. You don't want the team running themselves ragged right beforehand. Maybe you can make stamina training part of the program for next year. After all, the returning team members will already know all the spells they need. You know full well I don't plan on attending Hogwarts next year, Bellatrix said just as the server arrived to take their order. Transporting the Hogwarts team to Salem proved complex because the ministry, as part of its funding the trip, had taken over making travel arrangements. When briefing Harry and Pythia on the arrangements, the ministry had also told them that Minister Black would attend the tournament in his official capacity if anyone from the Hogwarts team reached the finals. Harry was annoyed on behalf of the team. He felt like Minister Black and his brother, Orion, ought to show support regardless of whether Hogwarts did well in the tournament. However, he cheered up a little when he learned that Abraxas Malfoy would be attending diplomatic meetings in New York that overlapped the tournament and that he would be dropping in on the team in Salem as often as his schedule would allow. Later, Bellatrix had pointed out to Harry that her father tagging along would be perceived as a waste of time if the Hogwarts team did not do well. On the other extreme, Hogwarts showing a strong performance and having the minister present at the award ceremony could bolster him and his platform. Of course, sufficient security would need to be in place in case Minister Black attended the tournament. So, Auror Bones and Auror Moody had been assigned to accompany the team to evaluate security concerns in advance. As for the travel plans themselves, where Pythia had previously arranged for flying carriages to shuttle the team from Hogwarts to the tournament, the Ministry had made more complex arrangements. The Hogwarts team would flow to London, take a portkey to New York, flow to Boston, and then ride a ferry to Salem. The arrangements were a logistical nightmare for Harry and Pythia and the large number of students they were taking. Still, the students enjoyed the journey, with Lily being the only one unhappy. However, her dissatisfaction had nothing to do with the itinerary. As she had previously done for the trips to Paris and Cape Town, Lily had attempted to take charge of tracking her fellow students and their luggage during the trip. However, Amelia Bones had supplanted Lily in that role. It was not clear whether she was trying to be helpful or trying to horn in on Harry's responsibilities. Harry suspected the latter. Over the past weeks, Amelia had begun to display a competitive attitude in her interactions with Harry. It was Harry's theory that she had realized that Minister Black viewed the dueling team as being important and that Harry was going to reap the credit. It was entirely possible she was now looking for a way to be able to claim a share of credit for the dueling club's success. Despite his suspicions, Harry told Lily that Amelia was just trying to be helpful. He also reassured her that she was a valued student leader. Consequently, by the time they docked at Salem, Lily was in better spirits as she and the team drank in not only the scenery but also the colonial and seaside architecture. At the tournament site, the Hogwarts team found that the organizers had arranged for competitors to stay in houses and cabins magically hidden among Salem's Pioneer Village tourist attraction, which was a bit better than the tents at Cape Town. It was not yet the Muggle tourist season, so tournament attendees had free run of both the Muggle Village and the magical additions. Those who tried to walk beyond the village boundaries would find themselves in an unplottable and limitless forest as if the rest of Muggle Salem was simply not there. Instead of arenas like those at Paris and Cape Town, duels and matches would be conducted on platforms placed in the town square and in the middle of some of the wider streets. Save for those privileged enough to be seated on the grandstand in the town square, spectators at the tournament would be looking upward to the dueling platforms unless they could secure a spot at a window in an adjacent building. The arrangements, combined with the surroundings, lent a certain historical ambience to the whole competition. Even Harry, whose mind was on so many other things, was feeling excited for what promised to be a fun tournament in something that nearly looked like a theme park. On check-in, the Hogwarts team was enthused to learn that they had been assigned spacious quarters on the second floor of the mock town hall. Their luck was attributable to the large team size as well as to the similar-sized Ilvermorny team opting to commute to the tournament daily instead of spending their overnights in Salem. "We just need you to save one bedroom for the team sharing your quarters," the tournament clerk said, arranging several sheets of parchment into a stack and slipping them into an envelope with the keys to the second floor. He held out the envelope. "What other team?" Moody interjected. "I was under the impression each team had private quarters." "That has been our goal," the clerk admitted. "But all the teams do not fit perfectly into the available spaces. Unless you want to trade for a smaller cabin, you will have to take these accommodations." "Of course we'll take them," Pythia said, shooting Moody a stern look. "Who is the other team?" Moody asked as Pythia snatched the room key envelope from the clerk and began shepherding the students toward their quarters. "You'll be bunking with the team from St. Infernicus," the tournament clerk said. "Saint what?" Moody demanded. "Where are they from?" "I don't know," the clerk said tiredly. "Truly, it isn't going to be a problem. The team consists of only 3 witches. You'll hardly notice their presence, I'm sure." "Is this our room?" Bellatrix asked Lily, brushing by her and walking into the bedroom. "Yes, this is ours," Lily confirmed, turning and following Bellatrix partway into the room. She was clutching the clipboard that she had recovered from Amelia Bones after Moody had hauled her away to survey the perimeter of the mock village. "Fabulous," Bellatrix said as she used her wand to almost instantaneously unpack her bags. Paying no apparent further attention to Lily, she hopped onto the bed and lied down for a nap. "Quite," Lily said, stepping back out into the hall to intercept some of the other team members, let them know their room assignment, and give advice. Unlike the Paris and Cape Town tournaments, Hogwarts had been able to bring a large group of students, some of which had never been to a tournament or anything similar. Consequently, the veterans of the prior tournaments were proving to be a valuable resource for the other students. Bellatrix stirred from her nap not long after Lily had finished helping the last students settle down. Lily was about to propose that she and Bellatrix go out and explore the village together when Pythia came up the stairs in something of a huff. "Someone is shooting giant spit wads out one of our windows," Pythia snapped. "Which room?" Lily asked, looking shocked. "The corner," Pythia responded, gesturing down the hall. "That isn't one of our rooms," Lily explained, feeling a sense of relief that nobody from Hogwarts was causing trouble. With Lily following closely, Pythia stalked down the hall to the corner bedroom and knocked crisply on the door. It was answered by a teenage witch who bore a strong resemblance to Bellatrix. However, unlike Bellatrix, she possessed striking green eyes and a shorter, more diminutive stature. "Can I help you?" the witch asked, sounding like a stuffy butler. "I presume you're the team from St. Infernicus," Pythia said. "That is correct. I'd like to speak with your coach. Where can I find her?" "She couldn't make it," the witch said. A smug smile grew on her face as her green eyes began to twinkle mischievously. "We are, sadly, without a chaperone." "Is that why you're shooting spit wads out the window?" Pythia asked. "I would never," the witch retorted indignantly as Pythia stared back at her disbelievingly. "It's me. I'm the guilty party," came another female voice. A second witch joined the first at the door, holding a long and thick tube in her hands. She appeared to be an identical twin to the first, except her eyes were red. Her demeanor and tone of voice, when compared to that of the first witch, seemed quite menacing. By this time, Bellatrix had become intrigued enough by what she had heard from the conversation to join Lily and Pythia at the door. As she approached the group, she peered suspiciously at the two witches. To the astonishment of the Hogwarts witches, a third identical witch joined the other two at the door. She also had red eyes. But where the other red-eyed witch was menacing, this one seemed angelic. "So nice to meet you," she said airily with a sweet smile. "I presume you are all from Hogwarts." "That's correct," Pythia said, her voice cool. "You look just like Bellatrix Black, here," Lily said, gesturing as she glanced back and forth between Bellatrix and the three witches. "Are you related?" "It so happens that the blood of the Black family flows through our veins," the green-eyed witch declared with a voice that could not sound any more pretentious. "As if," Bellatrix sneered before rolling her eyes and making it clear she did not believe them. Still, she eyed them, taking in their appearance from head to toe, her eyes returning more than once to the slightly messy state of each witch's black hair. The connection, even if it exists, would be very distant. "Yes, distant," the green-eyed witch said, smirking and exchanging amused glances with the others. "Very distant," the first red-eyed witch agreed, looking down at her spitwad tube and then eyeing Pythia, who was glaring at her. "Almost impossibly distant, you could say." The second red-eyed witch held up her finger as if to offer clarification, but before she could, the green-eyed witch stepped back and slammed the door shut, leaving Pythia, Lily, and Bellatrix to stare at the closed door as the noise from the door snapping shut reverberated through the hallway. Pythia knocked on the door again. "I expect you to cease with the spit wads," she said loudly before gesturing impatiently for Bellatrix and Lily to follow her downstairs. As soon as they were downstairs and out of earshot, she whirled on Bellatrix and Lily. "Do not go near those three. Do you understand?" Bellatrix smirked, but did not say anything. "Have you had some sort of vision or prophecy?" Lily asked. "Not exactly," Pythia sighed, apparently struggling to keep her composure. "But my sense is that those three are dangerous. Stay away from them. I am going to inform Professor Ashworth of the situation." She turned and went back upstairs. I fancy exploring the village before the opening dinner, Bellatrix said idly, having apparently put the interaction out of her mind. I'll tag along if that's all right, Lily said. She was not sure if Bellatrix had been inviting her to come with, but she had realized that it would be well worth her while to develop a relationship with the acerbic teenage witch. Despite Bellatrix's faults, she was talented, powerful, and well-connected. Bellatrix shrugged noncommittally, and the two witches proceeded out from the mock town hall and into the town square, which had become crowded not only with competitors but with booths for snacks and souvenirs as if the tournament were some sort of fair. At first, the two witches gawked at the historical features of the village and some of the other competitors. After acclimatizing to their surroundings, they began to visit booths to look over the wares. Through all of this, Bellatrix did not chat much with Lily. Still, Lily felt like she was benefiting from tagging along. As a Muggleborn, she was easily impressed with nearly everything on sale. However, Bellatrix's sneers and smirks had clued Lily in on what to avoid buying. In other instances, Bellatrix repeatedly returning to admire the same product told Lily that she was looking at something good. Unfortunately for Lily, she was not as rich as Bellatrix seemed to be, and she had to settle for buying a pair of dueling gloves and short boots while Bellatrix purchased the same and more. Purchases in hand, the two witches wandered away from the booths and were deciding where to go next when they happened upon Moody and Bones chatting out in front of the town hall. Shopping already, I see, Bones said, trying to hide her condescension behind what she must have thought to be a matronly smile. Bellatrix looked like she was about to issue a stinging clapback, but at that moment, a comically large spitwad hit Moody in the face. Moody drew his wand, let out an angry roar, and whirled around to look for the culprit. While he was doing this, 3 especially juicy spitwads hit Bones and drenched her. Lily's eyes quickly flicked up to the window of the strange witch's bedroom. There was no sign of anybody on the other side of the window, but Lily was confident that the witches must be crouching below the window ledge. Moody had apparently concluded for himself that the spitwads had come from the town hall and was already making a beeline in that direction with Bones following closely behind. Lily let out an amused chuckle and turned to see what Bellatrix thought about the incident, but the older witch had disappeared into the crowd. Harry also had been exploring the village and even browsing the wares at some of the booths. He was enjoying the ambience and sights all while wondering why this type of event had never been part of his own Hogwarts education. The Triwizard Tournament had been a substantial event, of course, but it seemed to Harry that there could have been other events or field trips. Perhaps Voldemort and the First War had changed things. After all, he did recall that the Triwizard Tournament had been a large endeavor undertaken by the Ministry's diplomats. And of course, after the end of Harry's 4th year, options had become limited. Harry's thoughts on this subject were disrupted when he spotted Igor Karkaroff and the Durmstrang team threading their way through the crowd. Having already seen Karkaroff at the Paris tournament and having watched Hogwarts compete against Durmstrang, Harry would have taken no special notice. However, when Karkaroff's eyes fell upon Harry, the muscles in his face tightened. This reaction, subtle as it was, put Harry on instant alert. Tensing up, Harry watched Karkaroff and the Durmstrang students, almost expecting some sort of fight to break out. However, nothing happened, and the Durmstrang contingent disappeared in the crowd. Harry was still frowning when he sensed Bellatrix join his side. "What did you see?" Bellatrix asked. "Durmstrang. And nothing, I guess," Harry admitted. "Their professor, Karkaroff, seemed to take special notice of me." "The future Death Eater," Bellatrix murmured quietly. "He has probably been talking to Lucius and the Lestranges, if not the Dark Lord himself." Harry nodded. "Maybe you should warn your squad that Lucius and the Lestranges have probably been giving the Durmstrang team tips about how we train." "I already accounted for that possibility and worked it into my squad's playbook," Bellatrix informed Harry, smirking. The opening event for the Salem tournament turned out to be a disorganized banquet that the European competitors were quick to label as American style. Cheerful chaos reigned in the historic town square as students piled their plates high at buffet tables and met or caught up with members of other teams. The coaches, tournament officials, and other dignitaries had fetched their food from the buffet lines and retreated into the ground floor of the town hall. The Hogwarts team was new to the tournament scene and were still spreading their wings. Several of the Hogwarts students had relegated themselves to tables near the edge of the square, near the tree line. Lily found that Bellatrix had taken shelter on one of those tables and was eating her meal with a vacant expression on her face. Nearby, Frank Longbottom was bragging to Alice and his squad about his post-Hogwarts employment prospects. "Do you have prospects for a ministry job?" Lily asked Bellatrix, trying to break the ice as she sat down across from her. "No," Bellatrix said. Instead of looking at Lily, she turned her gaze over to Frank Longbottom and his friends and smirked. "He's trying to one-up me." "That's silly," Lily said, her voice sympathetic. "Surely he realizes that your father is the Minister for Magic and that you could have any ministry job you want. Even if I am appointed as an undersecretary and he is hired as a toilet scrubber, he will pride himself on having earned the job and look down on me," Bellatrix murmured. "Would you let that stop you from applying to the ministry?" Lily asked. Bellatrix shook her head. "Not if the job served my purposes." "So, are you going to apply to the ministry, then?" "No, I have other plans." "Oh," Lily said. She sensed that Bellatrix did not want to talk about her other plans. So, she tried to steer the conversation to generalities. "What does an undersecretary do, precisely?" "They are basically special deputies to the Minister for Magic," Bellatrix explained. "They can do whatever the minister tells them to do or lets them do. Of course, that can be pretty narrow if the department heads have political clout and choose to push back." "Is that the type of work your uncle and Mr. Malfoy do, then?" Lily asked. "Serve as undersecretaries." Bellatrix frowned as she suspiciously poked some southern fried chicken with her fork. "Only unofficially." Lily was about to ask for more clarification when James and Sirius sidled up to their table. "Hey you two," Sirius said, "we need you to help with reconnaissance." "With what?" Lily asked as Bellatrix scowled. Sirius pointed over to a witch from one of the Canadian teams. "Can you go chat up the Ice Queen over there and see if you can suss out information about her and her team? Are you wanting us to gather information to help us compete or to help you flirt?" Bellatrix snapped. "Both," Sirius said as he and James grinned guiltily. Harry would have liked to mingle with the adults in the town hall, especially after he had spotted Abraxas Malfoy wander in with a number of stuffy-looking American wizards. However, he was now suspicious of Durmstrang's intentions at the tournament. After observing Karkaroff and the Durmstrang students serve themselves at the buffet tables and then immediately leave the town square with their food, Harry concluded that some surveillance might be in order. With his own plate of food in hand, Harry discreetly followed the Durmstrang team through the village and to their tournament lodging, which proved to be a cabin near the woods. Over the course of the next several hours, Harry watched the cabin and the occupants, but saw nothing suspicious. However, he did note that he never saw Karkaroff moving about the cabin through any of the windows. It could be he had retired for the night or was not moving about. But it was possible he or others had apparated out of the cabin. Unfortunately, Harry could not know for sure without going in and taking roll. After the Durmstrang team had been asleep for an hour or so with no sign of activity, Harry gave up and apparated to his bedroom in the Hogwarts team's lodgings. There, he found Bellatrix relaxing on his bed, propped up against the headboard, as she thumbed through a textbook. "Breaking curfew, are we?" Bellatrix asked, looking up from her book. "Well, you are, anyway," Harry said. Bellatrix smirked. "What are you going to do about it?" "Maybe I'll deduct points from Slytherin." "Go ahead and take as many as you like," Bellatrix said, hopping off the bed and stretching. Harry saw that she was wearing her customary nightie and was reminded of the many times he and Bellatrix had met in her bedroom at her family home to coordinate before the school year had commenced. While at Hogwarts, they had relied on being able to find other ways to meet, usually during their practice duels in the Room of Requirement or Chamber of Secrets. "Maybe instead of me deducting points you could tell me what brings you here," Harry said as she tucked her book under her arm. "I noticed your absence and was curious," Bellatrix explained. "I was spying on Durmstrang. And, nothing. It looks like we will just need to keep our eyes peeled and be on our guard." Instead of replying, Bellatrix winked. After casting a couple of spells to ensure the coast was clear, she opened the door and slipped out of Harry's bedroom. The tournament began with 2 days of informal and relaxed qualifying rounds, even though it was understood the vast majority of competitors would qualify. However, given the varied backgrounds of the competitors, officials needed data to help them seed the brackets and ensure that competitors were competing in the correct age and skill divisions. Bellatrix was hovering between enjoyment and boredom. So far, she had handily defeated several qualifying opponents in the solo category with little effort. She had developed something of a smug attitude. However, when she turned to see her next opponent stepping onto the platform, she felt a faint trickle of uneasiness. Her next opponent was one of the witches from St. Infernicus. Specifically, it was the one that had seemed menacing. Save for the red eyes and shorter, more diminutive figure, the witch could very well have been Bellatrix's identical twin. If Bellatrix, who was well familiar with her family tree, did not know better, she would have believed herself to be closely related to the red-eyed witch. Eyeing her new opponent, Bellatrix tensed her jaw slightly as she checked her grip on her phoenix and blackthorn wand. The other witch shot her a predatory smile as she produced her own wand with a threatening flourish. Holding steady, Bellatrix waited as the referee announced to the crowd that Bellatrix Black of Hogwarts was facing off against Ivy Snodgrass of St. Infernicus. As soon as the referee signaled the start of the match, Bellatrix unleashed one of her crushing trademark combos, putting an extra bit of power into each spell. To Bellatrix's supreme annoyance, Ivy perfectly countered each spell in the combo. Most would take Ivy's ability to counter the combo as evidence that she and Bellatrix had dueled each other many times. However, Bellatrix knew this was not the case and concluded that Ivy must have quick reflexes. Smirking, Ivy shot a couple of stingers and flash bangs in Bellatrix's direction. None of them came close to striking Bellatrix. Instead, it seemed Ivy was playing around. Beginning to feel threatened and angry, Bellatrix proceeded to shoot combo after combo at Ivy, her wand dancing as fast as the muscles in her arm and wrist would allow. It was with this approach that Bellatrix found traction. Although Ivy seemed to have the ability to counter Bellatrix's individual combos with on-point counterspells, she was having a difficult time anticipating and smoothly reacting to combos of combos. Seeing this advantage, Bellatrix began thinking quickly to come up with a string of combos that would require counterspells with harder transitions. While Bellatrix's mind was racing to develop this custom string of combos, she began to falter. However, once she had mentally ironed out some combo strings, she began to start pushing Ivy back again. It was at this point that one of Ivy's stunners missed Bellatrix and instead exploded onto the platform just in front of Bellatrix. Bellatrix smirked at the errant spell, reveling in the fact that she had forced Ivy to make what appeared to be an embarrassing error. But then, a faint acrid smell reached Bellatrix's nose. Stealing a quick glance down to where the errant stunner had hit, Bellatrix saw an almost indiscernible sickly glow and realized that there had been dark magic in the spell. With consternation, Bellatrix stared at Ivy, who paused to shoot Bellatrix a wicked smile. Bellatrix glanced down again as she tried to resolve in her mind the fact that Ivy's spell had looked and sounded like a mere stunner but had apparently possessed dark properties. It would seem that, somehow, Ivy had learned how to imbue otherwise innocuous spells with dark magic. Realizing the extreme risk of having dark magic at play while she and Ivy dueled back and forth in the middle of the village, Bellatrix resolved to crush Ivy as quickly as possible. She unleashed a new barrage of combos, shooting them off quickly. Ivy was unable to keep up with Bellatrix's rapid switching of combos and began to lose ground. Eventually, Ivy resorted to an all-purpose shield and tried to hold it with sheer magical energy. This was a losing tactic since Bellatrix was nowhere near the limit of her stamina and since Ivy seemed to be a slightly less powerful witch. Just as Ivy was about to break, she cancelled her shield, stepped out of bounds, and held her hands up in a surrendering gesture. Applause from spectators sounded as the referee called out that Bellatrix had prevailed and scored high in multiple categories. Bellatrix looked around to see if anyone from Hogwarts had witnessed the duel but saw nobody familiar. When she glanced back toward Ivy, she saw the back of the mysterious witch melting into the crowd. "She's quite the looker," Violet Snodgrass said to Harry. He was sitting on a rustic log bench from which he had been observing the action in the town square. Violet had come over to introduce herself before taking a seat on the bench next to Harry. Since then, she had been offering Harry her opinions on random subjects. As for what was happening in the square, Harry was splitting his attention between the qualifier duels on the platform in the square, activity at the tournament official pavilion, and Professor Karkaroff. The Durmstrang professor had been in the town square all day pretending to monitor the progress of his students. However, he was really monitoring the tournament officials as they collected scorecards and assigned competitors to duels. "Who is a looker?" Harry asked. "That witch there," Violet said, gesturing toward where Bellatrix was standing in line to submit her latest scorecard to the tournament officials. "I suppose so," Harry said, keeping his voice noncommittal. He was not sure if Violet really thought Bellatrix was attractive or if she was indirectly praising her own appearance, which was similar. Either way, he was not inclined to open himself up to Violet on that level. Pythia had warned Harry that Violet and her sisters were dangerous. And, before Violet had come to introduce herself and sit with them, Harry had observed her chatting warmly with Professor Karkaroff. These factors had led to Harry deciding that he ought to follow up on the strange witches and perhaps even try to spy on them. However, Violet had saved him the trouble when she had come over to introduce herself. Now, Harry was hoping she would reveal her connection to Durmstrang without him having to pry. However, she had so far talked about every other possible topic. "Aside from her good looks, I would say Bellatrix's personality is pretty cold," Violet opined. "You're going to have to learn how to do cold fusion if you expect to develop more of a relationship with her. Luckily for you, I think she has already developed something of an affinity for you." "What are you even talking about?" Harry asked. "She's my student, not my crush. You do realize that I'm a professor, don't you?" "Oh, right," Violet said, folding her arms, crossing one of her legs over the other, and leaning against the bench's backrest. "That makes it more difficult, doesn't it?" "More like impossible," Harry said as he craned his neck to follow Karkaroff's movement. The Durmstrang professor seemed to be attempting to eavesdrop on the tournament officials as Bellatrix reached the front of the line to turn in her scorecard. "I wouldn't think it impossible," Violet said judiciously. "If you've got a few galleons, you could negotiate one of those pureblood marriage contracts. She does appear old enough, and her parents would probably be happy to unload her." Harry stared at Violet. "Do you really believe a pureblood family would sell their daughter to some random wizard with a few galleons in his pocket?" "A pureblood wizard," Violet corrected. She leaned toward him and whispered conspiratorially. "It makes a difference to some of them, especially the types that sell their daughters." Harry shook his head. "It's 1976. That sort of thing doesn't happen anymore." "I don't consider 1976 to be a particularly modern year," Violet said. "But seriously, just put on some leather pants, strut through Diagon Alley, and proclaim yourself to be none other than Lord Ambrosius, heir of Merlin. Within 2 days, you'll be seated on the Wizengamot and have a harem. Of course, if you really want Miss Black, you're destined for monogamy and children that are absolute hellions." "I think that is all very improbable," Harry said curtly, beginning to realize that he may need to give up on eliciting information about Durmstrang from Violet, abandon his bench, and attempt to lose her in the crowd. "Let's do a little probability test, shall we?" Violet said just as Bellatrix finished turning in her scorecard. "What test?" Violet smirked and then gestured toward Bellatrix, who had spotted Harry and was making her way toward them. Abruptly, Violet leaned over and planted a key on Harry's cheek. As Harry practically jumped out of his skin, Violet scrambled up from her position on the bench next to Harry and dashed away. By the time Bellatrix reached Harry, Violet had completely disappeared into the crowd. "What, pray tell, was that all about?" Bellatrix demanded, her eyes blazing. Harry threw up his hands. "I have no idea. She came over, asked a bunch of inappropriate questions, and then you saw the rest. Why even talk to her at all?" "I saw her talking to Karkaroff earlier," Harry defended. "Really? Looked like old pals to me," Harry opined. "I was going to spy on them to find out more about their origins, but then she came over and saved me the trouble. I just defeated her sister in a duel," Bellatrix revealed, "and we've got problems, especially if they're friendly with Durmstrang." "Oh, her sister used dark magic in the duel. And not just some random dark spell. She was channeling dark magic and mixing it with a basic spell." Is that supposed to be extra bad? Harry asked. As good as he was at defending against dark magic, he did not know a lot about the more technical details of how it worked. Very, Bellatrix said, or at least concerning, or maybe just suspicious. Can you explain? People who dabble in the dark arts can produce the occasional successful dark spell. Only someone up to their armpits in dark magic could have developed the ability to channel dark magic into otherwise innocuous magic. Harry frowned. Those witches don't strike me as being dark. Even if they are, I had never heard of anyone like them before I arrived in your bedroom last summer. You've already admitted to me you don't know all the details of the Dark Lord's original rise to power, Bellatrix pointed out. I think we should keep an eye on them and try to find more details. We should also put everyone on our team on their guard since it seems there is a risk of dark magic flying back and forth during competition duels. I wonder if dark magic has surfaced in other tournaments, Harry mused. I doubt it, Bellatrix said. It is against the rules. However, we now know those 3 witches are willing to resort to it. We had best assume Durmstrang is capable of it too, Harry said, glancing toward where Karkaroff was still spying on the tournament officials. Their professor is a cheater at heart, and I just saw him talking to Violet like they are old friends. Right. Anyway, when is your next duel? I'm done, Bellatrix said. I've officially qualified for the solo competition. Oh, good, Harry said, standing up. You can come with me. I suppose we had better go bring Pythia up to speed on the dark magic threat. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.